to our long awaited class. So I'm super excited about this event, and I'm grateful to God that it's happening now because when oh, I think I moved my camera. Sorry, give me a moment. Yes. This is the best time. I knew that this was the best time to have this class because yes, we're starting a new year, and most people like to attach um a lot of change, chronos. They like to attach a change or a pivotal moment to a season, and so I had to leap on it. But personally, for me, most times, I just when I'm ready to get something done, I just get it done. I don't bother about seasons. So most times I just keep going. When I need to rest, I rest like that, like that, like that. But I know that a lot of people, part of discipline also or repetition is that you attach whatever it is you're doing to time, right? That's how maybe your output goes well, very well. But for me personally, I'm in a phase of total, what did you call it? Total immersion. So my conversations for today, like we said, we're going to have a 5 hours class. Yes. So all of us, we're going to stretch together today, hopefully. By the end of this class, I have so many objectives in my heart, part of which is I'm hoping that everybody will catch the fire and start something, right? For those who already joined the boot camp, yes, that one I will hold your neck. But for the boot club, we'll make sure that we finish. You already know everything you need, right? Everything you need. Trust me, I have more than enough stories, more than enough examples. And we're going to finish the book, and I'll show you some of the things that a lot of us are making some errors in. I've tried to pray for this class, and I'm believing God as well that this class is going to be beyond just you having somebody walk you through um a light or making money. It's going to be that the spirit of God, yes, will also rest on us enough to get us to do what we need to do when we need to do. And trust me, I'm going to say it over and over again, right? If I have money in this life, or if I've had opportunities open up to me, it's simple. I have always just taken action. I'm very good at that. Even this whole book club, we having a meeting today, I didn't take this decision more than, let's say, 5 days. I no, I didn't. Most times people will just collate. Of course, by the next batch of people who are still going to join the book club, they can just come in, and then after a while, when we see that we're having lots of new members, we'll go again. But I just want us to know that just pay attention to my patterns as well. For those people who are still thinking that it's a very hard thing, everything rises and falls on leadership, said John Maxwell. But I'm going to tell you that for us, when it comes to making money, everything rises and falls on your action. So it simply means that the less action you take, the less likely you're going to have opportunities. It's as simple as that. And for you to make money and stand out excellently across fields, you are likely going to be a disciplined person. You have to be. The only difference between us and people who scream visibility all the time is that you're going to be visible, you're going to make money, you're going to have more value than every other person who is probably just showing up for the cruise of it. About monetization, because like I said, I've told my story over and over again, and we'll try to go over that, right? I've told my story about how I showed up for nearly 6 months. By the fourth month, we're already over we had already hosted over 16,000 professionals. So I know that a lot of you are even very lazy. That everybody's shouting visibility, visibility. And so you come, you post some days, maybe your highest post, you got like 200 likes and comments, and you're excited and you think that that's what life is. Some of you are already raising your shoulders, likes and comments. So now you're feeling like the top creators. So when they are saying top creators, your own, at the end of the year now, instead of us to count your taxable income, while counting your likes and comments and impressions. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with it. I say it over and over again. There is nothing wrong with it. The only challenge is that problems don't finish. So if you're from other countries, it just means like challenges will always be there. And trust me, you want to be in that place where you are consistently having money to solve problems. And for me personally, what God taught me about money is this: money is a means of exchange, right? So it means that when you have money, a proof of money is in the exchange. Like a proof of money is in the flow of it. So a lot of people might have boot camps like this or have meetings or events, and they will not even bother. They might just use a studio that is not that interesting. They don't even bother about their camera, many things. So the proof of money, like I say, is in the exchange. So being able to know where to invest your money anyway, like we said, we're going to discuss a little bit about tax, and then we'll also find out that for us to be intentional this year, right, you have to ensure that there are things you're consistently buying, else the government will take that portion of the money that you're not using. Like I said, we'll explain all that before the end of this class, but I'm saying it again from beginning to end. My name is Dr. Fia Magnus. I am the founder of the Phoenix Kids Group, and trust me, I've done visibility, and now I understand that if you don't position yourself, if you don't position yourself for the exchange you're looking for, it's possible that you'll be visible and then you will not be valuable. Or you will be visible, but people don't even know that you're valuable enough. And I will say it again. I tell it to all the time. I say it over and over again. Every time we have an opportunity to host a club, it is very simple, right? If you don't have never exchanged your value for money, then it's not valuable. It's as simple and short. Money is a measure of value. Simple and short. Simple and short. If somebody feels like you did so much, I mean, you did amazing, and all the person could just say is thank you, right? Second person, thank you. Fourth person, thank you. Fifth person, thank you. You know that there's actually something wrong. It means that number one, you have not determined your own measure of value. Don't know that sometimes some people don't know how to appreciate people. And that's why we are discussing monetization, because it's possible to work with the governor and he doesn't even know the means of exchange, or he doesn't even know the value you've placed upon yourself. That's exactly what we do in the book club. In the book club, we sit down with knowledge across fields, and how we can also narrow down or align our own knowledge into how we can package it into something that we can exchange value. So in the book club, we're more of a money club. And like I said again, I always say money because I'm not a money person. I don't know how to explain it now. Number one, let me give you my background. I was born in the north, right? Yes, very, very northern girl. And then, of course, I'm a believer. In fact, God has saved my life. The very first time I started business because I wanted to sow seed in church. So this is somebody I'm talking to you because it's not like I'm totally attached to the concept of money, but I have found ways to consistently flip money. My goodness, every time I say flip money, I always feel the anointing like down me, because I know that that is the main reason why I started business. I started business to have to give. So I'm trying to probably explain the baseline for money so that some of you don't get confused when you work with somebody, so that you don't hold it, I'm going to call you out, all those dramatic things that people do when something happens to their money. No, we're not like that. We're just people who consistently gets paid. We're people who are consistently ready to make money at every what do they call it, at every flipping opportunity. But we are not desperate for money, but money meets us every single time. I say it all the time. Money knows me, money loves me, money meets me. Like, money comes to me. So for me, in fact, it's part of a spiritual ritual that I call money. When it was close to um December, me and my kids, surprisingly, when we started our break, most of us just sat down and we literally screamed money coming to us. And truly, money hears you. That's just the truth. I'm trying to demystify a whole lot of things so that you can already start preparing your mind. Money loves okay, so I think the studio is filled now. If anybody is here, please don't bother, so that you don't interrupt me. Okay, the studio is already filled. Okay, so back to my conversations again. So I told you, money has ears, money has a language, money listens, money knows the people whom will consistently take it. Money even knows how you talk, money knows your presentation. Like every time you have an opportunity to work with people, the way you communicate, the way you prepare for the meeting, God, there's nothing as beautiful as intentionality. I personally believe that monetization, you can't make money without intention. I've told you guys my 7 money laws I always share every time I am crossing um a what did you call it, a particular threshold, like every 1,000 on LinkedIn. I say it all the time, right? You can make money by mistake, right? But you cannot sustain money by mistake. You can't even it cannot come consistently to you. You can make money once, twice by mistake, but you can't have it consistently because money has a mindset. People who have money, this how they think. Okay, they are thinking of opportunities. They don't wait. Conversations like, um, oh God, um, I don't understand what is going on. I'm trying to figure out myself. Conversations like, this LinkedIn is hard though. There are no opportunities here. I'm just, in fact, until I'm visible, then I cannot make money. Conversations like that. You just keep shooting yourself on the foot when some people might not even post. Like I said it again. Part of the curriculum of the book club, right, is also personal branding. So yes, we're very big on posting, very, very big on posting. In fact, if you come to our boot camp, we post every day throughout the boot camp. There's no, oh, today I don't feel like it. There's nothing like that. So essentially, money requires discipline. And for you to prepare, money wants you to prepare for it. Of course, it's a god now. People sometimes describe money as that, but I'm just trying to probably speak on the very few money myths that you need to know. Like if you have to make money, then you have to be ready to have money consistently. And there's the money mindset. I told you about your confessions. There is no money that is too high for me to get. For me personally, I've entered that place. Even if you're calling $100 billion, I don't have $100 billion, but I am not even bothered, right? I'm not even bothered about any amount. There's no amount of money that anyone is going to call now that will shock me. The only thing I keep doing daily when I'm preparing myself, when I'm reading, I study a lot. I always prepare myself emotionally, mentally, and I keep asking myself these questions over and over again. How can I improve myself to make sure that when Tony Olumelu meets me and any other person who seem to have been able to channel money, because that's how I see them, right? Some of these people, by the time you check in the stocks and you see the percentage share that they have in their company, you now understand why anybody who has money is a steward. Very few of us, like in the last generation, were people who actually had all the monies they had was like the money they had fresh to novo. Nobody else. Like, of course, my mom and a few other people who started business in those days. Up to now, my mom doesn't have any partner in her business, so she's doing amazing well. I think she can even enter some of those rooms if she bothers, but she's never been political about business at all. But I'm saying this because a lot of people who have money right now are actually more of stewards. So lately we just saw that um Dangote said we should all get ready because they're going to list the shares for the oil company to every Nigerian. Okay, so I'm sure a lot of people, a lot of thoughts. Some people are like, why? If there's money there, why does this man want us to come and bear the Bronx? Because maybe he's probably sensing that there's something that might go wrong. Because rich people want to, which rich person wants to bring you into his own wealth? Yes, of course, there are lots of speculations around that direction, but I've always told even my friends, most of these people are like stewards, Tony Lumelu. In fact, when it dawned on me was when the Access Bank co-founder, that's what's that his name? I've forgotten his name. Anybody that can remember can write it in chat, right? When there were drags among his family, and then some official statements came out. One thing we eventually found out was that his percentage in the entire Access Bank is 8%. Even though 8% is very, very big. Oh, I'm not saying that 8% is not big, but just imagine that a whole of 92, like he's traveling, he's moving about it, he's giving leadership that and he's not even the probably, I don't know if 8% is the highest shareholder holding whatever. So maybe that one too might be like a back end. We'll soon find out who's probably the highest share. Maybe if we browse, we'll see. But I didn't bother doing that. I wish I did that before this class. But it just tells you that somebody who has 8% is the CEO. So what happens when to a whole of 92%. It just tells you where money and leadership, those are the things I started learning also, the place of leadership. So sometimes you see communities, you see people leading hosting events, on LinkedIn. You just want to assume that they have it all together. I'll say it again. Maybe this is probably the first time I'm telling any camp at all. You can't separate money from leadership. You cannot. So self leadership, for some of you who came very early who were able to make it into the studio, that's self leadership, right? Because online you can't say that, oh, there was a traffic somewhere that made you not to come out early, right? So it's just discipline, self discipline. So you literally cannot separate money. You cannot separate money from leadership, and that is why you can find people like Tony Elumelu. I'm very curious to find out how much percentage he has in Transcorp. Because he's also the CEO of Transcorp. I also want to know what is his percentage in UBA. If anybody has that information, I know men like that kind of studies. So I'm also very big on things like that. If anybody knows, please let us know. So I'm just trying to say this now so that if there's anything about you that it's already giving you, it's giving you, what's the word now? Anything about you that is giving you um this something is called that is making you feel like you're not impostor. Hey, anything in you that is giving you impostor is already a thief. So it means that there'll be lots of money that you're going to leave on the table because you're if you just are scared of everything, you just want to get it right, blah 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 blah. Just get ready. Your broke age is still gymming somewhere in Afghanistan. Like is gymming. Okay, sorry guys. Let me just tell the people in the group that they should stop triggering the studio because it's too full and it's distracting me. Sorry, give me probably 1 minute and I will clear this out. Okay, hopefully. Oh, I think I sent it to the wrong place. Okay, so like as I was saying, thank you so much for being patient with me on that. So I said it outrightly, right? If you that is speak, you have problems with speaking, public speaking. I'm telling you right now, if you want to write, go ahead and write because we're already discussing the pillars of this book club, right? If you have problems with holding conversations, like hosting events, like speaking at all, interviews, right? Like going randomly to an office or anywhere and you think you literally cannot speak, you cannot hold conversations, there goes your opportunity. So part of the things I would always admonish with my friends and all the people I know, I say rehearse conversations. When you're at home, it's not time for you to talk carelessly. Rehearse what you know, what you've learned, ruminate on your thoughts specific to your niche and whatever you're doing just consistently in your mind. That's the kind of thing you should be doing for yourself. Make sure that all the time you're sitting down, you're holding conversations, you're asking yourself hard questions. Hold conversations. That is your money going somewhere to happen. So like I said all the time, even in the book we discussed it across three pillars, right? Preparing yourself either to work for yourself. So everything, I'm saying it now because everything about the spirit of the Phoenix Gate, which we're going to come to that when we start going through the book as fast as we can, is in the ability to take up something for yourself. It's going to be tough. The ability to take up something for yourself is going to be tough, and deciding that, oh, I am going to help a lot of people. So this is it. I have a problem with finding a job. So rather than just lamenting every time on my post on saying I'm gonna, those people that come up, I don't know what they tell them to do. Those vulnerability posts, guys. Any small thing they say, I'm gonna quit LinkedIn. Drama, just so that people empathize with them. Oh, ever since I came to LinkedIn, I've not been able to get that. And you're every day sounding like a broken record. And everybody now knows you for that. Oh, she has been here for 10 months. Nothing. Drama. Rather than doing that, the spirit of Phoenix, like I'll say it over and over again, you guys know the concept. For those people who have been coming for events over and over again, I teach it all the time, right? It is possible that you can literally start from where you are and born in the world. I told you guys when I started Phoenix Gate, I was barely at 2,000 followers. In fact, I will go for one event or the other. I'll be hearing what these people are saying. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, you gather people and you're talking like this. Like, I just don't understand. How do you gather people and you're talking like this? And then you go for events and you're just doing, that was what triggered me. I was like, no. I think a lot of people are amplifying this thing out of proportion because they want to monetize people's ignorance. How about I decide that, oh, yes, it's possible that also I had some needs for myself as a person. Like I told you guys, I've always been anxious. I'm a very anxious person. Very. I don't know how to explain. Some of you will be thinking that, oh, Vivian is sounding bold and all that. I was not always like this, even as at last year by this time. I was very anxious. So guess what? I found other people who were also anxious as I was. And then we started, for me, that's how my heart is filled with intention. So if there's any virtue that any of us is going to have tonight is I want you to have intentions, just write it somewhere. Intentions. You have to be intentional about anything you do. Okay, so if anybody is posting for a cruise, certainly not me. Even if your post might be fun to read, there is a goal. There is a goal. So like I say it again because I noticed that a lot of people get super what's the word? They have crews all over their hearts, but at the end of the day, one of the things I notice is that when they launch what do they call it, programs or meetings, if they don't charge it 1,000 or 2,000, a lot of people will not come on board because number one, they found ways that they consistently have like presented themselves as though they don't have value, and most people didn't take them seriously even when they needed money. Like I told you, you do not have value except someone has paid. You cannot consider a thing as valuable except someone can separate any particular amount to pay for that thing. So that's what I'm saying. When people are telling you, don't worry, just catch cruise, let you just be visible. When you're visible like that without weight on the like without um intentionally releasing content, you are just going to be just another person whom everybody will know, and then they catch cruise with you. And then when it's time for you to sell or make a call of anything you want to do, like for I say it all the time, we discuss jobs in our community, but most times I've realized that everybody who took anything that I say seriously eventually were the ones giving job to people. In fact, most of our community and our founding founders, most of them ended up hiring people even during boot camp. Like you come in boot camp and you're thinking that, oh, you are the one in need, da. By the time you follow everything we tell you to do, you realize that I need to borrow. Like I might be starting today, but I need to borrow shape. So that's exactly, I don't know, as I was speaking, this analogy just came to me, the um let down your net kind of effect, where Jesus spoke from Peter's boat, and then when he was done, just in one day, that is how, for me, that's how it works for me as well. Just in one day, if you're very serious and you have your writing materials and you're documenting, you will literally already know the amount of people. In fact, you start making calls where necessary. You start building your band, because that's what I did. At 2,000 followers, I was able to have, in fact, at one point every week we're having meetings every week, 1,000 people every week back to back. And I'm very passionate about the book club and the book camp, because yes, it's possible. Everybody's just saying be visible, visible. It's possible that you can be visible and nobody will trust you for any exchange. That is, they will not give you a dime. That's what happens. Yeah, it happens all over the world, all over the world. People just want to take a moment to trust you before they can give you whatever, even though they like you. So I say it again, most visibility coaches will say no, like, and trust. But in the real sense, where they stop is no and like. They don't make plans for your trust. You just be posting every day mindlessly, but you're not already setting up systems that will make you trusted. So for some of you, I'm a social media manager everywhere. It's all over your, what do they call it? Your headline, but you have never worked with someone to become, you've never worked with anyone, whether by volunteering or not, or internship, to literally what's the word, provide that service. So when somebody calls you now and they are probably interviewing you, you're going to shake, your mouth will quake. When they ask you for the tools you use, you will probably be all over the place. That is, for me, that is deception at its peak. So if you want to monetize, if you want to start making money in any direction, the first thing you're going to do is start practicing it. Okay, so this is everything I've said now is just essentially overview. I'm going to take a moment for some of us who are in the what do they call it, on YouTube, that's the other side. Kindly just write what you do, some of your challenges, those in the hall. You can actually just, there's a private message, there's a place for a private chat. Tell me what you do and your primary challenge, so that as I hold conversations around the book, because I'm going to show you guys a very fast things within the book, so that at some point, maybe when we get to our second hour, would the 1 hour in between, we'll have everybody come up one on one. I'll just see what you've been doing, then I'll tell you what next, what the steps that you should start doing already, or the plans you should make if you have errors. Once we're done with that one, we'll continue from the book and all that. So like I said, for everything I've said right now, we're all off hands. But I would want you to say, just type, I am this person, this is what I do, this is my challenge right now, I've never made money online, or I chose a particular niche, why I chose a particular niche, da 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 da. For the most people who have passed through my camp, you know that we do this a lot. So just give me a moment. Let me project so that we're all in the same place. So please, as fast as possible, if you're in the live, just introduce yourself, what you do, right? Introduce yourself, what you do, and your major challenge right now. Your major challenge right now. Your major challenge right now, while we go straight into our conversations. Please have your pen, right? The reason why we do this book, we ensure that we have these book clubs, is because I notice that a lot of people are genuinely distracted, and there's nothing wrong with that. The only thing is, I just want to make sure that, okay, once you get my material, I'm also there's a word, I also take part in your joy by ensuring that you have read this material with me. So that's part of the reason why we make sure that in the book club we're able to finish the entire book. So that's part of the things we're going to do in these 5 hours. But like I told you, in between, once we're getting to the second hour, please, as we're going through it, I'm going to share a whole lot of story, that will change your life. So as you are what do you call it, as you are learning, quickly write, because you ask questions. Okay, for the people who paid for both, because a lot of people already paid and they have joined the boot camp, perfect. Those ones, I will work with you guys closely. Of course, the boot camp were scheduled per day. Every day we have something we're going to do. There are forms you're going to fill, so that everything, I don't know how to explain it now, so that everything you're doing is already in perspective. But yes, I also want you to ask questions here, so that before the bootcamp, you're already ready emotionally, you're already stretched. Some of you will even make money by Monday. As I'm saying, I'm not joking. I've had people whom in 5 days, I've called them, I think the testimonials should, I wrote a post on either on Thursday or Wednesday, one of them, and I put all the testimonials in my comment section. Somebody made, she has never made money. Like, I know that 6 figures is not a big deal for me, but for somebody who has never made money on LinkedIn, who has just been flying around, and all of a sudden, I was able to walk the person through through the book, and then the person just made first ever money in five. Like she just decided, oh, let her just do this. In fact, she was shaking even before her own event, because there are some certain principles I'm going to practice. I'll teach you how to increase your trust index, because a lot of people don't know that. They assume that when they post, right, that people will just, and they make a call, people will just come in and just buy from them. I've told you guys severally, because of the internet, a lot of people have bastardized the internet. So you have to start thinking as your employee or your employer or your clients. Like I told you guys, in this book club, we prepare people to make money with job inconsequential. In fact, most of the jobs I've gotten on LinkedIn were because I stepped out for Phoenix Gate. So I worked with some big asset management that has paid me multiples, like multiples of six figures over and over again, because I've worked with them over a stretch of time. Everything I'm doing with them is not because I have any special certification. It was just my testimonials of what I have done for myself, for my brand as Phoenix Kids. That's why everybody who is currently in my what did you call it, who has ever passed through me, I know the energy in belonging and all that. When you guys go and start yours, you can amplify belonging, the sense of belonging and all that. But for me, I don't make people so sticky to me, because I want them to grow. I want you to start your own thing. I want you to move. I don't want you to be overly dependent on me. Of course, the people who just finished the boot camp, some of them even sent me a message today. We are going to host an event just to make sure that those people also make their money, because yes, if I'm there, trust index increases, because it's like, oh, we didn't know these people, but we know Dr. Vivian. So if she's on the board with them and they're going to talk about any particular thing, then I'm going to be in. So I'm teaching you all these things now, because these things are not what most of these creators will tell you. Everybody will tell you, because of course, based on LinkedIn, and the most difficult thing on LinkedIn is visibility, because a lot of people just show up and they are not in band, so they don't even know that there are the tricks around it. So when people come and they just see people having some form of visibility, they trust them immediately, and when they sell to them visibility courses, they buy quickly, and they are all over the place shouting, yay. In 6 months ago, I was not saying, but now what? You don't even have shingbaim. After a while, you're going to disappear on the platform, because it's simple. You can't be wasting your time waking up 6 a.m. every day and you don't have anything to show for it and you're not bothered. But then visibility coaches will always call for another round of, what do they call it, people to come on board, and people will keep paying and be coming on board, but they will eventually disappear. So it's like different bands of people coming at every point, just aspiring to be known, to be seen, to be liked, but nobody's thinking about trust, because it's possible that, oh, now you're visible talking all the rubbish things. In fact, there's one particular person, her own is in healthcare, but her post, she's always funny, da 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 da. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, so you think you can be showing up every day 4:30 and you're funny? All the people in your circle of influence are visibility coaches. So every 2 months now, they will just make a call and everybody will rush in there, because everybody would want to become visible. But you, that you're healthcare content writer, you're not even asking yourself questions. Do you realize that you shouldn't be running around with these people? Because if you do, you are, in the end, number one is farmsing. Now they're your family members, so you just be farmsing around them. And when they host their event, you quickly post, they will share, all of you will just be happy. They'll be making money and you'll be broke as hell. So you're not even asking yourself questions. Some of them have tried to reach them, but they are behaving very funny. And I told myself, 2026, never again will I reach out to any creator, begin them to have sense. If you know that you're broke and you're suffered and you don't see, your eye don't see, join my systems, right? Because of course this year I also plan to do a whole lot of personal things for myself. I will not be trying to look out for people as much if they don't honor the systems that I put in place. It's going to be a very huge one. Okay, so I'm saying this now so that all of you already start questioning your niche. Start questioning your needs. Some of you just showed up on LinkedIn and the next thing you just felt was everywhere is just VA, and you just went there. You're not even acting anyway. Like I said, the problem is not even in the VA. The problem is in you being even proactive enough to tell yourself, I In fact, if I was a VA, in the first week of me saying this is what I want to do with my life, I should already get a job. Yes, the only question is if I'm going to be paid or not. That's the only question. And then, of course, if I, with the kind of heart I have and how kind that I am, I would not want anybody to suffer. So to pay me, and then the person has to teach me everything. So I'll gladly offer myself like a scapegoat. Hi, ma'am, how you doing? I see that you're having, and it's not, hey, hello, because they give you guys some of those template DMs. Say hello, I'd like to work for you for free in the next 3 months, 3, 4 months, then you can start paying me. Don't do that kind of rubbish to yourself. Everybody you have to send DM to, whether they reply or not, take a time and just read about them. What I normally would do is I go to the, what did you call it? To the headline of the person, quickly go to the feature session because usually that's the most important thing they might be doing at that time, and then just take a snapshot of their about session and take it to ChatGPT and just say, I'm trying to do I am going to be sending a DM to this person. Kindly just tell me what, and I'm going to be sending a DM to this person offering help. Kindly tell me what are the salient things that this person might be doing right or wrong, and I would like, and then where I could come in. You see that ChatGPT will just bring out, because you might not have much time. If you're seeking for job out actively, you know that if you DM some people, maybe 10 DMs per day is actually very low. Some people even say like 20 per day. And I'm saying it now because if you're just starting out, right, I don't know why you'll be so bothered about your reach when people eventually see you, they will not see you as having somebody who has value. I'll say it again. If you're just starting out newly, I don't know what you want to do with the validation of having 200 likes when you cannot do what you came on LinkedIn to do. That is what I am asking. I just hope that this thing, you'll just be hearing it loud in your ear, right? If you are not working with people that are already going to pay you, I don't know what 200, 500, 1,000 likes and comments is going to do for you. So I'm saying this now because deciding what you're going to do would just be in this class. In this class. For me, I tell you guys how my, what did you call it? My action circuit is very short. Some of you, if you, God just gives you an idea and tells you to, okay, just um what's the word? Oh yeah, host this event for me. Some of you, 2 years, you're planning, you're begging, you enter DMs, you're begging, you want you to be, you're trying to, what do they call it? Sorry guys, I want to stand. Okay, yes. So some of you would already start thinking of how you want to make sure that the whole world, all those dramatic things. Of course, I'm very big on community building. I'll show you how what's the word? I'll show you how you can leverage community to build. Of course, that's what I did. So every time I tell you guys that um I started at 2000 what did you call it, followers. I can even tell you that if I had 100 followers, I would have done the same. In fact, most of the people in my community who eventually went on to make money, who spoke on my stage, who had called, some of them had 100 followers. So it meant that for me, I had to just rise up one day and say, no, this nonsense has to stop. And when it stopped, every other person under me, we just kept breaking the records. We just, what all of you be saying, oh, grow first, all those dramatic things, it's not our business. If you have a band of people charging in a particular direction, you, nobody will even care about your numbers. So imagine, I think yesterday it was them Blossom and the rest that hosted the event. Do you think anybody will bother about the number of followers that any of them had there? What would matter is the command of conversations, how people are able to trust you in your expertise. And that's what a whole lot of us are not paying attention to. So you're bothering so hard, you comment morning to night on LinkedIn, and there is nothing wrong with it. I do that as well, right? But what we want to make sure is that if you're commenting, you can have maybe 3 or 4 extra gadgets where you be writing course, taking certificates, you're studying. I think when I saw my LinkedIn review today, this year, I had I I got certified in 16 courses. And it makes sense because that was my plan, right? So that it's not that why other people are just showing up and they are just saying, oh, shoot me, first to comment, second to comment, 2,000 more, la la la, la, dramatic things. You are losing time, but you're not even paying attention that you are not consistently improving. So that's part of the things I push for the Phoenix Gay community. A lot of us are risers. So it means that we don't wait for visibility to be visible. Like I said, for me, my primary definition of visibility is stepping out in excellence. That is my primary um definition. So you click post, you click post, but your post is very excellent. You click post, but your post is excellent. That's visibility for me. Then of course there are many things that we're going to use. You see in this book club, there are things that we're going to do, especially let me just be putting it at the boot camp. There are many things that we're going to do where we will hack the algorithm. You see why how value can make you even go viral faster than just coming to say shortest post ever. Shortest post ever. It's not like there's anything wrong with it, but you don't have shishi. Every day you just be hanging around certain sets of people. And then of course, if you don't know anything to do with your life and it's visibility you have, please sell it with your food chest. I'm not against any visibility coach. In fact, some of my best people that I work with, who are my friends, Blossom and the rest, I love them because they are visibility people. They've cracked it and they will give you your results with their full chest because yes, that's what they know. But what most people don't also pay attention to is that you cannot be battling with likes and comments and nobody knows you specific for your niche. So that's what I always cry out in this place, right? For us, we're not just about being visible. We're about being visible in our niche because that's where conversion is. If people cannot trust you, right, in your niche, you can be visible all you want. When you make a call for any meeting or any conversations, you already be wasting time. But guess what? You wake up every morning, 4:30, da 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 da, but nobody buys from you. You see, that's where the problem is. So I'm hoping that we're already waking up a whole lot of us. Okay. Yes, I think I've been able to fix this. Okay, so I'm hoping that a lot of us will wake up this night so that you start asking yourself, go back to all your posts, all the posts that you've noticed that you're going viral in, for those who have gone viral. And by viral, I mean every single time you increase in your likes and comments compared to your last post. I'm not talking about um viral as in you have to be 1,000 plus. No. You look at the trajectory of all your posts. Which of them had more engagements? So you're going to look at it. By the time you notice that it's only rubbish post that is going viral. You know that you're in soup, hot or bonus soup. But like I said again, there's also a way to talk top of the funnel and then make calls of bottom of the funnel. Most times when you hear people talk about content creation, they talk about top of the funnel, right? Then they talk about middle of the funnel, then they talk about bottom of the funnel. Bottom of the funnel is conversion posts. See, guys, don't worry, we're here. You see, we will have this recording specific to you. It's not even open to all of YouTube. It's just only people with the link that will have this. So, like I said again, there is no pressure. One of the things you will notice is that top of the funnel is that you can talk about everything. People catch cruise, and towards the ending part of the post, you arrange yourself because hey, I did not come here to count bridge. Oh. Towards the ending part of the post, you arrange yourself and just make a call. Now, let me tell you two things that happen. Sometimes when you want to make a post that has conversion needed to it, sometimes you can say, scratch that algorithm, whatever happens, make it happen. People should know what I do. Oh. Even if my post is not going to be seen by everybody, let the people who see it know that I am big on monetization. Scratch that. I do that a lot sometimes when I want to sell or make any form of conversion. Personally, I don't care how the post does. Another thing I've also tried, of course, I did that with my global ambassadors. We've also realized that if you cruise from beginning and somewhere at the bottom you make a call, most people don't read to the end, right? So at the end you just see people laughing, but they will not see your call. That's why sometimes you have to do scratch that. Whatever happens. Okay, so there are other ways. If you're very jovial and you have friends, the day you're going to post bottom of the funnel content, you prepare them a day before. I beg or make una help me. So um guys, I want to post about my bottom of funnel content today. Please, if you just see my beg, just repost. It means a lot to me. That's because also you also have your monetization at hand. So rather than waiting for the what did they call it, the algorithm to decide whether people like to be sold to or not, you already put a supply on yourself. Those days you'll notice that you're likely going to have more conversions than others. So, like I say it again, most people don't click links as much as possible. This is me just sharing. We have not even started. Most people don't click links. What they normally would just do is they will just read from the beginning. If they see that, oh, it's funny, they will just go quickly. Or they see that your call to action, the answer, then they go and write. So they are meant. That's why it's very important that you are known for value. So that consistently when people come to your post, they know they're going to learn something. And when it's time to exchange value for money, they will exchange value effortlessly for your money. Okay. Like I said, let's just discuss a few things. We started a little bit by talking a bit about psychology of money. For those of us who came in very early, we talked a little bit about the psychology of money. I've told you guys money is currency. Just find places to send your money to. And I told you guys with the new tax law in 2026, if you don't send your money somewhere, Nigeria will collect a particular percentage. If you're somebody who probably will earn up to 10, 10, 20, 25 million per year, you know that a huge percentage is going to be going to the government now. From in fact, we're talking about not less than 18%, but even it might even be 23. I'll see if I can project that if we have a lot of time by the end of this class so that you can also be making preparations. So it means that now you can't just be a business owner mindlessly or any money in dollars or getting opportunities mindlessly. You also want to make sure that you get opportunities and you're sending your money quickly as expenses in the right places. So, like I told you again, the mindset of money or the psychology of money is essentially that it has to flow. So you have to prepare yourself consistently to make sure that money is going somewhere. Okay. Prepare for money. I don't know if I'm going to permit me to enter the prophetic, right? Get comfortable with preparing for money. Go to cast and price, like prepare for money. And trust me, if you're consistently ready for money, when opportunities come, they will naturally flow to you. So we've talked about psychology. We're going to talk about understanding LinkedIn as a money platform, and then of course I'll define. So for all the people who decided to maybe they just came online and everybody shouting VA VA VA, and they went and jumped in and did a few other things, and they've not really had anything to show for it, or they are not as passionate. You'll see some of the niches there's a hierarchy of needs which we did. It's also in the book for some of us who have in-depth studies. You go ahead and just sit down and decide where you want to find yourself. Okay, so we now talked about I'll show you also how to do the business side of LinkedIn so that you don't have to wait to get any job. I've made millions this year alone without that's outside the official jobs I got with companies. So that is what we call the business of LinkedIn. I'm going to teach you for your niche, specific for your niche. So see, if you don't have value, it's going to be hard for you to make money specific for your niche. You find out that some people when they come on LinkedIn, they will just do scratch that. They will just drop everything they came for and start doing maybe visibility, or they can come up with anything funny. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with it. The two main niches that seem to gain traction on LinkedIn is visibility and content writing. Why visibility? Because the algorithm will show everyone pepper, and generally everybody wants to do well. Then content writing is because LinkedIn is a content based platform, right? So it's easier if you want to do the business side. These two things I mentioned now is for the business. So for business of coaching, so the business of coaching means that you make a call and say, oh, join my community, I'm going to be teaching you this, I'm going to be teaching you that. Those are the two main um guys that are doing very well, right, on LinkedIn. Visibility, people will pay anything to be visible. Then people, content writing, if people don't understand writing or they need people to work for them, you can actually get creators to pay you. So the business side with target audience being creators, because creators are the one who are mostly on the platform, right? If you want to make the kind of money that we're discussing in the money boot camp, then you know that creators are not the primary source of income. Maybe you want to write it somewhere. If you want to make the kind of money that we're talking about in this boot camp, then you know that creators are not the primary source of income. Like for me, every time I've hosted the boot camp or hosted a boot club, trust me, my God and my Lord, I abhor it. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I love all of you, but most of the time I don't really like it. So it's more like you if you notice there's no official flyer for this book club. Nope, there's no official flyer. Even for our boot club boot camp, we've not had an official flyer for the next boot camp. It's because most times I don't. It's not like I even want to hold it. I don't want to because it distorts my personal plans as regards to some of the things I am doing back end that I'm going to be teaching you guys as well. Okay, so I'm saying this now so that you understand that if you want to really make money in multi-millions, where you start worrying about your tax and all that, there's a whole lot of way, and a lot of us are not paying attention to that. So a lot of us are carried away with just the community model. And community model, I'm a big preacher of community model. In fact, I started most of it on LinkedIn. Most of it. In fact, when I showed up, that's when people figured out that hey, it's possible for people to go viral as a community. Yes, I would say Phoenix Gate was one of the most viral communities. So, but I'm going to tell you guys some of the things that I have been meditating. In fact, even people who were a part of the last boot club might not know some of the things I'm going to be discussing today. So I'm hoping that you're also writing somewhere so that your heart can literally carry it and you pivot. Okay. So back to our conversations, we said of course crafting a headline. I'll leave it to us to do the assignments based on the book. I've taught you guys how to read the book. I say you go to the back, read what happened to me. Read what happened to Phoenix Gate. So that anybody who is telling you that don't worry, when you get visibility, you will make money. You know that by the time you become visible, you've already lost like maybe on an average 2 million. Like, and it's even small money. I'm even trying to probably make it sound so small. By the time you would have been visible, you'd have lost like nothing less than, let's say, 10 million already on the road. And guess what? Some people who would have met you the way you are unwise, like uncooked, without value, they might never trust you again. Some people will never. Like, there's nothing you tell them. There's no testimonial you're going to release. That former you that they know that posts without sense, that's the one that they'll be putting before you consistently. In fact, sometimes they might even have activities or opportunities that will come, and somebody's telling them, please just talk to Dr. Vivian now. Let her come and speak to us in a particular direction. But say, hey, Dr. Vivian, that one. She doesn't, this one, she will not even prepare, nothing. So you see that a lot of people would have already start inferring negativity to you because you have not sat down to think. So like I told you guys, the theme of today's conversation is intention, right? So we are all going to be intentional people because we know we're going to stand out. So whatever niche, what I'm going to quickly do is we're going to go over the hierarchy of needs so that we decide, right? Based on what we want to do, is it valuable to LinkedIn? If it's not valuable to LinkedIn, thank God this is a Christmas break, and that's why we're doing it now. So a lot of you, if you need to change to start a niche that is more valuable on LinkedIn, or we have, like I say, every time I have an opportunity to teach, I put these two big pictures in mind, right? This other picture is monetizing through thought leadership, which a lot of people don't talk about, right? Monetizing through thought leadership, your opinion might not be popular. You might be having 10 likes and comments, no matter how hard you put in your energy. Then, if you have friends, that's why we also um, advise people to join the growth tribe, right? Where people can support you. If you have people, you can move up, but it might not be so obvious because sometimes you might be talking about a particular thing and everybody's like, what's this person writing? This thing is so tough. Of course, you have to find a very easy way to explain the complexity of your conversation, right? This is monetizing through thought leadership. Of course, monetizing through thought leadership, public speaking must be strong for you. And then you have to find ways to also make sure anybody where they do live events in your circle of influence, speak to them. Guys, put me on board. Um, Is it possible? Okay, yes, I saw that you announced this. Is it possible for me to just come and talk 3 minutes? I just want to hold conversations in this particular direction. Those are the things you should be seeking for, right? So monetizing through thought leadership is going to take time. It's going to take time, but if you strengthen your public speaking energy, right? If you strengthen your public speaking energy, you can have a product which all of us in this boot camp book club, book club is the exercise one. Book club, I'll not even bother. But book club is where we share knowledge, right? So I will not even stretch anybody. The people that I have to stretch is the people in the book club. So in the boot camp. So for the book club, I would want you to at least have a product from what you do. One product. One product. So if you're here and you don't have a product, don't worry. Like I said, in that 1 hour in between, that sandwich, when we complete our second hour of what you're going to be doing, so that you can start thinking. Thank God for ChatGPT. I'll teach you also how to come up with one product so that by the time, if you're the type whom what you do is not so popular on LinkedIn, when you go to places to speak, you can also tell them that some of the conversations you held are currently in this material and it's going to help them stand out. Maybe whether we look at having an official launch for you, or we also look at you probably being invited for TEDx in that conversation, such that you literally blow up everywhere and everybody just knows, okay, yes, this niche is not popular, but if we're going to talk about anyone, we should probably talk about her. And that's what I did for monetization. Before I started doing monetization, there's literally nobody who is bothered about it. Everybody stuck themselves at maybe promising people money that most people never got to have, or stuck themselves at what's the word, visibility. But for me, I've, of course, like I told you guys, I'm a businesswoman, so I've entered money, marinated myself, soaked up myself, and I know that this is the easiest thing I can do right now. Like I told you guys, I've done business from childhood. For some of you, if you've probably not been paying attention, you sold mango, groundnuts, corn, and you've never really paid attention to all those things. And then, of course, for me, I went on my first ever business. I made millions in a week. In a week, first ever business, and it's a low ticket business. It's not even like maybe you say, oh, you sold a piece of land and you made 10 million. No, it wasn't like that for me. I sold fabrics, materials. I wish I could show some of those pictures here. Fabrics, materials in a week, and I made that much money. So for me, it's just flip. And when it happened, I just told myself I needed to sow in church. My church was having a conference, and by then I was waiting to get internship, and I was like, this Igbo girl, making money is a very simple thing for me. I just decided I used the community building model and I made million. I can't remember how many fabrics I sold then. I can't even remember. I have to tell you that if I'm talking to us about, if I'm holding this conversation, I'm not holding it because um I'm just here to bamboozle anyone. Let me speak in the language of my secondary school. I'm not here to bamboozle anyone, but I'm still saying it that my joy is in implementation, that everybody who currently made it for this meeting is going to implement all the knowledge. Okay, so I said we're going to discuss that. Then crafting the headline, you can follow the formula already in the book. Then we'll discuss visibility and valuable. Please, I will beg you, like I told you guys, yes, that was what I was trying to share. I told you I'm going to tell you, teach us how and show you how you can create a product very quickly. If you don't really have the energy to probably price the product, I will admonish that at least you make sure that a part of the product goes out, right? People don't read free things, that's very true. But it's possible that you can hold some people in their jugular and tell them to give you a feedback based on what they've read so far. So it means that you cannot just please. We're not a ChatGPT community, we're not AI community. If you want to write anything, as much as possible, let it come from your soul. So don't go and pick anything and just package it because you heard that you can go viral through value. I'll show you guys how we can attain that as well. Yes, you can go viral. Some of you don't are not going viral because you have not started giving enough. If you give what is, sorry guys, give me a moment. I feel like sneezing and I don't want to hold it back. I'll show you how to go viral by giving out value consistently. Yes, some of those value, just make sure that anytime you click post, is there anything anybody will think that they can come back to your post to learn again? That's how virality is orchestrated, right? It's not just by some people have gone from being viral for being valuable to actually just being community supported virality. So those things are two different things. And if you want to sell anything, you want to or give value, or you want people to get your product, people should be able to get your product because they perceive you as a valuable person. Va- Virality for a visibility coach is not the same as yours, because what they sell in itself is virality. So they don't most people don't even care what's the content of the post, how the person thinks, that they just know that this person is viral and this is what they want to sell. They want to teach you how to crack the algorithm, and you will buy. But for you cannot be thinking as a visibility coach if you're not one, except you might want to consider that. So it might just be here that you start considering that, and I'll teach you guys everything you can do within a very short time. In fact, that's the easiest thing you can do, safe. Very easy. If you read the book and you go to the back, I wrote some of the things that I wish that I would have done as that I knew then as of when the book was released, because I know that I update my knowledge every day. So that's why I make sure I hold these book clubs, because I know that some of the things I'm gonna hold as conversations are probably not written in the book, so that people who still read the book and people who still see me get to have different flavor, because I read every day. In fact, it's my joy. Most times, in fact, there was season in my life where I get begged to sleep because I'm fascinated with knowledge. Okay, so like I told you guys, we're gonna do that. Um, Everything around here, we're gonna discuss this. So let me go quickly so that we can start our conversation for the day. So okay, these are my dedications. All of you know that I love my husband so well. He's the one who has made this trainings very very easy. So I'm going to be here because my kids are already sleeping for the night, and that's because I prepared them ahead of time, because I knew I was going to have a long term, and he was very pivotal in helping me out. Okay, so like we all know, right? I've talked about visibility, and I've told you why some people think that likes and comments is what validates that they are very good until they make a certain call. The only thing again is that most of these visibility coaches, what they sell to people is that if you become visible, then people will come to your DM and they will give you the job. While that may be true, some of us still don't understand that most of the people who are highly active on LinkedIn are mostly the creators, because the main people who have the power to give opportunities, that's those CEOs, MDs, depending on your niche. Just imagine a health content writer and you're waiting for people to see your post that you've been catching crews on so that they can give you a job. Your own is just to post because you feel like everybody's talking about attracting opportunity. You're not even specifying what attracting opportunity is specific for your niche. You know that you're on a very long journey. Okay, so I'm saying it again. A few things you want to know: LinkedIn is a very global space. If you want to make the kind of money that we're talking about, your goal is to make sure that whatever skill you can offer is you go beyond just serving Nigerians. Or if you're from Togo, if you're from Sierra Leone, Kenya, all of those places, you make sure that you go beyond serving, beyond just the people in your region. Find ways to start mixing up as often as possible, because like we said again, LinkedIn is a global place. Some of the people we celebrate so well on LinkedIn, that is Jasmine, Alec. Jasmine is from Bosnia, for God's sake, Bosnia. Some of you don't even know Bosnia. May God have mercy upon me. Every time I think about that, my head just blows open. And then guess what? He charges $1,000 for his own cohorts, and people pay. And you can trust that most if you go to his comment section on an average day, his people always call him out. One day he wrote a post about it. They call him out because they call him out greedy, da 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 da. all those funny conversations, because actually, so true. He's charging, at least for them, they might not be able to afford the monies, right? They cannot afford what he's charging those people. So sometimes they don't spare him when it comes to calling out. They call him out, but in all the what I'm trying to put in your mind now is being open enough, right, to serve people that have the kind of money that you are looking for. Like I say it again, for me, I don't look down on anybody. Provided you've given me money for in exchange of any value that I'm offering you, I will never, ever, 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 ever look down on you. Even if it's 2,000 I asked for, even if it's 1,000, that is enough for me to give you my full attention, show up on time, keep to my promises. But it's also essential to understand that when you want to pivot financially, you need to serve people who already have the monies that you are looking for. So you don't want to stress people and say, "Oh, this person not paying me. This girl is annoying. She doesn't." Blah, blah. No, just go and serve the people who deserve you. Okay, so for most of the people who have whom we've, I think in the last boot camp, that's exactly what we did. We're able to tell people to come up with tiers, curate different tiers so that you're able to serve different people. This same book club that all of you came in, okay, boot camp, there were people who paid me multi six figures to have closer conversations with them when every other person just paid um 25, I think at some point 25. I think there was 30 and all that. But some people paid me several six figures. Some people will still pay me multiple six figures for the one we're holding in January. It's just simple. Make sure that you serve people who have the money that um serve people who have your money, right? The kind of money that you're looking for. And like some people will gladly say it all the time. They will say, please work for millionaires and billionaires. If you work for billionaires, you want to be a millionaire because they are already used. I told you guys, money is a habit, money is a behavior. It just flows. Only people who are broke. That's why exactly why they are broke. They can't pay for classes that will make them stand out. So that is exactly why they are broke. So it simply means that for you to move up, you have to expand. And so it's still the same principle. You've paid for this class so that when it's time to work with people who actually have your money, you work with people who also understand that people should be paid when they exchange value. That is exactly everything we're talking about, right? I told you guys why I wrote my what did you call it? Roadmap to LinkedIn monetization. I'm tired of the hustling spirit. I don't know. Every single time it annoys me, right? People just show up, no aim, no nothing. They're just flying all over the place. I am so tired of it, and that's why I had to write roadmap to LinkedIn monetization, solve that problem. So I'm believing that by the end of today's classes, we're going to have a lot of people who are standing out, whether conversationally, getting opportunities, people who don't wait for opportunities, people who start creating opportunities for even other people based on what they already know. Like for people who have already known my patterns consistently, I say it all the time. Working for people is simple. It's just helping somebody move the needle from A to B, right? It's simple. If you're a coach, you just help people go from A to B. That is all, right? You just help people go from A to B. Okay, that's strange. I'm seeing some people in this boot camp. I warned, I think I warned about, I, I don't know who might have shared this link outside. Okay, let me see. Let me just focus. So, like I told you guys, I told us about moving people from A to B. So, all you need to do is simple. It's not even hard. Working for people is simple. Making money is simple. It's the simplest thing. Some of you have been crowned with the delusion, right? Some of you have been crowned with the delusion of saying that, oh, before you have to work with somebody, you have to have like 10 certificates. I have certificates out of pleasure. In fact, like I told you guys, those 16 certificates, some of them I got three in one day. I just want to finish. Anytime I get hold of anything, I just want to see the end of it. And it's simple. My curiosity curve is from another planet. I cannot even explain it. When I start learning anything, I make sure that I have sleepless nights to get that thing done. Right? Anytime I'm having anything, I make sure I have sleepless nights to get that thing done. That is how I get certified. I don't get certified because I want to use it to brag. No, is that I just genuinely am curious about many things I want to learn because I want to improve my knowledge. But I'm saying it now. Generally, to make money is just to move somebody from A to B. But what makes you earn higher is when you come up with systems that serve people. Same thing. A to B might be so your friends who are jobless, they can easily do A to B for themselves. Yes, it's possible. So you charge them on a general base, you bring them, teach them how to better amplify it and send them out. Then there are people who would genuinely not have time, who still need someone to do A to B for them. You charge them, that can be a job. They bring you on board to do a job for them. Then the next one is having to literally just take up the whole chain, like both advice, you jump on call, you tell them exactly what they are doing because you are also you paid attention to some of the things you did before now. You're not telling them, oh, if you do this, it's not gonna work. This is not gonna work. This is based on how many people you've worked with so far. You give expert conversations, and those kinds of people are the ones who will pay you gladly 5,000, $10,000 because you literally will own the entire value chain. And all of this can only happen when you start paying attention to all the things you're doing. So if you're very careless, I'll say it again, huh, the kind of money you'll be losing, it's possible that you'll be favored. God, if you lose it, God will still find a way to reroute, bring you more opportunities, and all that for you. But trust me, the loss you'll be experiencing might not we totally will not be able to account for that. So I said it again. I had all the visibility in the world. I mean, in 14 months, imagine a newbie having access to average of 16,000 people, and she did not make a dime. The only dime I made was when somebody in the community then told me that that it was when she did some of the things I taught her, that she when she did it, she was able to land an international client who bought a land in Nigeria in multi millions. So she just said, let her just send me this six figure. Was it six? One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, five. Yes, it was 50K then. She just told me that let her just send me 50K just to say thank you. That in fact, that she knows that this 50K is very useless. That she just wants to just say that she's grateful. Conversations like that. But now, if I was proactive and I anticipated that there are lots of people who are going to get international jobs from my exposure, I would have had different tires. Let's see, somebody doesn't have money. Okay, you don't have money, but at least pay this so that you can show up. So some of you will be surprised, but the reason why you're in this class is because you paid for the class. If you did not pay, the likelihood of you showing up would have been a lot more narrow. So that's in fact for me, I have made up my mind officially that I don't bring anybody close to me for long term exposure who didn't exchange money for it, because if you consistently think you can own access to me without having an exchange with it, that is poverty on a high scale, um going to happen somewhere. And those are people like that, when they don't honor what you give, or they get to a point where they feel entitled, they are literally going to cause you a whole lot of problem. And if you have such kinds of people consistently around you, before you know it, that's exactly why you find it very hard to charge. That's exactly why you don't know how to charge opportunities. It's simple. It's laws of the universe. You can't cheat God. Except you start exchanging money for value. Value might seem like it's one big deal for you. Like it's going to seem like a very big deal or something out of the blues. It's because what? Most of the time you eat your own sacrifice. So I tell my students all the time, as we're starting in the new year, you need to separate money, separate money for data to consume some materials, separate money for to buy books, separate money to join certain communities. You need it, because sometimes I'll say it most of the time. It's not even sometimes. If you don't pay, you will not pay attention. Just go and write it somewhere. If you don't pay, you not pay attention. And if you think I'm joking, try it, right? Some people, I will see some people say 100 days challenge. It buy 100-day challenge and it's free. Just wait. After 10 days, after 20 days, you start looking for those people up and down. For me, like I said, proudly, I have PTSD. I try to avoid people who don't exchange value come close to me, because after a while, if you have them very, very close to you, you start questioning if what you're even doing is worth it, because most of the time they will not commit themselves to action. So I'm hoping that nobody who is in this club will, after all our conversations, I mean 5 hours, and then we're asking, okay, what did you guys do? What have you started doing? And you still don't know what you're doing. Well, like I said, for the people, I noticed that some people already paid for the book club, the boot camp as well. So I'll say I'm very excited to work with you as well. So that's where we will hold your name. The book club, like we said, every month when another batch of people come, we'll still do the same thing. But if you don't take action, only Jesus can save. Even Jesus cannot help you. In fact, I think that's one thing that I've also learned, that the spirit realm, they don't even value lazy people. Even Satan, like with all his shrewdness, cannot even use anybody who is lazy. So like he can lie to you. It's possible that he can be so shrewd that he will lie to you, and then he will tell you that don't worry, you're hardworking, even when you're sleeping 24 hours. But trust me that he will not use you. That's how it works. I've just realized that anybody who must stand out, right, must stretch. Anybody who must stand out must stretch. Get comfortable with it. The only thing you're going to do is being smart. There are some seasons when you will stretch. For me, I think beginning of 2025 till about October, November, I could not sleep before 2 a.m. It was simple. Curiosity wanted to finish me. Like, I was just up about many things. I will work with this person, I work with this next client, I work with this person. I just wanted to see results by all means. In fact, 2024 was also peak of it. Half, more than half, I'll just be reading. My husband will just come and say, Azuka, please go and sleep. Please go and sleep. Please go and sleep. I'll be like, please, let me just finish this topic. Let me just finish this topic. Okay, let me just talk to this client. Let me just um finish this and that. And then of course, looking back now, everything I've earned, I cannot even separate the monies that I got outside the fact that I stretched. Okay, so please get comfortable with it. I know that yes, spirit in the Christian realm we have been told sweet victory, easy victory, all the words. And New Year we're also going to be seeing it all around. Effortless victory. Da. But I'm just begging all of us, right? Please and please and please make sure that you are putting in the energy. Even the pastor that is saying effortless victory for you, if you look at his throat, you see veins. He's screaming effortless victory. He comes to a life events if he's hosting daily prayers for Pastor Jerry. You see the early hours of the morning, these people are there. If you notice, he has a gym routine just to keep his body abreast. One of the things I've also seen is that, right, for the people who are spiritual, right, is that God even made me understand this personally, right, that most of the people who joke with personal discipline, as in like just keeping your tact as a human being, you're going to suffer. Like there's nothing you're going to do about it. I cannot explain it. Because even some of the people you look up to, the reason why you can look up to your pastor or your MD, your founder, your former employer, all those words, the reason why you can look up to them is simply because they are disciplined. They discipline themselves in a particular season to achieve something. So anybody who is serving you low hanging fruits, you'll be deceiving yourself. So like I said again, I'm very, very grateful to God that I understand the place of prayer and how God can just send you somebody that will send you like $50,000 in one go. But guess what? Like I told you guys, when it comes to making money, even if somebody sends you $50,000, seriously, it's a trap. for you if you cannot make back that money in the next 1 month, if you cannot make more of that like every month, if you cannot ensure a traffic. So I told you guys, I say it all the time, you can make money by mistake, but you cannot sustain money by mistake. In fact, when people give you money dash like that and you don't even have the knowledge requisite to renewing it or revolving it or causing a consistent inflow of it, you are already trapped, because only in a season you would have just enjoyed it, but then you suffer for the rest of the other season when all of a sudden that money dries up. So I'm hoping that all of us are beginning to also come in contact with the spirit of exchange, because money is just something like a fiat, something physical that they said, okay, let's start exchanging for value. But in the end, like from the very first beginning or creation of things, for anything to work at all in this life, there must be a flow, there must be an exchange. Everything, even for the Old Testament, for some of us who are believers, you see that God talked about an exchange. Like when Adam fell, the ram that was killed, the cloth that was used to cover them, is sacrifice exchange. The story of Noah and all that, when after the flood and all that, the sacrifice that were done. So every time, I'm just saying it now so that everybody gets used to it. When you want to move to another threshold, be comfortable, make sure that you have your seed. It's not all the money that comes to you that you just chop. That's the concept of tax, the concept of tithes for believers. But they're making sure that something you're setting about up apart, something that would help you um put yourself under, like discipline you to get results. Okay, so we've been able to at least touch our introduction for me. So like I said, I'm very excited to take these teachings, even though sincerely, it's not like it's the most exciting thing. I don't really like interfacing with people because, like I said, as much as possible, there is a particular kind of money I'm looking for. Okay, that I'm believing God consistently for. And so um okay, sorry guys, give me a moment. I think I noticed somebody has missed the class and has been chatting me up. Just give me one simple moment. Let me send them the link. God, we're still at intro. So far, let me have our conversations. Let me just hear what our takes are. If you're in the studio, just you can ask any question. Let me have you in mind. Just while you're asking the question, let me just quickly see what someone is saying to me. Okay, so do we have any question? Oh, this is too late. I can't do anything now. Uh-uh. Oh, why would she be sending this message now? Okay, I think some people missed out on number. Okay. Okay, so does anybody, I hope I'm hearing you guys. So is anybody talking and I'm not aware? Sorry guys, let me see. Oh, I think it was the network that took people out. Okay, so let me see.
Hello, Dr.
Add.
Vivian.
Yes, awesome. I'm
Good.
here for you. I can hear you.
Yes, we have some things in the chat. So maybe you just look at that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Let me quickly look at it. Okay, so let's see. Quickly. I think I should sit now. Okay. Okay, business operations strategic partner. Okay. I own a company that does social media management. Beautiful, beautiful. You're in the very right place. In fact, you should be making money. Chiamaka, I'm sure you should have millions by now. And I love your approach already. And I'm hoping that a lot of people also are paying attention to that. 2026 is not a year to work as a freelancer is to own freelance businesses, because like I said again, you stand the risk of losing up to 25% of your money depending on how much you earn eventually per year. And then like I said again, for tax returns, you have to file in your tax every 10th of the next month, right? So companies, founding companies now, I don't even know how it's going to happen for you guys. So between now and January 1st, if you're doing anything rather than thinking of that hand me down, anyway, thank God I've never, ever since I've been hosting boot camps, book clubs, I've never told my guys to rely solely on getting jobs. So if people, other people have been hearing me, for the people who have been coming around, you should know by now that you should have founded, not registering just business name, registering LTD, right? So that when you file your your company now has a right to enjoy the reduction, or you might not even get to pay the company income tax because it might be too low. I think for company income tax, some the committee itself says if the whole year you don't have a return, if you have a return of less than 100 million, you will not even be taxed. Some people say 50 million, but if you already founded the company and you're doing your expenses and all that, you know that if you're less than, somebody was telling me on LinkedIn that most people will cross that 100 million. I say let them cross first. But the most important thing is if you cross 100 million as a freelancer, you're supposed to remit 25 million. That's, of course, there's how to calculate it then. Of course, your fixed 800,000 is not going to be taxed. Then for every 12 million, a bit 22 million, like that, 12 million, like that, as you go up there are tiers, and maybe I'll project that if we have more time. But I'm just trying to tell you that most people might lose up to 25 of that million. I think some people are just shouting tax, tax, tax. If you look at these tax reforms and this tax law, the people that are likely going to be most affected are the content creators and the, what did you call it, the content creators who don't have content creating businesses. That if that means you're earning as a freelancer, you're earning as a crypto owner. So some people say, yeah, it's crypto I do. I'm saying it now because I know that there are guys who are into crypto. There's also paying of tax for crypto. Like in fact, it's gross. You pay a gross tax on the crypto. So please, I think the only people they eliminated from paying tax, and that's if you don't make a profit of over 10 million naira, is people who buy shares and stocks. So I'm hoping that our community members as well will get to buy a whole lot of or maybe speak to a lot of financial advisors and consider buying whole lot of shares. And I'll advise that you buy it monthly. Anytime you make a very huge profit, take out a particular part of it and just buy shares or stocks in companies. Of course, you won't do it alone. Go to the bank yourself, talk to your own financial advisor, and see how you can push that for yourself. Okay. So let me just, I was able to say that this is me amplifying company. So whatever you do, right, and knowing fully well that by the end of this class, you're going to be making millions, right? Please make sure you found the company so that you might likely not pay tax if it's not above that company income tax, if it's not above the amount that is required per year. Okay, so let me see. AZK rules and administrative assistance and a customer support service support. Okay, beautiful. This one is very simple now. You can monetize in two ways. Like I said, we're going to answer all those questions. You can monetize in two ways: through training, coaching, or through administrative and assistant. Anyway, you can also get jobs if you want. That's also a very good one. You can decide to get job opportunities for that, and then you can own a school, partner with people, and increase your curriculum. So maybe as we continue on these conversations today, you also find out some of the amazing things you can do rather than just showing up on posting every day. Okay, so Christiana said, hello, Mother Eagle and everyone. I'm Christiana, a content strategist for SaaS Tech. Foundation. Okay, let me mute that person. Okay. So I'm Christiana, a content strategist for SaaS and tech founders. My major challenge is creating offers and is also knowing what to add to my future session in LinkedIn to make to make it magnetic. Okay, beautiful. Okay, content strategies for SaaS and tech founders. You're going to tell me how many people you've worked with so far. In fact, your own should be very easy. But I think you're narrowing down. You narrowed down very down. Like your niche, you like niched over niched. Even though it's not so bad, but I should be hearing that you've worked with over 10 persons now. The beauty of niching down like this is that you're likely going to work with international clients, and that's big money going somewhere to happen. But the truth is, you might not have what do you call it? If you don't already have there's testimonials, people talking about what you did for them, how your content strategy made money, made them go viral, how they were able to launch their products, with your content, and you've gone this deep down in your niching, it might be a red flag. So I'm hoping that Mama, you're here and you're hearing me. You're going to tell me how many people you have worked with so far. And if you've not worked with anybody, it's going to be a fire on the mountain thing for you. So I don't know. Some people might be re-strategizing now, which is where you're likely going to find opportunities. This usually end of year. Yes, a lot of people can lock in and they might not get new people come on board. But if you offer to say, okay, you just want to help them in getting this done, the truth is most people will not even work with you if you don't already have results. That's why it's very important that you get as much results. And that's why I'm worried a bit that you just went down SaaS and tech founders. If you already don't have, let's say, 200 people you've worked with and you've niched down this far, I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. So thank God you're here. So we'll probably hold that conversations as we progress. So Chiamaka says, I own a talent acquisitions. Okay. Okay. I think there's an error in that conversation. I own a company that connects talent to companies and companies to talents. And my company does social media management. Awesome. Awesome. I have gotten clients in optimization and social media management. Excellent. But they pay little. Optimization. Okay. Yes. Okay. Makes sense. And social media, they pay little. I want to get international clients and charge well. My challenge is getting a good paying client. Okay. Awesome. I think yours is a very beautiful one. But I think your spread thing, or I don't want to say, yes, spread thing, that's you're all over the place. But the good thing is that you have a company that answers to that. I think you might want to consider having more structure, right? Even if, so I would suggest you having volunteers come on board. Maybe if they work monthly or something, they can help you with lead generation. You might consider a marketer volunteering for you. In exchange, you can talk to them based on what you want to do for them. Then a lot of people also, like I told you guys, don't leverage live events. I told you guys nobody will buy from you except they trust you. I don't know how to explain this. Nobody will buy from you except they know, like, and trust you. So it's possible that everybody just sees you post and about your company time to time or your company posts. But when people start seeing the faces associated with a particular brand, they might start considering joining, coming on board to work with you. So, but I would want to suggest that you what's the word? What's the word now? Improve your client acquisition channel. Like you might need to come up with more things. Maybe as we talk, like I said, that 1 hour in between, we can now start seeing in depth what you're doing. Like what have you done so far? If you think that your client, like I told you guys again, I said it here, there's no money that is too little. Is that you agreed for that amount, so that is what you charge. So for so far, the people you've worked with have not paid you exactly what you're hoping to get, but your goal is now to work with international clients who pay well, and is exactly how to do it. So the attraction is you making sacrifice to stand out there, let people scrutinize you, let people choose you. And then the other one is also taking it to the bush. So I told you guys, most of the people that you're gonna have pay you when they are saying visible, be visible, visible. People who show up on LinkedIn, there's how the platform is. It's a platform that is tough for crews. right? Top for cruise. That means if I want to relax now, right? If I want to relax, LinkedIn is not the first place I want to relax in. I would want to relax on Instagram. I want to relax on TikTok, right? So I'm saying this now because most of these big dogs, right, they will not come and sit down on LinkedIn, but there's a way to get to them. There is a way to get to them. Okay, let me see. Sorry, give me a moment. Okay. Sorry, a moment. Is the studio full? I didn't try entering the studio. Okay, so let me add some of us here. Okay, so it's just I don't think it's like I said, this one you're already a client acquisition, so you're already used to approaching people for things. The only thing is that maybe you've never considered approaching them for the business arm of what you do, maybe for LinkedIn optimization or for social media management, but you need to go out more often to them. So I told you guys, if you want an exchange, you cannot be reaching out to 20 people per day and be feeling like you're doing something excellent, but you would rather chat from comment to comment of more than 100, 200 to be very visible. So I'm saying that again is that if you want the clients, right, you go after them. And some of them don't actively stay on LinkedIn. Some of them don't at least stay on LinkedIn. The reason why we show up on LinkedIn, I tell you guys all the time, is that we're building a personal brand and we're looking at the fact that we are strengthening. I post because my trust index has to go up in the public eye, and also because I'm very big on public speaking. I hope to move around the world. I hope to be seen to move around the world. But I am still telling you that when it comes to trust, being known, okay, just imagine now somebody you sent an email to a very big person. Let's see, let me so Tony Elumelu. I'm just saying it's definitely he has someone handling his account. So you can see why um just posting to 5 people and saying nobody called me back is a problem. Because some of the people that you're looking for their jobs, imagine you sending a DM to Tony Elumelu, you send a DM to him. Who do you think is going to respond? It's going to be your competitor, because there is a social media manager who is working for him is he's likely not the one handling his account. In fact, it's not likely he's not the one handling his account. So when you send that DM and he read it and walked away, it's not him. It's likely the social media manager who might have seen his what did you call it? Who might have seen his what's the name of his his there's a word for it, his rival, and so the person will read it and just maybe delete it or something funny. I'm just trying to create the worst case scenario. So it means that most of the people that you're actually looking to pay them to be paid by them are likely going to have people already in their circle who are who might have even trapped them. Those people might not be doing so well. So your goal is to find where your target audience are and ensure that you are literally sending opportunities or sending messages their way, trying to help them out. In fact, yesterday I jumped on a call with someone in the US, and from one call, that call was barely how many minutes. I had already mapped her journey from beginning to end. And the first thing that I probably will not talk about is money. Because again, the trust index. Oh, this person just wants to help me. Then, but you already have a system in place. If the person now tells you, oh, he has a friend or another friend who wants to come on board, okay, that's very lovely. Would you want me to send you my funnel so that the person can go over it? And the person's like, oh wow, that's lovely. And by the time the person sees all the you did for their person without even mentioning money, the person will now understand. Oh yes, will even start what's the word, recommending you to a whole lot of people. So sometimes, like I tell my community people all the time, money runs in circles, and it's very important that you make sure that at least one person, right, one person in your desired field already comes closer to you. So I've said it for Chiamaka, if you want to have high paying clients, at least increase your customer acquisition just like what you do, right? Start finding people that will pay you in that direction, like consciously. There are some, what do they call it, comment section. This is me now going out of my way that I try not to miss every day. If when I hold conversations in those comments, some of the things I will go there on purpose. I'm looking for people that I will go from those comment sections to their DMs. People like what's his name? People like just means comments. It seems like we're the ones that feel their safe, but I'm talking about Alex Homozi, his wife. People like what's the name of this other guy? He's he's not, I won't call him pure English, I've forgotten his name, but there are a whole lot of those mainstream Justin, yes, Justin, a whole lot of them, Justin Welsh, a whole lot of them who are mainstream Americans. If you go under their comments, you see that is there people that fool there. Sometimes in those comments, especially one of the secrets I've also noticed that if you see a conversion post, if you see a conversion post anywhere, there's likely money under it. So for me now, I did a conversion post like last week. I can't believe for some reason this morning I was just looking around the conversion post, right? You don't want to know how many people said, and I wrote it and I just said community. You don't want to know the amount of people. Like this is 1 week after. And I went on LinkedIn and I just saw community, 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 community. It just seemed like when I posted it, like I told you guys, when you post in the morning, especially when you post conversion posts, most people are running around. They are trying to make sure that their engagements are huge. So some of them don't read to the end. Once they just read that video, they say, hey, conversion, I will just run away. They'll just say, good job, da 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 da. But towards the evening side where people are a little bit calmer and they start reading what you wrote in the post, you now start seeing people saying what they want. So if you had gone on my post on the day I did conversion post and you saw somebody write community and you just enter the person's DM and say, hi, I see that you're looking to join Dr. Vivian's community. Would you mind if I ask what your challenge is? It's not like you're dissuading the person from joining my community, but you're just asking a question. Would you what is your basic challenge right now? What do you think you need help with? And the person tells you da 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 da, then you can say things like, okay, if do you have an opening, I'll just show you how to just do this and do this. So it's not like, hey, pay me $20,000. Once you just show the person's heart has already opened to you. So even if any opportunity comes, the person will reach out to you. That's exactly what happened with Kimberly and I from the last event. I said there's almost no day Kimberly posts, and she has American, like she's an American nurse who mentorship. In fact, she has sent me all her materials of all her everything concerning her personal brand, everything. I'm going to walk her through from beginning to end. But since from the day we had that event, every day, there's no post she posts without tagging me. At some point, I'm like, Lord, have mercy on me, because sometimes I don't like be feeling like, okay, I have to show up for you kind of thing, right? But at least it just tells me that her heart is totally open. And then when I saw them saying something about an award somewhere in the country, I just saw the way she wrote my name. And I was like, ma'am, even when I read the award and the requirements, I realized that this award is like it's her own, because of her personality and everything she embodies. She just wrote my name and just said, this person is da, 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 da. So these are how doors are opened. They're not, it's not, I don't know how to explain it. It's not anything out of the blues. Most times people will start trusting you when you start trusting yourself. So all these um nobody's giving me an opportunity, nobody's supporting me. That one is story of the gods. Right? I'll say it again, story of the gods. So don't even say that about yourself. The question is, what is that one thing you can do that will take people from A to B? And at least within your power, be sacrificial about it, show up in a community where you're being supported. Apart from that, you're putting in the work as well. And then sometimes you have to, like, what's the word, like lay your nets into the deep for a catch. Most of us, we don't have offers. Like, we are just showing up casually every day. You show up for 6 months and you don't have an offer, so you expect, and because these visibility coaches tell you all the time, they say just show up. You have somebody will somehow enter your DM and give offer you some funny things. Please, like I said, Ask, it's even a biblical principle, right? Ask and it will be given unto you. Seek and you shall find, knock and the door will be open. So it means that anybody who is not already setting up system or having an offer time to time where they communicate what how they can work with people, you're already on a long spoon. I don't know how to explain it. Like you will not have the opportunities because not everybody would think of working with you. You just have to lower the barrier as much as possible. So I've said it now. Find some of these foreign guys. The reason why we're commenting on that their comments is not just to grow rich. The truth is, if you show up and you comment very early on their posts, you're going to gain visibility. That's just the truth. Especially sub comments. That's somebody came before you and nobody has commented under their comments. You comment under their comments, more people will see you compared to when you even just comment on your own and you walk away. Okay, that one I'll explain a little further when we get to that point. So please, when you go to those comment sections, look at them very well. Before you enter their DM, just quickly glance their profiles and just see what they are doing. If it's in keeping with what services you offer, you can just ask casual questions like, "Oh, I see that you launched your book. This. I actually launched mine a few months ago, and I made nearly 200 sales in the first week, or 1,000 sales in the first week. I just want to find out." Or you might not just outrightly put your own good out there. You can just ask the person, how is it going for the person? Most of the times, people are frustrated because the truth is, if you're deeply interested in monetization, you know that it's not the same principle that will happen all the time. So there might be an aspect, maybe they worked with an agency and the agency got it right the first time and they tried the same thing again. It's the same thing of the story of the Egyptians, right? When God like opened the Red Sea for the Israelites and they were passing. Everybody who saw them that they would think that that's how it is. Oh, if you want to make make it to the promised land, just pass through the Red Sea. And some people attempted to do what other people were doing and they got drowned. That's how business works. I'm saying it now because there's no principle that when repeated can produce the same results over and over again. That's why strategy is very important, innovation is very important, consistent studying and breaking down your needs for yourself. So you find out that by the time you're reaching out to those people, you find out that at one point they would have been having a bottleneck and the person just asks you, "Oh, so why you it seems like you're interested in this." You say, "Yes, because I sold last week I sold an offer and I made nearly 1,000 um nearly 1,000 sales for my community. If you'd like to know how I got that done, I don't mind jumping on the call. It's totally free. I can help you out." Yeah, the person's ear has gone up. Now, number one, you're African. For the people who are Americans, well, good to you. In fact, I didn't it was until recently that I understood the importance of what did you call it, location, when it comes to transactions. Before, I used to be I'm a very spiritual person. I used to say, even if I'm anywhere, nothing mega in my tribe, nothing is happening, means that even if I'm in the toilets, I can have transactions. I don't care. Yes, and it has worked for me, but I've also seen that God has also bestowed some form of advantage for some people based on their locations. And so you need to pay attention. You need to also go out of your way to make sure that you're reaching out to those people in those different locations to build alliance, to build partnership. So I'll say it again. When you see your pastor, bring another pastor who is well known to your church to teach on a particular conversation that you know that he has taught you until it has come out of your nose. Pay attention a little bit closely. It's community blending that is going on there, right? For some of you, you don't have reach and you're not even bothered. You're not even looking out for collaborations. That's where the problem is. Because some people might find it very easy to have people come to them, but they might not necessarily find it easy to monetize. So even those people who are coming to them are useless to them because they don't have any medium of exchange. But if you mix with those people and you find ways, of course, to reward them if you need to, you're likely going to do better for yourself. So I'm saying this now so that we started talking about getting international clients, right? We're getting to that point where we will, maybe let's say I've even entered that place. I'm a student, I'm not entrepreneurial, I don't know how to make money or create businesses, but I want multiple streams or channels of income. I wish you told me what you did. Like I said, we'll get to that point where we'll narrow down on our, what's the word, things that you can do. So I would like you to tell me a low hanging fruit, something you did as a child that you enjoyed, or something you're learning in school that you believe that people are going to need. Just something, just tell me something that you might have done before. Even if it's writing, if you think you don't know anything else to do, you can write. That's content writing. And content writing, trust me, you might even be one of the first people to be paid $10,000 or more compared to all the people who have been writing content on LinkedIn. So, like I said again, it's about being visible to the right sets of people. Else, you'll be thinking that visibility is only when people grow on your platform. Of course, if you're a visibility coach, you have to show visibility as a proof, right? If you sell courses or you sell products, you must find ways. I'll teach us some of those tricks in this class as well. You must find ways to find a way to release a portion of that so that they will also shake the algorithm for you. For some of you who came into the general community, you see what I always do. I'll tell you, repost and comment. All those things are tricks. It's not because and it's partly because I don't spend so much time on LinkedIn the way all those visibility people do. Those people, they literally sleep on LinkedIn. So if you have someone telling you spend 1 hour, you're joking. If you want to break open, like if you want to break out on LinkedIn alone, spend 1 hour, you're joking. Spend 2 hours, you are joking. If you don't have a proper community, in fact, most of the people you celebrate went through one challenge or the other before they broke out. So they leverage a time when a set of people were disciplined, that they were showing up in a particular direction. And then those people, once those people pushed them up, then their discipline kept them up. So their discipline kept them up. But you cannot just casually just show up on LinkedIn and post anytime you want and think you're going to get visibility enough to sell products. No, 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 no. So my own secret is this. I always say is that everybody should sell, have something that you must exchange. Let's say you're teaching French. Don't wait until you host classes to have French people come on board. French is a language, so it might mean that you need to just record videos, like find ways and have a guide or template to learning French. You can record like maybe 10 series, 20 series, and it's not a tough thing to do. Record, get people in your circle of influence. For some of you, if you're in church, go to the media department, find somebody who edits video in church, liaise with them. Maybe for every video you record, I'm going to separate this as a thank you offering. I've not made anything yet from it. So if I notice that traffic starts brewing more, I might consider also opting this money. You enter a pack, the person does it, you set up a system. I tell everybody in the book club all the time, have at least a funnel or a landing page or a and there are different varieties of funnels and landing page. You can even start with simple seller. Some of you came in here via seller. Seller is just, you just set it up. It's very easy. I don't know how the people who are going to be in the boot camp, you see how we'll demonstrate a practical of how to do that so that you can set up that for yourself. You can put those videos in, like, you call it lesson one, lesson two, lesson three. Put people up, then you can have a general class maybe once a month, just to make sure if you're starting out, except if you have a 9 to 5 that you have to maintain, that's beautiful. You can maybe decide on having a one general class once a month or once in 2 months, whatever it is, but make sure that anybody who comes in through the funnel. And for people who are into language, don't just, you need to think business, the business side of what you're doing. So if you're into language, if I was teaching French, I would record videos. I'll sit down during this break now that nothing is happening so much. Do my makeup when necessary. Use my phone. All you need is your phone. You can upscale those videos using CapCut, paid CapCut, or of course, if you work with someone, there's a way the person can hold those conversations. Just do a brief research between now and tomorrow. Go on LinkedIn, I say on LinkedIn, go on YouTube, find videos of people who teach and see what they did. Structure, come up with your curriculum, structure it, words, record it. Prepare as though you are going to run an ads. So among all your teachings, keep them aside, then record the video ad. For language, you know that you need a place, area for traffic to sell. So run ads on Facebook, on Instagram, on Facebook, Instagram, very excellent. TikTok, just be running it. What you can do is that you can hold the budget. As people are coming in, you use the money from people who are coming in. So when people pay you, it's not your money. So that's why you should be documenting, because monies that you use for expenses are not taxable. So as the money you're sending those ads, I'm saying it now for those people who are into teaching, training, specific trainings that are not tied to LinkedIn alone. If you want to make very good money, think of this idea that I gave anyone who is here. I think I have somebody in mind while saying this, but I'm hoping that anybody who has similar services should also leverage it. Just every month, just be running ads. In fact, you'll be fat, like you will wax fat. If you break out on Facebook and on Instagram alone, you can be making nothing less than 10 million per month. You wax fat, very fat, especially if you make it low tickets, maybe let's say 5K, 10K. 5K is Facebook ish, 10K is Instagram ish. If you mix both of them, by having different tiers, there's people who want to work with you one on one. You're ready for them already. Put your tiers. I tell my community members all the time, put your tiers up to, in fact, 1.5 million. Just put it there and leave it. Did not put gun on anybody's neck, but say what anybody who would want to pay that particular amount will get if they click on it. And trust me, there are people who see that ad and it's that big one that they want. But like I told you, showing up consistently on LinkedIn is so that it's not that when people are looking for you, you're not traceable anywhere, but you are just running ads. Your ad might not convert so much if you don't generally have that discipline of showing up consistently. Yes, I'm not, LinkedIn ads is a tough place to be. I will not admonish anybody to run ads on LinkedIn, but if you want, you can, depending on your services, if you have the money for it. So I'll go straight to Basil. Bookkeeping service. My main challenge is getting lead. I think bookkeeping B2B, um if you want to do bookkeeping for B2C, you should tell me who you want to serve, whether it's customers, so you want to find random communities, random people who, and you want to just do bookkeeping, or you're looking at serving companies, helping out with their bookkeeping. Just tell me B2B or B2C. If it's B2B, you're in LinkedIn and you're in the right place. You are just not looking for your leads actively. Lead generation is a full-time job, right? I'm saying it out for everyone. I'm saying it to all the people who are into tech space. You are at the mercy of the people who come in your direction. I told you they are in the comment sections. In fact, how you find some of these big guys is that they show up in the comment section of these other big guys like I told you guys, Alex. Then there's this Nigerian guy who's Steve Burnett. I hope I'm pronouncing it very well. Go to that guy, you see CEOs. The word is pacha pacha. In Hausa, pacha pacha means like you see CEOs everywhere. So what you might want to do is anytime they discuss business, sometimes go to their comments. Now you guys don't understand how LinkedIn is structured, and I don't think I've ever seen anybody discuss this. If you enter people's profiles, you see their posts, that's the first line. Then the second line can be their newsletters if they have. Then the third line can be their comments. Go to their comments and see. Sometimes they will say some of their problems in some of the comments. If you have the time, scroll, you just see when they said, I've been having problems with this and that. You just slide in and reply under the person's comment, sharp, sharp, and say, oh, and this is literally what I'm here to do. I've done this for this. Would you like for me to jump on it, or would you like for me to share some of my um work with you in the DM? If the person says yes, most times one of the things I've noticed on LinkedIn is if you take permission from people, whether it's whether it's selling to them or pitching them, you are likely going to win their hearts. So take permission. Don't just enter somebody, hey, I have done this. That one is your business. Make sure you ask for permission. Once you ask for permission, they take you as somebody who is very courteous. So like I said again, when it comes to leads for Basil, it's not even hard. Number one, there are bookkeeping communities on LinkedIn. Just write bookkeeping communities, go and join them. Find CEO and founders community on LinkedIn, go and join them. Time to time, you see that some of them, they'll just write one careless comment. Sometimes in my posts, sometimes, and I notice, right, most of the people who have money, their posts, you see them with one like two comments. It means that anything you do on that their comment section, will be seen, no doubt. At least if they are the ones, or if they decided to say, let them see what their social media manager is doing, they might see you profiling hot solutions in their comments. So another thing I would want to say is when you're doing things like that, avoid pitching hard in comments. Just offer help, not, hey, I'm able to, I'm going to do this for you. No, just offer solution. And you can also leave a CTA of, if you think anything about this conversation seems a little bit tough for you, please, you could join my you could send me a DM. I'm happy to help. You see that before you know it, you jump on calls per week. You can jump on an average of 5 to 10 calls. You can put yourself on a regimen depending on what you can cope. As you improve and you're increasing your speed of conversation, I've helped someone, somebody in the last book club, like, she when she came on board, she was like, somebody just entered her DM, because we just had a book club today, and everything we had thought, the next day somebody entered her DM. She was panicking. I said, don't panic. First of all, I prepared her. So some of you, I might not have that time right now. So this is part of the things I would be telling you. If you're a if you are a bookkeeping service person, number one, have slides. I've told them, everybody who is jumping, if you tell somebody, let's jump on a call, never appear on a call without a written document, a presentation, a slide. See, nobody will tell you this. You see people, they will say, let's have a call. They will just come casually. Then they are looking at you, you're looking at them. Then the person will just be asking themselves, can this person even do this job? Don't do that for yourself. Get very clean. In fact, now with Gamma, you can come up with something excellent. Just type into Gamma, hi Gamma, I am a bookkeeping service specialist, I am looking to curate. You can put it on ChatGPT. I'm looking to curate a presentation slides for for onboarding of my clients. Is it possible that you come up with this, and this? So what you notice is that ChatGPT will come up with suggestions. I'll say again, start with storytelling. So the main thing, because you need to connect with anybody you're supposed to be speaking with. Don't go and start saying people are failing, this company has suffered. Anyway, depending on your niche. For bookkeeping, it might be tougher because most of the people you're trying to convince are already going to be deep into money. So you want to show expertise. But start with expertise, like from you to them, your story, how you started bookkeeping, the kind of people you've been able to work with. And please be shameless about calling the millions, depending on your niche. Just be calling it, be quoting how you were able to save this company of this, save this company of that, save this company on this. And when you finish talking, you can now go to the pain points. You can now start talking about things like some of the challenges that people face who are into bookkeeping. You can just be holding those conversations. By the time you talk to them, they all of them are in this what do they call it, in the book as well. There's a chapter where we talked about how to present, all the things you need to know and do. So by the time you are, what's the word, you're done preparing those slides, when you go on call, you just say, you guys, just for the first few minutes, how you doing, and you guys talk, and you're like, okay, yes, I know that you probably have joined up the call because you have certain challenges in this, but if you wouldn't mind, I would like to project so that you literally see how prepared I am for this meeting, and then hopefully I look forward to working with you beyond just this and everything I told you. In fact, when she prepared her slides, I looked over the slides, I was just laughing. Some of the errors we kept going back and forth, because she never could believe it, right? Eventually she jumped on the call with the lady, because I suspected that she was a bit jittery. Like for me, I say it all the time, authenticity is being able to do what you say you can do. I don't like it when people put things on their headlines, and most communities are telling them, just be big, talk big, you don't appear as a newbie. If you're a newbie, it's even your mind. If your heart tells you a newbie, you're a newbie. But the thing is, I also tell my community that you can go from newbie to an OG in 1 hour. You can go, for me, that's how my mind works. You can go from a newbie to an OG in 1 hour. That is how my mind works. So it means that all I need to do is to do what? I will just quickly Start, what are the things I need to learn? Okay, who are the people I need to work with in the first week, in the second week? Who are the people I need to work with? Some of you, you would rather be answering a newbie and not even improve yourself. Then some of you, you rather lie. Those That one is a goat on his own. You rather lie because you don't want to appear as a newbie. And when you jump on those calls, you're shaking, your teeth is shaking, your eye is shaking, you're teary, you're palpitating. It's useless. Like, why should I palpitate for someone that I am supposed to help? But because your brain will not just sit you down to just tell you, just do the work. I mean, just do it. Let's all move on to the next phase. So I tell myself that's why most times I get very curious and hungry on in studying. So most times you meet me at this phase of my life. By the next day, I'm not even anywhere close. I told you, you people will see now. By the time we'll be hosting the next book club, some of the things I will say will not even be anything you've ever heard. That's because I'm consistently not taking up any particular role. I just want to keep going out and stretching my soul, making sure that I'm able to help and strengthen others when they meet me. So I'm saying this now because I want you to know that from today it ends that you're no longer a newbie. But I am not saying you should fake it till you make it. Heck, that's the most silly thing you can do to your soul. Even your soul will betray you, right? But I would want you to rather say, what are the things I need to do now that will make me stand out? Then I am going to start doing it. And you start doing it consistently until you have those results. So that's where we are. So I'm hoping that, sir, if there's an assignment for you tonight, I would need you to have a well structured presentations for founders. I told you some of the things you're going to do. Find communities quickly on LinkedIn. Just go to the search bar, write bookkeeping, go to the search bar, write CEOs and founders, right? If you want to raise a community of other bookkeepers, which is another shortcut, I've told you guys, most times for our community we build along three ways, right? You build to serve people, and that's the one most people think of: job, job, job. But you can also build to help other people learn what you already have, so how about also running a community of bookkeeping, like training people who are frustrated, who want to learn how to do bookkeeping or accounting, and they don't know where to learn it from, or people who are probably just fresh graduates and they don't know how it is to work with the companies. For some of you, I know that Basil, you're in Canada, so I know that you probably are working with several companies. There are many things that people don't even know about bookkeeping. You can also structure your business to start accommodating some form of community. I said it, all these things are in the book. I'm hoping that I'm softening your reading for you so that you can now somehow gather momentum with other people who are into bookkeeping or accounting or whatever it is that is the main umbrella. You can also partner with people to bring them on board so that your hands are strengthened in places where you probably have not been able to figure it out. And then you can hire the services of a lead generation specialist. All these are part of business, paying attention to exchange, because for me, I've seen it over and over again, right? Like the indignation on the wall of Israel, right? Every single time anything gets tight for you, like you're not seeing changes, you cut a sacrifice. Some sacrifice, you cut it in front of everybody, like the Ammonite king who killed his first son, like before everyone. Some of them you might make drastic changes. Some of you, this money you paid for this book club meant a whole lot for you. So that's your own sacrifice. The only difference is now, what else? What are the walls you've put in place that will wait other people from coming or going in? Some you might just find friends. And in fact, while I was praying and believing God for this meeting today, yesterday kept coming stronger with me. A lot of us don't pay attention to relationships. So uh you just want to push yourself to a point where your testimony will be, I was the only one. When I showed up on LinkedIn, I was the only one. All those dramatic things. My mindset fights that mindset very well. So I'm hoping that I've been able to extend it to one or two people here. Please find people. If there are other people in bookkeeping who are already figured it out, find them, go to their DM. Hi, how you doing? How has been your LinkedIn journey? I just thought I should probably leave some conversations. For me, I don't play with birthdays anymore. I always go with my catch up. Catch up. I don't know if all of us, if we have enough time. by the time we're getting to our last few hours, I will demonstrate a whole lot. Okay, so I'll open LinkedIn and show you some of the things. I don't play with my birthdays. Even if I miss people's birthdays, I go behind and I just click. LinkedIn has made it very easy. A very happy birthday to you. Just make sure that you're softening conversations, you're softening openings for people to come in and communicate with you. Okay, so let me see. Let me just give me 5 minutes break. I'll play a music. I need to get my water close so that if you have questions, please, so far based on the conversations I've told us, you can just type now so that we're here. Just give me 5 minutes. I will be back in like 2:15. So this will go a little bit practical. We'll go back to the book like that till we finish. I've promised you guys. I've done this over and over again. So you're welcome to Vivian, Magnus, and I'll say it again. The reason why I do it is because I love people and I want to see you win. And because again, winning is the easiest thing you ever do in your life. It's not even hard, God forbid. It's painful because it's not hard. So why should people be failing? Or why should success be a big deal? That's exactly why I'm doing what I'm doing. So please give me that 5 minutes. I needed to bring my water close by. And then maybe a drink that I kept for this. So see you guys later.
Yeah. See, brother, what you go? I beg, oh, don't be sleeping on the bicycle. Everything that is not of God in my life, oh, what's that job? I don't want to know where you came from. What's that job? I come in the name of Jesus. You must go. What's that job? Oh, you don't want to use the door? You can use the window. What's that job? Your place is in the gutter job. So sickness. What's that job? And badness. What's that job? And laziness. What's that job? Even sadness. What's that job? Jagba, they don't need Jagba. See as all of them need Jagba. Jagba, they don't need Jagba. See as all of them need Jagba. Yeah, I come in the name of the Lord, not just on my own accord. If I be praying and speaking in tongues, I can say anything here to happen abroad. Okay, now we are clear on that. So let's go back on track. As I was saying, any spirit that is not of my Father should get out of here. Spirit of infirmity, your place is inside the gutter. And I'm so nice because sending you inside the gutter is a very generous offer. You evil spirit of untimely death. Come on for yeah, it is rightly said that the Son of Man came to give life and everything that pertains to life and godliness. So I'm telling you, what's that job? The Holy Spirit lives in me. So who are you now? What's that job? What's that job? I come in the name of Jesus. You must go. What's that job? Oh, you don't want to use the door? You can use the window. What's that job? Your place is in the God. Spirit of rebellion. Whether you are one or legion. I can't hear you. What did you say? I'll pack up and be on your way, Joe. What's that job? What's that job?
You will never face a mountain in your life greater than the power of God on your inside. You will never experience any spirit more powerful than God that you carry on your inside. It says, greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. Do you believe that? You foul devil, I confront you in the name of Jesus. Out. What a joy.
What a joy.
What a joy.
What's that job?
On the beat, it's C major.
Everything that is not of God in my life, oh, what's that job? I don't want to know where you came from. What's that job? I come in the name of Jesus. You must go. What's that job? Oh, you don't want to use the door? You can use the window. What's that job? Your place is in the gutter job. So sickness. What's that job? And badness. What's that job? And laziness. What's that job? even Sakane. Jagba, they don't need Jagba. See as all of them need Jagba. Jagba, they don't need Jagba. See as all of them need Jagba. Yeah, I come in the name of the Lord, not just on my own accord. If I be praying and speaking in tongues, I can say anything here, it will happen abroad. Okay, now we are clear on that. So let's go back on track. As I was saying, any spirit that is not of my father should get out of here. Spirit of infirmity, your place is inside the gutter. And I'm so nice because sending you inside the gutter is a very generous offer. You evil spirit of untimely death, come up for here, it is rightly said that the Son of Man came to give life and everything that pertains to life and godliness. So I'm telling you, the Holy Spirit lives in me. So who are you now? I come in the name of Jesus. You must be Oh, you don't want to use the door, you can use the window. Your place you see the God. Spirit of rebellion, whether you are one or legion. I can't hear you. What did you say? Alaye, pack up and be on your way, Joe.
You will never face a mountain in your life greater than the power of God on your inside. You will never experience any spirit more powerful than God that you carry on your inside. It says, greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. Do you believe that? You foul devil, I confront you in the name of Jesus. Out.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving me that break. So, I went straight. I think I've seen David's question. If you read the book, right? If you read the book on the way I launched to the Phoenix Gates, everything plus the errors I made, everything, you're going to see everything I should have done. You would have done. I did a case study, right, based on the knowledge I have. I'm still going to try attempt answering that for you now, but I would want you to read. You follow step by step. In fact, you will not miss it. I will. You will come back with a testimony. You will tell me everything. So I'll say it again. If you're launching a community of words, please be giving me information. If you want me to have a tailored help for you, you have to tell me what you're doing so that, because like I said again, some things will not work for other communities. There's some things that will not work for other communities, especially except you want to do a what did they call it? Um Visibility is the lowest hanging fruit for people who want to do visibility. Just go and see what I did and just go and replicate it. That's all you have to do is to make sure that whoever is partnering with you is hardworking. Don't bring lazy people around you, and use yourself to don't be a lazy person. If you're a lazy person, it will show in the energy and the momentum of your community. So let me just answer generic questions because you didn't give me that information. So recommend monetizing the first cohort or making it free to build. So the truth is, if whatever you're promising those people, you've never had those results before, I think they'll even be crazy enough to follow you and pay for something you don't have a case study on. So it's even crazy to consider monetizing when you don't have a case study, right? But if you already have a case study, what I normally do is I would say that you should give a freemium, put a time bound freemium. For me, I advocate you see freemiums like 7 days. Don't make it long term. If you make it free and long term, you're going to bruise after a while your community will lose steam. Like for me, my personality is very strong, and I don't know if there are people who have such personalities. So that energy in my personality was able to drive my community for 6 months, and we were drastic. And part of the drastic measures was that if you don't participate, you just see yourself, pew, you're going out. So we used to remove people then in my community. If you just disappear, like we don't see you after 2 days, that's what I want to do with the Phoenix Gates growth tribe. Please, everyone here, I hope you are there, because I want to make sure that all of you who now know what you're doing can have support and people growing. So what we'll do is I'm going to leave several announcements. By the time it's January, people who are not supporting, who are not doing anything, we'll just be removing them from that place, because we want Growth Tribe to be a place where people can find support. Like you can engage in other people's posts, help them see visibility very early, and they repost your posts and all that just to support you. But that's how far it can go. Please, my goal is not for people to start hoping that they will reach out to monetize in the group. No, you don't pitch at people in the group, but at least to just have that support. So if you're looking to have that and you want to get case studies and you really want to have results, if you make it free and protracted, you still will not have results because people, number one, it's free, so people might not put in so much energy, right? Except you have rules, you've come up with rules. Sorry, give me a moment. Come up with rules on how to stretch them. Like for me, I told you guys what I did. If you just don't show up, you just see yourself. So I had so many enemies, so many enemies then on LinkedIn. So if you don't show up, if you don't post in a day, you just see your name, you just see yourself, pew, you're just out of the group. Like you just go out because number one, most people when they don't pay attention. So and they'll just come and sit down there all over the place and give the community this unserious aura. And for me personally, I don't, hey God, it's a spiritual thing. I don't want to hang around people who don't do exchange, whether prayer exchange, money exchange. People just don't give. And I told you guys, for people who came in very early, that the world is wired for exchange. So people who generally give, they're the ones who are the most beautiful. I don't know how to explain it. That's why you love your pastors very well, and that's person who gives in your workplace. That's why you love her. Nothing special. It's just the law of life, right? Law of exchange. So I'm saying this now so that you also would pay attention. And if you hold them for protracted time in the guys that you want case studies, they will not even do some of the things you're teaching them because it's free, and so there's no exchange. So if you want to get results, make it very short. In fact, if you're not a well-known person, I will not even admonish so hard you opening a community and a freemium community. Yes, it might work, but most times people don't pay for those things. Or you will likely attract all your free concombilities, all your free family from all over LinkedIn. People will just come together and they will just sit down in your group like this. By the time you announce your offer, you see that you might not even get up to five. You might have a page filled with 1,000 people and you might not get an offer of five. It's in fact, as we're speaking now, one of my friend, I don't know, like I said also, some of the people, if they get to know you and they know that you like to help them and serve them, they used to mistake serving them for free as you don't have value. So every single time I'll be drawing her an ear, and we all came on LinkedIn about the same time. But I don't know, maybe she thinks that I don't know what she thinks. Anyway, I cannot infer that for her, and she doesn't know my curriculum and how I study and all that. So I've tried warning her severally. She doesn't hear. Of course, some of these people, when you're super close to them, you give them all the answers, you teach them everything. They will go when they want to do spotlight posts, they will be doing spotlight posts for people who already have very good reach. So that the person will repost, then they will just take you for granted. So I noticed the person's pattern. Any small thing she has problems, she'll run to me and I'll like try to help. Of course, I cannot. Well, I consider her an acquaintance, so I will not try to demean or her or. So after a while, I noticed that she was taken for granted. So I dissociated myself very well. Like even if she sent me a message, I'll just look at the message and just say this unserious person because she will not apply it. So I waited until when she did something that she thought that she had gotten the answer. It was fine. In fact, she was bragging about it all over LinkedIn on her post. But I've done psychology well enough, psychology of market, psychology of monetization. So I knew exactly where it will end. You know how Odogu Para say, I know how this story will end. I knew exactly how that story was going to end. So it ended with a call. Please, Vivian, come and help me. Come and help me. Did you think I said when I made my offer? Did you think I said drama? So all these things you would have just sat down and learned it, but you want to fail first. So that's why everybody who is telling you visibility, so you want to fail first. So imagine that you hosted an event and 2,000 people came and there's no conversion. And conversion is because it's not because people don't have money, is because your conversations didn't precipitate that conversion. So I'm saying it now because of David. I would if you want to populate your community and you're so big on numbers, try and follow the life event routes. Find friends who have very good reach. Those your 5 friends, if they are struggling with 10 likes and 20 likes, and you're saying that you are ready to make it possible, you know that you're on a long thing. So I told you guys, for the people who came in earlier, I talked about relationship. You might need to start forming alliances with some of these people that are visible. Some of them don't even know the importance of their visibility. So go and form alliance with them and use it for them. Help them and make money from their visibility, right? And give them money where necessary too as well. So why I say 10 likes and 20 likes is because most times most people are not disciplined. So they will have that 10 likes and 20 likes. And so if they're not disciplined, you bringing them on board to work with them, oh Jesus, they will draw you back. And for me, like, I protect my energy as much as possible. I'm just saying, because the community model is an energy sapping model, but it's also very, very profitable when it comes to visibility. Okay, so um well, so you said you have a team of 5. Just be sure of what readiness means to them. I hope it's the same thing for you. Mm, am I dragging them? Okay. I'm doing something different. Okay, I think I'm seeing other conversation. How about professional side? Yeah, materials, we love, no defeat. Okay, I think I'm mistaking that. What are the steps to own a company? Okay, no problem. We'll do that. Steps to own a company, we'll do that here. It's not a big deal. Like, you've already decided to serve service SaaS companies, and you want to be a content strategist, I would suggest that for you to be a content strategist, is something about branding that you need to learn right from the in fact, in this book will help you. This book will help you with that, like from niching down to personal brand. A part of it can just give you a foundation, but you might need to study so much. There are so many people you need to listen to, Chris, though a whole lot of them who are neck deep into personal brand, so that you sit down and learn the psychological part. You need to have a, what do you call it? You need to have an umbrella. If you're opening a company, you don't want to box your company in such a way that when you now want to do something else, you now still have, anyway. Another thing I'm thinking again with the tax laws now, the more companies you have, the better. So I'm saying it again, don't be scared, because every company, income tax, like, will remit, every company will remit its money on its own, right? If you have subsidiaries, that means if you have so many, one company doing so many things, that means you're likely going to cross your 100 million naira mark per year. So it means that you're literally your tax, I think it's 30% safe. So by the time they remove expenses and all that, because for companies it has to be full blown 100, like it's a gross income that they are taxing, right? So if you have to pay tax on that, your money will go very low, like it will go down. But I'm just saying this now so that just so that you don't think it has to be very rigid thing. Just decide what services you want to offer in this phase of your life. If you're going to do content strategy, this is me admonishing you, go and learn, right? Study, get certified. LinkedIn, there's certification on LinkedIn, there's LinkedIn certification, there's Coursera certifications. Just find branding, lessons on branding and personal brand. Just go and learn company branding. Just go and learn all of that so that you can have, your conversations can be rich, and for your what did you call it, your your phase, I think you're going to have a lot of big people talk to you. So you can now start talking to people on how they can build their personal brand on LinkedIn. Maybe people in your community, people in your church, you can help them, telling them that they can get opportunity. So rather than just talking about content strategy, right? You can also start monetizing from the people who are very close to you. And like I told you guys, just like what David tried to try to say, you need case studies, right? The more you work with people, the more you can brag about them. So you cannot just niche down so far down and you don't have a result to show people. So the most important thing is get results for content strategy, whether it's for company, for whether it's for a single a person who is building theirs, or a retiree whom you helped get opportunities, just anything. You just need to think a little bit outside the box. So the more clients we get on board, the more we document their journeys. And see, you can even work with your friend in your office. The person doesn't have to pay you. Once you've gotten a case study and the person is willing, like you were able to convince the person to get to work. If I was everybody here by before Monday, it's just that maybe because of the break, I might be a little bit lenient. But I would say before after the first week of January, everybody here should already have a client they are working with. Every single body. The only thing you can just do is you make it time bound. Okay, if this person is not paying you, what are the things you can get from the person? I'll say it again. I'll say, ma'am, I'm gonna work with you, and please, the reason why I'm working with you is because I want 5-star rating. Everybody, I hope you're not sleeping at this point. I want 5-star rating, dear ma'am. So you're just going to tell me the things that I would need to do to attain that. Other than that, I'm not so bothered about the money. I just want to um get the experience. I need your feedback where you think I should improve. And I'd like to go ahead by jumping on a call or doing this for you. If the person says, okay, fine. So you start your documentation. I call it the trust index lineage. From that time you sign up one client to work with them, you keep documenting your journey. Every single thing. All of them screenshots from the hello, how you doing? The convincing message that converted the person, screenshots to the first time you jump on the call. While you're on the call, screenshots. While you prepare the slides that you're talking to the person, screenshots. Just keeping your journey. When you get an opportunity for the person, screenshots, so that now you're already you're making it easy for people to trust you. So I think somebody, Oscar, I don't know if he's here. God, I went for his live event and I was like, now I really understand. In fact, if I was a bit confused about people saying whether people visibility is a bad thing, then I couldn't have agreed more. Oscar, so brilliant, held his conversations like he was too casual for the meeting. I'm saying it again, for us, we don't do casual. Monetization people don't do casual, right? Party. I tell you that I'm going to come and do party, then I will come, and then no concrete conversations. I'm not using reading slides. Is just simple. Like slides just tells you that you guys were on my mind, no matter how intelligent I am. Right? You can see that most of the conversations I've heard tonight, it's not like I was reading the book back to back. That's because I live and breathe these things. But I will still have a slide that prepares me to exchange conversations with you. That's what a slide or a material means when you're having hosting any event. So you don't say because I'm intelligent, I can figure it out. If you want to convert, you cannot be that careless. And if you want to convert this thing I told you guys about the trust index lineage, right? You must be showing it. Oh, the first person I work with, this person, the next person I work with, this person. So for some of you who have seen most of my training, even here in this what did you call it? In this studio is loaded my testimonials. I release it like mbo. In my language, mbo means bullets. Anytime I want to convert people, I bring out all the things that people who joined the boot camp, from the person who made $20,000, from the people who made money, like made like, so one, I told you guys severally, I've had several six figures, like people who never believed that they're gonna make anything. That's how you help people. It's like you're lowering the threshold for people. But you just show up and you say, anyway, storytelling, this is how we do it. Then when you're done, you're saying, when we get to the boot camp, who is going to follow you there when they have not seen you? Show them that journey. Show them that journey. And like I said again, please, for those of us who are going to go through the live event routes, I'm tempted to say that the book club members will host one event. I'm tempted, like, but I'm going to open up the, what did you call it? I'll open up the poll and see how many people will be interested, because by now I'm sure that as soon as we're done with today's class, everybody, just, this book is not hard to read. In fact, the way I write on LinkedIn, that's how I wrote this book. very easy to the eye. Like you can, in fact, I know somebody who finished the book in one day. I'm just trying to break down the barrier of you reading this book, right? So that you're able to finish it. You go to that page where you know that you've not gotten your positioning. You sit down there. Like I told you guys how to read. Go from the back. Go from the back. That's read all my errors. Da 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 da. Fill the form. There's a form behind that will help you answer some questions. Once you fill the form, then come from the beginning. So by now you're reading with mistakes that you know you've made and the mistakes that you know that I've made. Now it's your perspective will be different, and when reading it, you'll be faster. Okay, so I think I've stayed too much on the questions. Um, let me let me go back. So I stopped at okay owning a company. Yes, so it's not even a hard thing. Next thing you get your lawyer, discuss once you've decided what you want to serve with, and I told you try and make don't just open a company for content strategy. Just find a blanket. I wish my phone is dead. Is it dead? You can just say content for content strategy. What are the other things that content strategists can do? So before people will start doing content, they can also you cannot just release content. Like for me, every time I'm doing things, I think foundation. So rather than telling somebody, oh, these are the content that works, how about doing a test, whether it's a personality test for them or their story, listening to their stories? How can you, is it a tool, a template you can curate that can help you guide them into a personal brand before they start releasing content? Then when they start releasing content, you can now start strategizing by telling them, oh, this kind of content is not going to work for this, it's not going to work for that. So that's what I think. You should have the whole spectrum so that you're able to maintain. Then you can also register a training session of that. So once you're ready about on some of the things that you want to serve, Rick, come up with a name, which is your main why, right? Why do you want to serve? Like for me, as a community, I always teach your personal why, right? Your personal one. That's a gap in your soul. That's why I always have so much energy. Always have so much energy because for me, my soul, there's something in my soul that simplifies errors. I don't know how to explain it. Even right from when I was younger, whether it was in school or whether it was in secondary school, in my university, I always get annoyed when people are classed and say things like, oh, it's only these particular people are intelligent. I hate that. Was why I was one of the best students in my class. It's just simple. I just wanted my friends, my guys, this is not hard, let's go and do it. So that's this thing I'm doing here, why I'm learning, why I'm staying sleepless nights. Like I told you guys, for most of this year, there was a point where I was not sleeping for 2 hours. And I am nursing babies. I don't even have a house help in my house. Just curiosity, because I just wanted to simplify things. That's how my soul works. So it starts from your inward wiring, your inward energy. So from there, that's your first why. Then the second why is, what are you doing on LinkedIn? Okay, from based on your own why, how can you now merge it with the platform to serve the platform? So for me, I've seen many times, I don't know, every circle of my life, there's always this thing that will just come up and scatter things and just make people feel like, okay, this person is not good enough, this person is good enough. And I don't know, it's a circle around my life. So I just told myself, never again will I be in a place where people, and that's because most times I get to a point where I rely on a system and then I just trust the system to serve people. And I just feel like everybody should be taken care of. But for now, I have decided to be the person at the steering wheel. So it's like I decide who gets job in quotes. I decide who gets trained, who makes money, rather than being the one waiting for people to give me money or people vetting me whether I'm good enough or not. So that's also part of my healing. I've always had that circle of pain, even right from when I was a child, even in my secondary school. So my siblings called me. We had a very long talk. Was it last week? And then somehow the names of our secondary school teachers came up. I did not like any of my school teachers. For some reason, because my parents were not educated, like literal, like of course, it's now that we know that there is money literacy, that's financial literacy, and like school literacy. So when we're growing up, and my mom made sure that we went to best of schools. So when we go to school, we're always kind of shy of our parents that stretched us into that place. So my teachers did not even make it. They made it very hard for us as well, because they now I don't know, for some reason, I don't know. I just didn't like my teachers. I cannot explain it. They had favorites and all that. So my siblings just brought it up. I just told them that if they talk about these people again. So it was just recently that I realized that I had not even healed from my secondary school. Like, I don't like my teachers because they had the segregating thing. And for me, it's the wiring of my soul. I don't like people being classed. I just want to make sure, like, you're a human being. If you have Jesus, you should be able to move and do many things you want to do with your life, right? You should be able to trust God to get anything done, like anything. When I mean anything, so in fact, it further reenacted to me in this season that me, it's like a vouch in my life. I cannot sit in a place where I'm begging people to accept me or take me. No, that's because I feel like it's not necessary. I would rather be the one who would consistently open people up to finding who they are, knowing themselves. And that's where my coaching side came in. Then, of course, leaping people from one place to the other, from the pain I went through, just to provide that support, same thing. Give them opportunity, same thing. That, so you can see that why I will do this for a very long time. That's because everything about me as in Vivian will eventually work in this direction for the long haul. So it's what all of us need to look. You need to look deep into your soul and make sure that whatever you're doing, you can literally plot a straight line. You can literally plot a straight line, whatever you're doing, into what you're doing on LinkedIn. That is where longevity comes. And then when you're working with people, you can time to time tell them those stories. It has a way of also energizing them as well. So um that is exactly um what I think you should do, ma'am. So pay attention to, there are certain books you need to read. I think I wrote them here as well. Why you act the way you do. Then you need to add how to win and okay, how to win and influence, how to make friends. I mean, how to make friends. No, how to win. One of them, either win or make friends and influence people, something like that. Then you should have all those books that break down psychology as well, so that you can see where you can connect um, personal branding to content strategy. This is me probably telling you for the first time, but you cannot just go and be telling people strategy on content if they are wrong. That's their why. If their why is not settled, whatever you do for them as a content strategist, it will not be a holistic thing. Okay, so it's called the Simon Sinek's what's the name of that golden circle, the why, the who, the how. So if you can build your company along this margin, you'll be doing very well. And it's simple, like I said, once you're ready, you've gotten your name should represent the spirit. Like for me, every time I hear Phoenix Gates, like me, I'm renewed because it's my personality. Like I always have this way of like having fiery situations that I always come out better than all the time. And that's why I called it. And that's why the boot camps is usually a place of fire, such a way that okay, people go through the ashes and they come out shining. So you can come up with names that have strong memorability factor, both for you as a reminding you to go ahead, and also for people when they hear it, they know that something is going on here. So that's the next thing you're going to do. Then when you get the services of a lawyer, if you're Nigerian, I think to register an LTD, it's not going to be more than 75K. If it's so expensive, maybe 100K, right? In fact, as of last year, when these tax people started coming out and they were holding conversations and conferences, there was a time they even made registration free, but most people didn't know because they wanted a lot of people. They just this particular guy, that's this Taiwo Yedele or something. He just wanted a lot of people to actually start companies so that they don't have to pay tax, because if your money is too low, like you will not be forced to pay tax provided you're registered. So I think you might want to consider that, but you need a whole lot of strategy, prayer, thinking to, and you need to give yourself time as well. But like I said, when I say give yourself time in my community, I'm talking about it should not be more than 1 day. Oh. For some of you, I'm thinking about it 2 weeks. You're wasting your time. Okay. So that's how my mind works. So if you're around me and you want us to do things together, you cannot be a lazy person. Okay. So I think I've been able to answer the company one. Sometimes it might ask you to find a get a co-founder. Some people depending, I know now they said that okay, they made it possible for you only you to be able to register, but it depends on the person you meet when you're registering. Some people might just tell you, oh, no problem, you should go ahead and just sign fully, like you have the total shares. But some people will insist that you must have a partner. If you're married, give your husband like 5%, or your sister or anybody, your next of kin, just give them one small money. At least you're registered. That 5% is still better than paying 25% to the government. Okay. Because in personal income tax, that's the one you earn wholly. Once it crosses 800,000 per year, you still have to pay. You keep paying the percentages, it will keep growing. Okay. From 15 to 18 to, let me not mix that up though. All of them are documented. If you want to see, you can just browse it. Sorry guys, when I'm talking tax, anytime I mention tax, I'm talking to Nigerians. Okay, so I know that tax is specific to your own location. So you might want to, I'm sure it's not a problem. The reason why I'm mentioning it time to time is, as well, is because um most of our people, some laws, initially, virtual assistants, most people were working remotely, were not really bothered. They were not really taxed. They're not bothered. But right now, I'm sure we all know that our NIM are now our tax numbers. So it means that you'll be tracked. So funny. Okay, let me go back to my conversation. Let's see. If I come back here, let's proceed a little bit further in the book. I know I've covered a lot, so it's going to be easier for me to navigate everything. I told you guys about my story. No amount of visibility will help you if you've not prepared yourself for conversion. Okay, so I've told you guys everything in chapter one was exactly um my what happened to me. In fact, at some points, most people, I'm very hilarious. Like I don't know how to explain it. My thoughts are funny even to me. So I know ways to write for fun and for cruise. After a while, I had to stop it because for my own niche, it was not going to be helpful. If you're catching cruise and your invisibility, my dear, have a field day because that's your members. They don't mind. They'll just like you. But if monetization is the hard place, business startups is usually a tough notch. You don't want to be playing all the time. Your clients will come and see you joking when you know you need money. So I had to tone down on a lot of those conversations, on the use of lots of those emojis. I had to tone down. So some of you might consider your niche while doing that. But if you're on visibility, by all means, do what you can. But for on other platforms, they are quite they're not that judgmental. That's because videos, that's why I'm saying if you're on LinkedIn, just be eyeing live events because it builds trust. But on other platforms, there are videos. Even if you see business owners even catching crews, that's because they have to catch crews to bring attention to themselves. Number one, they already have value. So, but the challenge I'm having is that some of us here don't even have value, right? So they already have value. So they are catching crews. Once you just rope in, then they'll tell you, oh yeah, buy my bag. Sometimes they even put the bag on their head. Sometimes they sew clothes with those bags or those shoes or whatever they are selling to show you that, oh, even in your laughter, oh yeah, oh, come and buy my market. That one is a whole lot of different. That's when it comes to TikTok, link, YouTube. I'm saying it again because those ones they are visual. Once they see you in a video and it's not a faceless channel, they can trust you. But for LinkedIn, there are some people, in fact, when we showed up on LinkedIn, there were some people. One of my friend even told me that there's somebody who has an American photo and everything. The person is all over LinkedIn, but the person is a Nigerian. But those kind of person, you never see the person on on life events because the person is living a lie. So the more you show up where people see you, the people might likely trust you and say, "Oh yes, you're not going to run away with their money." So that's why you must explore chances of being visible. I told you guys, if you want to post videos on LinkedIn does very bad, but you have to like say, sometimes you say, damn it, like people need to know that I'm doing very well, that this is what I do. So you have to say whatever the reach may be. But I would admonish, right? For the most people who post videos, I would admonish you to post videos sometime in the evening. You can post a regular post in morning, then in the evening, you can just post a tutorial video. The one that people are not rushing. People just come in the evening, they're looking around, they're engaging, and they just see your videos and they watch it from beginning to end. And they say, so this girl can talk like this. Oh, she can do this. That's how to increase or improve your trust index. Because if you're not a content writer or a visibility coach on LinkedIn, that means your expertise they shake. Okay, for want of words. The shake means it's a broken word that means that nobody really knows what you're doing. They cannot trust you. So you cannot be saying, come and you're a automate lead or an automation specialist, and all you're saying is in the morning you say, hi, it's a brand new week. My dear, I love you all. Just know that I am your favorite mother ego. Do have an amazing week. Peace. Then tomorrow, I'll not come. I'll not come and write that I'm hosting a book club that people should come and join. Then I'll expect people to come and join. Even the people that join, they are not okay. Even if they pay, they will not show up. hmm So I'm just trying to tell you because that's how, if you want to do like cruise every single time, you can be having all the reach, but people will not trust what you do. So you have to ensure that you're balancing both as much as is within your power. Okay, so I'm hoping that I've done a little bit justice. So for the people who are reading, I admonish you, right? If you have this book, print it out and use your biro and pen and scatter it. That's how me I used to love to read. And click on it, right? And then learn as much as within your power. I wrote this for my own personal frustrations. There are many things I went through. Like I told you guys, all of it is here. I did an exegesis, yes, that's a word, of it. And you too can skip all those pitfalls of what I felt. Okay, so now, I always would admonish LinkedIn. Like I told you guys, everybody is on LinkedIn. Every big person you know is on LinkedIn. And I was able to come up with those statistics, and they're all here, right? United States has one of the highest users, 234 million users are from the US on LinkedIn. So when you're talking about global platform that has the least bias, if you see the Oyibo people on Instagram and Facebook, they are different. Those ones they used to drag people, but the ones on LinkedIn, very honorable sets of human beings, right? The only thing is that they might not trust you. They might be saying, "What does this person know that they can do?" But you just have to prove yourself, and the best way to prove yourself is already to have the records of some of the things that you're already doing with people. Please document like your life depends on it, because it does. Okay, so anywhere you see Indians, you know that something is happening. So Indians are the next people, and they are making money. Hey God. One of the things I've noticed about this monetizing online is that you will make bastard money. Like you will make bastard money. I've most people who are part of my community, I tell them every single time. One of the things I've noticed is that most of the people, especially internationally, their mindsets, how they are building consistently. I've been in a room where people paid this thing that we're doing now, people paid 3.5 million naira each. And was it 78 people did that? Then I've also been in a room where people paid nearly 850,000, right? And nearly, was it 5,000 people jumped on that boot camp. So these people value these things more than we do. They value these things more than we do. So the more you try to neutralize your open up yourself to relationship and communities, you're likely going to eat from that. Like for me, initially when I came, I thought that okay, I just wanted to serve Africans. But as it is, right, with base most of the principles of what I know that um, implementing, I'm also telling you guys implement, right? The best way to become a millionaire is to serve billionaires or millionaires in multiple figures. So you don't want to go and start telling a Nigerian to pay 3.5 million because you want to help them with LinkedIn. How about going to serve the people who it's already a normal thing for them to do? And there are alliances that you must need to form. Okay. Like you guys will see some of the ones I have already planned for this new for next year. I've already divided them into quotas. So I've told you guys that you don't monetize without intentions. It's for you to think. I'm telling you, I'm not joking. For me to have gotten into this place where I have so much of the things I've telling you guys now, I had sleepless nights back to back. In fact, that's the reason. That's how I'm going to hold this 5 hours class. Is because this is what I normally do on a normal day. Like stretch my brain. There's nothing I don't used to think. There are places. There are no courses that have not. You can go to my what did you call it? Certificates. You see all of them. LinkedIn this, LinkedIn that, LinkedIn this, LinkedIn that, LinkedIn this, LinkedIn that. And some of them, when it comes on me, I can just bond the whole day with my children jumping under my leg and make sure that I finish a particular course or two or three sometimes, just to make sure that that curiosity loop that I've opened up in my brain is served. But some of you, your curiosity loop, you're using it to watch movies. You're using your curiosity loop to gist, to do waka waka. It's going to be hard for you to stand out. And that curiosity loop, I don't know, it's ever since I started studying the psychology of why people buy into GB. These things are very easy. Very, very easy. Very, very easy. I cannot even explain it. So Mama that is doing concept strategy, I know that you know this already, right? If you don't know it, oh, you better study around it because that's how you hold people ransom. That's how you have viral posts. That's how you have people commit to a course. Curiosity loop. You study specific for a particular niche and then you trigger it every single time and you see people coming in their numbers. Okay. So I've told you these are the numbers. You can always just read through it. Let me just go as fast as possible. You can see the age ranges. A lot of people are males. That's 57.2%. We have fewer females than males. This also will tell you whatever niche or that you're trying to represent. So I told you guys, if you're a newbie, yes, I'll say it again. If you're a newbie or you've never worked with anyone in the line of the niche that you're trying to lean towards, at that point you're the niche because you want to do as a lot of case studies. So content strategy is if I were just starting out and I've never worked with any client, I would say content strategy. Yes, I might have SaaS or tech founders in mind because they are the people I want to work for because they are the ones who have money. But I would rather just be having people that I can work with who are steering my curiosity, who are keeping me sleepless nights, who are helping me hold conversations about content strategies over and over again. When I jump on call, some of the questionnaires I'm going to set up for my clients, the back and forth, how we are going to work together, just give myself an opportunity to work with as many people. Then I will now be saying, when I jump on a call with the tech and SaaS and the person is suggesting something that would have been a regular content strategy for somebody else in another niche, I'll tell them that yes, this thing you're suggesting is actually very okay, but I think that it actually has more turnover for this niche. But if you insist that that's what you want, by all means, I'm going to have you do that. I'm going to do that with you. So it kind of gives you an idea that, oh, you didn't just come to sit here. You've been able to work with people and then you chose here. So it gives you that specialization effect, but you don't just niche down straight without experience. Okay. So I think we've been able to touch that. Okay. So all this percentage, you can always look through them when you are there. I want to go as fast. Okay. Commercial value. It's even said that, that more than, I think 47% of people on LinkedIn are millionaires. Okay. Oh, I think I mixed something. Give me a moment. Oh, where's my book? Where did it go? Sorry, guys. Give me a moment. So it means that the average person you're chatting with has the money to pay you. So if you know that they are millionaires in a particular place, the question is to find ways to um serve them. You have to, and you have to be ready. There's a way they think. You have to know the way they think, serve them. Because I hope I didn't delete this. What is going on? I think I'm having a frozen studio. Give me a minute. Okay, yes, so found it. Okay. Okay, this is big enough. I think I like it. So basically, LinkedIn's commercial value. We have lots of decision makers on LinkedIn. So it means that it's not, oh, let me take it, let's go and have meeting. They're decision makers on LinkedIn. They are mostly millionaires. Then they are high income professionals. I'm telling you, the money on LinkedIn. I said most times I'm very curious. Like I said, some of the things that you sell on LinkedIn and nobody will even ask you any question. Try selling it on Facebook. Try selling it. Of course, there's a way to sell for people. Sell to Facebook people. You have to learn it as well. But there are certain things you don't sell on Facebook. If you go to the comment section, you will laugh tire. And me, I'm very curious. Anytime I see ads, I don't know. There's almost no time I see any form of ad that I don't stop by and just see what is going on there. It's just how my mind works. I'm very curious. Okay. So you might want to look into those that's why, like I said, on LinkedIn, you can make as much money as you want. Your structures will help you. Okay, so in the book I put a link for an event that we did for monetization from scratch, where I had 7 international speakers come speak. When you're done, please make sure you click on that link and just go and watch and hear how we all discussed it, based on our countries and the different opportunities that are um, accrued to us. Okay, so now this is where I'll come to. For newbies now, for people who probably don't know anything, like they don't know how, what can they monetize. So a lot of people don't even know what to monetize. I told you guys, your low hanging fruit is the best thing that can happen to you. You know, you guys, I've already discussed about this at the beginning. I told you guys about money responds to the rhythm of your soul. If you're generally an exchange person, you're likely going to have more money. Like exchanging in wisdom, of course, is currency. Money must flow to sustain a measure of value. All these things we've talked about it at the beginning, right? So this is the basic any beginner should know when it comes to making money, right? The next thing is um okay, the next thing is deciding what you want to monetize. Okay, give me a moment. I think a page skipped. Okay. Yes, deciding what you want to monetize. And for me, when I think money, just like I told some of us in the beginning, right? I think of myself first. So you start with self-discovery. I've been able to tell you some of the things I did. I told you guys about my strengths. So all you have to do is to come up with your strengths. Probably my own weaknesses will be I always come to that second in life where I just like Jesus. Why are people making a fuss of this? Like this small thing, oh, now you make these people go just dey stress my life. So sometimes I could my weakness can be outrage, like not outrage into like outburst. Is that I can be so hot. I'm like so hot in the sense that Jesus is this simple thing that you have to like crash everybody. This yeah thing. That's my weakness. So my strength is okay. I can actually mobilize people to get things done. So I don't have to get to a point where I would have to let anybody experience some of my hurts. So I took up the challenge. So part of the things you're going to look at is your strength, your weaknesses, and the opportunities. Opportunities is building for LinkedIn, right? For some of you, some of the things that you want to do. Like I said, for me, I don't counsel people otherwise. Some of the things you want to do might be perfect, but they might not be perfect for LinkedIn. So you can consider building thought leadership. So I told you that means now when they think of monetization in the whole of LinkedIn, they'll think of me, right? When they think of French classes, or they think of public speaking in French, or TV presentation, or whatever it is, or diplomats, or international diplomats who speaks French, they think of you, right? So you just have to choose the two routes. So I told you, for those people who are building for thought leadership, at least just have a material that can be TEDx worthy, materials that will be emotional, materials that can be TEDx worthy. That's in fact the American woman that I worked with yesterday. What we decided was that we're going to package her story, because when she told me her story, Jesus, I almost cried. Right, so I told her we're going to package her story into a book, because that book, what we're going to do with the book is that we're going to make sure that we get speaking engagements across the world, and we're aiming at TEDx, where she will share that story, so that she becomes a voice. So her pathway to monetization, yes, we're going to already have a material. In fact, when she speaks on it, definitely it will increase the sales of the book when she goes to some of these big platforms. But then we also prepared mentorship programs for her. So we have already curated her materials. So her mentorship program, once she brings people on board, she's going to I helped her. We're able to curate some of the services that she was going to do. We came up with all those services. That's what I would want. I'm hoping that all of you are listening. For those people whose niche is not so conventional, you are not free. You are not free. The only thing is that you need to do more work. So more work in putting yourself in the eyes of people, more work in lead generation, more work in having already set in place templates, more work in already documenting your journey where necessary, and getting speaking engagements as often as possible. So I'm also considering, like I said, I'm going to open a what did you call it? A poll. If you guys want us to host an event so that you can just try some of the things that we um have said today, maybe sometime in January we can do that for you. I can see if I can stretch myself. But if it's as for the boot camp, everybody in the boot camp must, must, all these things, we put our hand on your neck. You must have an offer. We'll follow you through the value creation, offer creation, everything, presentation, your community, all of you, hands on your neck is a must. Okay. So, like I said again, start with yourself, self discovery. So based on you can decide. I suggested some of the books that you can read. Then you can decide what relevant reach niche. Now, one of the things I did in the last boot camp was that people just came up with offers that they had. Some of the offers were not related to what they were doing on LinkedIn. Yes, they sold, but I told one, in fact, one of them I told her, I said, this thing that you did now, your sales might not be much because you don't normally talk about it, but you want to sell. But she sold and she made 6 figures. But it's not normally what she does, but it was hard. But she made the money. At least I was able to prove myself that okay, if I tell you that you can do this and you make money, you make money. But it might not be as easy. So, but what I always like to tell people is let your niche be relevant. Whatever conversations you hold, whatever things you're posting online, find a way to still get to a point where you shine light so much on what you do, so that you get comfortable. So I said it again, niching down is not it's not just about narrowing your focus. It's about building expertise and more tools and more tools and more tools to strengthen your journey and help you stand out. So you can say that you're studying a particular if I was a content strategist, oh Jesus, I would have gone like all of types of content I go do. Like hooks, how a content should be. In fact, I should have been running trainings. So I'm telling Mama Christiana, the money side of business side of content strategies could be you hosting live events, teaching people how to write content or how to come up with LinkedIn strategies or content strategies, partnering with visibility coaches. You can also decide to have a community. So there's just money everywhere. Like I tell you guys, for the book club, we always talk about the three phases, right? If you've not gotten a client now, you can do the business side where you get students, teach them what you know, and then you train them into coming up. By the time you're training them and you're getting results, when your clients come, you still show them the result of your you were able to achieve, because your student's result is now your result, right? And that's why if you're not intentional, even the students who come to you will not even be intentional enough to collect some of their feedbacks, make them write feedbacks. Please, so I hope that you wrote this one down. If you work with them, take them to your service page, ask them to write, to say something about their encounter with you. Like I told you guys at the beginning, tell them that you want a 5 star, right? If there's anything that you do differently to get that, let them know, just so that they have an input in your conversation. So we've been able to you've been able to do that. So I think there was a challenge I encountered with one of my students, I think in one of those first cohorts. And um the lady just was insisting she wanted to sell what she had in mind. I talked to her. She just she eventually did her offer, and then nobody came. So but when nobody, I knew, like I used to say it, most times I used to know. I don't know, I think it's the prophetic gifting, right? I know, it's not that I think, I know that I have it. So most times I would know like some of the things that can easily work. So I would advise you, if you still go ahead and do it, though I can't force you. Even when I give advice in the boot camp, I just tell you you should consider this. But if you're not comfortable with my advice, please just do whatever is on your mind. Then when they try it and they get hooked, they will come back again. So it was the same lady who eventually made her first 6 figures when she eventually listened to me. Because as of the time when I was writing this book, she was even saying that no, she was not going to that's what she wanted to do. And when she did it, like me, I don't force people. And she failed, she came back. So and I took her through. So maybe my edition too, I should write. Even when she was so excited, showed me her receipts, everything, all the money she made, and sent it to me with a thank you message. So I just screenshot that. Maybe when I'm updating the book, I'll put the picture of that as well. So I'll say it over and over again. Passion is very powerful, but in business, you are in business to solve problems. So I would ask Mama Christiana, you're a content strategist. Why did you think you had to become a content strategist? What is the story behind content strategy? Is it because you just saw everybody doing it, or there's something about you that helps you, like you just know what works? Is a thing maybe in your workplace where you've worked maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Those are you're always that person who always solved problems in your office. That's how you come up with your stories. So when you host live events, you just don't come and say, okay, so you see the thing about data and you're just talking rubbish. When you host that live events, the first thing you're going to hold on to is called the law of the buy-in. Nobody will buy from you except they've bought into you. So that's why your stories are very relevant. For some of you who have seen me go to speak on stages or invited to several communities, I don't just open my mouth. I'm just answering questions, then I'm teaching you. So today we're going to be talking about content strategy. If you know psychology, you know that you're already in one chance. You cannot do that to anyone at all. You do not even give them an opportunity to buy into you. Most times you can start with your results. Okay, so hi guys, I'm so excited that I'm hosting this class today. For some of you who got to meet me, don't worry, I'll introduce myself fully. First of all, I'm going to tell a little story. I just hope that you guys would enjoy this, because that's essentially everything about me. I just want it as memorable as possible. So first of all, when I started my journey, um, my parents nearly almost gave birth to me, and this is my story in the car, because my mom has always been a trader. So it meant that state by state, my mom went from state by state till started traveling internationally and started her business, went international, went into real estate. And ever since, I've just been a money flipper, because my siblings, literally almost everyone in my house, um when I was growing up didn't work for the government. We all made our money. So it's an general Anambra thing. If you want to make money, just make money. You don't need school or anything to make money. And so that was how my whole business acumen started when I showed up on LinkedIn. I was like, wait a minute. I went back to my low hanging fruits. And ever since I've been able to train over 1,200 students. Yes, in total, I've had over 50,000 people pass like my events. I've been able to trace on the live events when we calculate, we've had over 5,000 people coming. Then in all my boot camps, I've been able to have over 1,200 people. These are my results. I've been able to. By the time you say, "Oh, this person I worked with," and the person got $20,000, the other person I worked with made. In fact, she made one offer was 6 figures. Even me, the first time I trained them, while I was training them in that boot camp, even me, I'd not even started charging my one-on-one 6 figures as of then. But my student was the first person who opened my eyes to that possibility. And then more students kept coming, and then I kept having as many results. Now, when you hold conversations like this at the beginning of the event, then you now start talking about their pain points. So now, why should you listen to me? Because I everything I said from beginning to this point is because this is what I do. So if you listen to me, then you can now start talking about people's pain points. Sometimes you can switch it off, talk about people's pain points before you talk about your story, or you start with a story. Story, people will listen, right? Provided you don't make it so hard, then you can interject with people's pain points, because there are many people who, like me, every single time I pull it like generator. Some of you went from 1 month, 2 month, three. You're telling that you're going to be visible. Now you're visible. You've done 6 months. You've not seen anything. So you're already triggered because that is your pain point. That's how I know that this is your pain point. So part of the things we do as a community is that for everything you're doing, go ahead and document all the pain points, all of them. So you write my pain points 10. Like I told you, for book club, will not bother you, but for what's the word? Um, boot camp, you must submit it like this. We have full folders where you submit all of that, so that you're working on it back and forth. You're ruminating on it back and forth. You're ruminating on it. That's exactly what we do. Okay. So okay. So I told you guys. We had already talked about discipline from the beginning. If you're not a disciplined person, money will be far from you, and it's not a hard thing to do, right? It's not a hard thing to do. So I told you guys, you see how I broke it down, right? The main base should not, you're not actually starting with niche focus, you're starting with value recognition. That's what is it that I can offer to people. Then you can now start giving those exceptional services. When you start documenting some of your results, then you can now do niche focus. You don't just start with niche focus, bam. Is that issue? Most important thing is I can do this thing. Yes. So let me now even offer this thing as services. So all the people who are saying I do this, I'm a customer. Before the end of the first week of January, I want you to be having job opportunities in that. And like I told you, it's not hard. If you're a Nigerian or West Africa, that means at these times of the night, this is when your clients come out. If you want to work with international clients, this is when they come out. So the best thing you can do now is that you have to stay awake in the night. Yes, while you're praying in tongues, you're believing God for your next day. Just go on LinkedIn and see. You can give yourself a task of speaking with at least 10 people, a task of 11 people, a task of 5 people per day, just so that you can at least get off the ground. Once you get off the ground, you can now regulate, because the most important thing is I call it total immersion. You need to first of all dip yourself, right? You need to first of all dip yourself into if you're starting out something, you need to chook yourself inside, like baptize yourself. That's what the whole concept of baptism is. If you're transforming to another you're starting out something for the first time, you need total immersion. So you need to spend more time. You will not be listening to somebody saying, "Oh, I just do 1 hour. I just drop my post and then somehow I get to 1,000. You need to be magnetic." All those things are drama. To be magnetic is hard work. So I'm saying it now. Don't form it. It's useless. Some of you go and you're forming it. You go to all those communities, they're telling you just be magnetic, just position, all those dramatic things. By the time they tell you position, and you go on that live event, maybe someone invited you to hold conversation. You cannot even articulate what you do together. You go on interview, you cannot because you're not spending time with what you do. Magnetism starts from total immersion. Just keep it somewhere. So anything you're doing, soak yourself deep into it long enough. And when I mean long enough, I'm not talking about just the skill. So some of you are very good with the skill, but you're not good with monetization of your skill. Like you're not good with holding conversations, you're not good with reaching out to your clients, you're not good with holding conversations with your clients. All those things you need to dip your head deep in it. You start sending out those letters for those people who need to generate leads from emails. If you're into tech, you go send emails higher, just the same way those Yahoo boys do their own. You should be seen doing better than them, right? Send emails, show samples. If you've been documenting your truck's index lineage, you should be showing those samples, showing people definitely before the week runs out, you can even have a client that will be paying you $1,500 already, especially for people in tech. Okay. So that is what this is a principle. I've said it again, is in this book. See the picture, don't forget. Recognize what you want to serve with. Offer it. Anything you're not offering is not a service. Aha! This one now just came to me. I'm definitely going to write it in the updated edition. Anything you are not offering is not a service. I am a customer service support. That one you're talking to yourself until you're doing it. So you can as well just do it. Okay. So the more you do it, the more you learn the conversations around it. And then you start holding things. You start documenting your journey. I'm so sorry there. Don't worry. See, everybody who has the link will have the link still. You can come back and check the ones where you missed out on. Sorry, excuse me. Uh okay, so I've talked about the lady who kept insisting that she wanted to launch a course, and when she did, no one bought it. Even in my last boot camp, there was a lady whom, when I was holding conversations with her, I knew that that book was not going to sell, that the book was off what she was doing, completely off. I mean, how can you write a book and it will be obvious that you wrote a book just because you want to make money out of the book? That's crazy. I don't think like that. So even if I'm the monetization coach, I don't think like that. Money is a measure of value. So we think value first before we even bother ourselves about money. So please, everyone should pay attention. Okay, so there's an assignment here. Take a pause and ask yourself how relevant what you're doing. So part of the things I did was I went down to, you might not see this on most books, and the reason why I was able to use this also is because, of course, healthcare, medicine. We do a little bit of psychology in public health, so I had to put it here so that and then I also interpreted it for us, like in terms of businesses, in terms of psychology. The Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a theory of human motivation. People buy for many different things. I've told you guys, right? In the course of this conversation, you see that some people will just buy from you for nothing else. Some people will buy from you because other people are buying. Nothing serious. Okay, so but this hierarchy of needs will help you know where you are in terms of what you serve people with. Then you can start arranging yourself. One of the things I did was when I was discussing each of them, I found a way. I told you guys, when you're curating your offer or your services, make sure that at least your services is positioned in such a way that it touches all the tiers. So I might not have time this night to discuss them intricately, but based on what you do, you might want to look at it again very closely and see why you might need to do more hard work if what you're doing is a bit different from the other. Okay, so I'm going to take a 5 minutes break. Please give me a moment. Let me take my drink. I think I finished the drink I came with. Exactly 5 minutes, I'll be back. If you have any questions so far, let's ask, because we're going into our fourth hour. So please, I would want everybody to gain as much as possible, right? So I'm hoping that Okay, maybe I should ask this question, right? For some of us who are here and you've been learning, what are some of the changes that you'll be putting in place based on some of the conversations we've held? Just give me that answer. That's how I know that you're not sleeping. So just put that. For the people who are in studio, you can put it in the private chat. For the people who are online, you can put it on the comment section generally. Just tell me some of the changes that you think you start making now so that I will know how I can also, for some of you, just like how some people commented and I've been able to tie up the conversations for them. Let's do that for you as well. So give me another 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Heels play.
Need more plays, yeah. Oh, pay me. That's okay, oh, to pay me. Another life, nothing to get me. You to bless me on a daily. You know I get it when you tell me no. This the way I want to go, hand me on. You save me from myself. You're so intentional with me. And other people when they tell me no. You get the little team right there, no. Your grace, you got end discussion, no. Oh my God, your command. I know go move to your command. Me, I go there when you command. But I go run if you command. Yeah, I forgot about you, cover me. Yeah, in my eyes, I lose you before me. You be my desire. Now you live for my fire. January to December. Now you be my sustainer.
Okay, hi everyone. Okay, so let me just go down. Okay, okay, awesome, awesome, beautiful. Okay, beautiful, awesome, awesome. Okay, so I saw some of the conversations backstage, so that's what I'm responding to. Okay, okay, awesome. Okay, so I saw some questions. Um, Maybe just Sally, if you're here, just give me a background on what you want to build thought leadership on, so that I can help you navigate that. Awesome. Okay, awesome. So the thing is, like I said, if we started from where we started holding conversations, we talked about the what's the word? We talked about the golden circle by Simon Sinek. So you start from your own personal why, then a why that can serve other people. So I need to come to terms with my strengths, my weaknesses, my opportunities, right? Right. And relevant things that I can do for people. That's now me moving outward. So it's helping to solve other people's why. Is my why being relevant to others? Then I can now go from why to how, or why to what then how. That's the word. Why to what then how. It's called the golden circle. I have it in another slide. I have a slide of what I taught my community. So maybe I might drop it in the group when I'm done. So that whatever it is that you're serving with, you must make sure that you frame it in that way. Even when you're holding conversations, you make sure that you frame it in that place. Okay. Intentional of how I show up. Okay, awesome. So I saw what Tommy wrote. Okay. So I've told you guys these things, we've already broken it down. Um Mommy Christiana, I would want you to look at this thing very well. It's going to also help you with your content strategy. You see that in the hierarchy, massive hierarchy of needs, all the needs are documented in the hierarchy. So starting from base, which is what everybody will have access to. So for base is LinkedIn, serving LinkedIners. Base is serving LinkedIn. So it's like the food, water, air, like essentials of living. So most people who come on LinkedIn want to have visibility. That is serving LinkedIn. Most people who come on LinkedIn want to get opportunities through LinkedIn. So if you say LinkedIn opportunities, that is also low hanging fruit. So as you keep going up, you see that when people now have money, it's people that have money that will be bothering about esteem lead, love and belonging. You can see love and belonging is for community builders. That's why we also tell people in our community try and build communities, because a lot of people also want to associate themselves with things that are working. Yes, it's going to drain you, it's going to take your life, but it's going to also help amplify your voice. So I wrote in the book, there are some of the rules that I put there so that you can also follow if people are joining. Most times, most people who open groups open it carelessly and without um requesting for exchange for people from people. So most times when they join those groups, they join entitled, they want you to teach them, they will not pay money, da 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 da. But until if you didn't come for this event, you won't know how to actually determine the wave. So as the person is coming, they stop by the gates. On the gates, in the group description, you've written every that's intention. You've written everything about what people should expect, in the community, and the tax they must handle. If you must show up here and you want to be a part of this, you must do this, you must do that, you must do this, you must do that, because everything you're going to be doing is going to help the growth of this community. Like I said, if it's free, there's so much it would run on your energy, or it will run on the energy of the people who have partnered with you. If they are lazy people, it's a matter of time. the community will crash. And guess what? There's nothing wrong with it. The most important thing is that you made an attempt. That's how I think. Okay. So look at this hierarchy of needs and see how you can expand your product to serve across the tire. I wrote all the explanations. When you come to this page, you can look at it very well. Esteem. Okay. But I think we've been able to do this. I even wrote congratulations because once you've gotten to this point in the book, then you have won because you would have already started thinking as a problem solver. Then I told you guys, once you've decided what you want to do, the next big thing is to come up with stories, relevant stories. You don't play with stories. I don't know how to explain to you. Some of you, I used to say it again all the time. Some of you love your pastors because they are telling story, but you cannot tell story for your niche. Some of you love your pastors. You don't even know that the reason why you love them is because they've told you lots of vulnerability stories and conversations. Some of you love that your friend because they always gist you. Like you love to be around them gist. But some of you have not developed the gist specific to your own niche. That's why you're not comfortable. So the next big thing that you should not play with. Hey God. This one, I was sounded on a rooftop, found this in the mountaintop. Don't um hang around. Don't show up anywhere without a story. I don't know how to explain to you. Whether public speaking, testimony in church, just whatever it is. Don't show up anywhere without a story. A story is a lifeline. I don't know. The day I entered that revelation, right? I've appeared on every stage, on all stages that I've been able to speak on. Everybody is like, "Yeah, we didn't know you," and it's not hard. You guys, I'm sharing the secrets with you guys now. It's not also a big deal, right? Make sure that you sit down. And guess what? What happens with stories is the more you meditate on stories along what you're called to do, you find out that it will be easier for people's heart to open up to you. Like, even if you're in office, you're working, find a way to tell stories around what you're doing. Prepare ahead. That's what I call the trust in this lineage, right? Prepare ahead. You know how this story will end because you're hoping that you're going to share this story to other sets of people. So you hold every conversations everyone is having around what you do intentionally. That's what you do. You hold it intentionally so that because you know that at the end of it you're going to share this story. So you follow the story. That's the difference between most of us, me and you. First of all, for me, I suffered even with visibility before I figured out what I was going to do. So most of you will just start on a clean slate. Anybody you're relating with, you're already documenting, you're already talking about the story, you're going to share the story, you're going to be talking about it over and over again, right? Some of the easiest steps to take. So I've said it again. If there's anything you should take this night, meditate on how to hold conversations around what you do, because that might be the only reason people will buy from you. Might. Okay, there are many other factors as well. So I told you guys, document it now. The audience development, this one is very easy, right? The name of my client is Rachel. Like the person I serve on LinkedIn is Rachel. That's when I built my avatar for my coaching calls, right? Rachel, and literally Rachel is Rachel. Like she's somebody. When I showed up on LinkedIn, um, I had joined the challenge, and in that challenge, I had won. Of course, for me, anytime I do anything, I I lean in my energy as much as possible. So I won. I was the best growth. Da 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 da. So the next phase, then they allowed me to. They gave me scholarship for the next challenge. And when I joined in, there was one lady, Rachel. I told her outrightly. I talk about her all the time. She was everywhere during that cohort. I grew more than her because I'm very hardworking. That's my personality, right? But because of the hype around her, then somehow they still give her what did they call it? They gave her the award that would have been accrued to me. I even almost said, like I grew more than this person. If this person said they grew by this amount in 30 days, I grew more than two times that. But of course, I had already won the first time, so that would have made me winning again. And I don't think that was the plan. I don't know. They just probably wanted to encourage someone else. So since then, I always saw her with somehow I like this girl that went and carried my position or something, like in quotes. So there was this holy jealousy I had for her. Like she would just be going viral on her post back to back, back to back. But I knew that um something was going to go wrong because the positioning, the how the what did you call it, the challenge was teaching magnetic presence, right? They were saying people will come to your DM. So most people just assume that when they grow, they're going to attract opportunities because that was what the person who had led the challenge was always preaching. So after a while, Rachel just disappeared on LinkedIn. Sorry, excuse me. Literally disappeared. Here, this was supposed to be my rival. Like, where are you going to? Me, like that. That's how I work. I called her. I went to look for her. When I called her, Jesus Christ, she was like a rabid dog. I don't know how to explain it. Like she was so heartbroken that imagine. So all those running around that she did then, that she never made one dime. So she was so angry. I said, Rachel, Jesus, what's going on? She said, no. Or is it that thing that people are doing there? People are wasting your time. Eh? La, 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 la. She was just, she finished me. I begged her this because people genuinely loved her. Like people will be looking for her because yes, there are some people who have sweet personalities. Like for me, my energy is generally masculine. So even if you don't like me, I don't even care. Because I know my wiring, I know how what God has called me to do as a human. So I know how people likely perceive me. But her, she just had a very sweet spirit, someone that people would just want to just support, da da da. So there's nothing I did not do. And anytime she posts on LinkedIn, her post lands, why? You just see her tangential against visibility coaches. Just be saying they will tell you, she will see it, they will tell you to keep showing up. They will tell you that, but nobody will tell you this. And that was how I wasted my full 1 year running around, and did not even make it then. That's how she talks. Like after speaking to her for a season, she came back. I thought that maybe she would just start sounding as sweet as she used to be, then maybe find a way to mix top of the funnel with bottom of funnel. No, no, no. She will just give it hot, hot to all of them. She dissociated herself with all those people and those gangs of people. She said no, that she came on LinkedIn to make money, that she doesn't understand what these people are doing here. So if you read my about section on LinkedIn, I literally spoke to the Rachel in literally almost everyone who is showing up mindlessly without intention. And I'm just everything I said about this story is that I already even have a story to back up that's my claim. So for you, you need to define your audience, right? Who do you help, right? Narrow them down, like their pain points. Draw an avatar. Have a picture. You can even tell ChatGPT to curate a picture, give you a prompt to create a picture of your avatar of the person you serve. So that anytime you want to post, anytime you want to host an event, you should be looking to that girl, because if you say it as though you're speaking to her, you probably would have spoken to another 100 insecure people who are needing help in that direction. So do that for your own niche. So we already have assignments, right? So I give an example. So for public speaking, most people who are in the public speaking niche know that there are lots of people who have anxiety, people who cannot articulate their thoughts, people who would need to go for interviews and all that. You need to articulate everything, have a picture, paint them, keep them somewhere. Okay. So that's what we did under our audience development. We'll not stay so long here, but just make sure you do that. It's going to help you. So that anytime you post or you're looking for to do create a conversion post, sorry guys, excuse me. Anytime you're hoping to create a conversion post, you are just looking at her because you must be talking to her directly. I wrote it here. I told you guys, may storytelling be your choices too, because your life depends on it. Okay. Okay. So I think I wrote it. Tell your stories like your life depends on it, because it actually does. So most of the people that you love, you don't love them outside all that you've heard about them. So as a human being, first of all, you must take storytelling very seriously. Very seriously. In fact, I believe that that's why the Bible has lasted for that is one tool that cannot go out of um it cannot go out of extinction. That's partly because also every training, every conversation. In fact, Jesus told more stories than most people. In fact, most of his teachings were parables because people will always remember stories quicker. So, how do you want to do business without stories? So, please do that for yourself. Like I said, find an overlap, study the market. Studying the market is very easy. You can go to I sometimes I use Reddit. If you go on Reddit, you just see questions everybody's asking. You just see people asking questions. Do, 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 on Reddit, answer the public, all of them. You just see people asking questions, just copy it. In fact, even on Reddit, there are job opportunities there. You see somebody just say, can somebody help me with this? You can go ahead. So please, I'm just saying it now. If you're not on Reddit, just register on reddit.com and turn on your if they ask you if you should be receiving mails, right? Receive it, turn on your notification, join some groups. Hmm? Okay, sorry, give me a moment. Did somebody send me a message? Um, oh my dear. Please, it's not possible. If you've commented before, so there's no way you cannot comment again. So I don't know what's happening. Sorry, everyone. Just give me a moment. Let me change the setting on the YouTube. If you've commented before, there's no way you won't be able to comment. The only thing is that the meeting is in such a way that no other person will see it. Only us who have the link. I'm not even sure I can make changes on it because I can't see it. It's unlisted. Okay. So I think probably just leave it. So please pardon me. Please just make an attempt. I've seen you leave a question before or introduce yourself. So there's almost no way you cannot do that again. Okay, so I've showed you guys for further research, you can look at here to find specific. Another big thing I would always suggest is if you find people who are already doing well in your niche, right? Just go there. See, you don't want to play with ChatGPT who are doing very well in your niche. Take a screenshot of their posts and tell ChatGPT to pay attention to the structure of this post, that they should give you a voice. In fact, you can even just do a post that get a post that went viral in another niche, right? And screenshot it and put it in ChatGPT and tell ChatGPT to interpret this post in your own niche. I've never heard anybody say this, but those are the things that also come to me. Just if you see a viral post, take a screenshot. But of course, you now know for LinkedIn there are certain things that make things go viral. And I promise you guys that I'm also going to tell you how you can go viral with your products. I'll show you how to do that in a very short time so that you can find ways to get people and getting virality. That one is not necessarily by spending so much time on LinkedIn, even though you should, because you're looking for opportunities. Where should you be? Mhm. But you can also tell people, like if you notice some of the times when I tell you guys to do something, I don't spend as much time on LinkedIn, but I'll tell you if you need this, comment and repost. So most times in your call to action, try and add things like that. So I'm already telling you people little by little. Then you tell them that you give them a gift. So maybe once in 2 weeks have one gift if you can. Very short gifts. Like for me, I think for beginning of the year, I want to give a gift of I'll just take only the questionnaire side of this book and give it as a gift. I also want to I'm considering I don't want to tell the Phoenix Gate story because the Phoenix Gate story is where my money is. Because it's my money, it's my story. So I might not give that one as a gift. So I'm saying it now so that all of us can start paying attention to how you can improve your reach. If you're offering value free of charge, that means it's possible that they will not read it. Yes. But you can actually just position in such a way that you give just a few parts of it. In fact, for my friends, then when we started, um, I told her it was her chapter one that she gave us free gift. But she didn't just say, "Oh, take a chapter one of my book free." She just called it an independent name. that could cover like something like a template, a guide. So she just gave that free gift. So for some of you, you can. I don't, like I said it over and over again, I don't support using Chat GPT verbatim to come up with materials. I feel like that's wickedness because anybody can browse and get those things from ChatGPT. So this is what I do. I put my phone, I go to my notes. In fact, I'm already thinking of the next book to write because I have a book has to come out in the first quarter of next year. I go to my phone, I click on excuse me, I click on my voice, I just activate my voice. As I'm talking to you guys now, it's already appearing on my phone. I don't know if you can see it. Maybe let me reduce. Yeah, okay, we're plenty here. So as I'm talking to you guys, you can see that the note is already being curated. So I can decide that I want to write a book on how to land international job roles in 2 hours because I'm hoping that my book can be studied in 2 hours. I'll just say, okay, so I'll start with a story. I lead with a story. When I first showed up on LinkedIn, I thought just like how my other coaches have been telling me, go ahead and just post, show up every day. I actually thought it was that way until I applied on nearly 20 posts per job roles per day and I didn't get any opportunity. Then I knew that there was something that I was getting wrong. Can you guys see the book writing by itself? That's what I would want you to do if you would want to write any materials on your own. Because I told you guys, first of all, you lead with a story. If you notice the structure of my book, that's the same thing I did as well. But authenticity, let people literally feel you through what you're writing, not those things that ChatGPT collates. So this is one of the fastest way. When you're documenting, you're saying everything into here, and then maybe when you talk for maybe an hour or two or even 30 minutes, you can now take it, you can now stop, you can click done, like what I just did now. Once you click done, you copy it, right? You can say some of the things you've learned so far in how you're holding structures, how you're working with people. You can be saying it in all these conversations. Then what you will now do is after you're done with chapter one, right? You can first of all come up with a structure of what you'd like. Okay, ChatGPT, I want to solve a problem as regards this. I need a structure on how to hold these conversations. Then when you're done, you go to chat and it gives you a structure. Then you rearrange everything, remove all the carcass. Any name that doesn't make sense, you remove it. Then based on this now, you can now put it. What I normally would do is I'll say, don't touch my story, don't touch my conversations, correct for typos and tenses. That is all. Make it flow. That is all. Correct for typos and tenses. Make it flow. That is all. Nothing else. So everything that will come out, it will become more structured, but it's your voice. It is you holding these conversations. So by the time you do this every day, you probably just schedule yourself on 30 minutes per day. I'm telling you the truth. You might not need to spend 2 weeks to have my. So if you want to be selling books every week, this kind you're a digital product person, you can be having one new book every week if you want. It's just that for me, there's the way I write. I write from my soul, right? So for some people who don't mind, they can just be churning out materials. Those who are in the business of materials, then of course we can now talk on what platforms you want to have them on. We can also talk on ads. We can also talk about Amazon, or you want to set it up on seller like how you guys bought mine. But my book is also on Amazon for international clients who will just find it randomly. So you can just decide and see how this works for you. But I've just been able to demystify having a digital product. So if you still say you don't know how to come up with a digital product, or you are one of those people who copy chat GPT, please pity yourself, like pity your audience, right? And write to actually convert, write for people to be connected with you, write from your soul. And for me, most times before I write a book, and that's what I did that season when I wrote those books, this other book, I sat down on all personal any personal branding topic I see, I will just follow. Anywhere, like whether paid or non-paid, I was just following everywhere. Like so I was just churning materials. Like this year, I plan to write a major book because I'm looking at a thought leadership for something for women. So I now know that at least the first few years, I don't want to, like I told you guys, generally I'm very biased when it comes to my personality. Like I can be tough, so I don't want to write a book for female and I'm sounding masculine. So I have to sit down also and read, study the psychology of women, before I write, so that when I'm called on global stages, I'm able to defend my ideations. That's one. That's This one is thought leadership. But for business, just everything you've been doing so far, just curate them together and just short. Sincerely, if it's a business book, I don't know why it should take more than 1 week. This is me being fair to you. Just so that if there is one Satan that is deceiving you and making you feel like it's one serious thing you have to do, you know that it's Satan and the spirit of procrastination and laziness. So we're able to tell it butter jaw at the beginning, right? When we went on our break, that was the song we played. So I'm hoping that all of us will tell it out of the way. So you need a material, please just do it. So we've been able to have broken down how to get digital products. In fact, this season is the easiest season. So you can see how AI just elbowed auditors out of the way, because all you have to do is tell it to remove tenses, correct for tenses and remove typos and organize the flow. That is all. And auditors are out of the way. Anyway, I will discuss with you guys if we have more time on some of my meditations, so that you make see this is like we've not gotten to the peak of AI, especially as Africans. Better make all the money you want to make now, because very soon everything will be out in the knowledge. I don't even know which sector that will not be replaced. I don't even know right now. Maybe yes, artisans, mechanics. That's if they don't start building robots that will do all that. Maybe hopefully human beings will just be lying down like couch potatoes. But I've been able to, so that if somebody's telling you, oh, you have to work with this auditor, chain buying, AI is a crazy thing. So you can imagine that you can just say, okay, one chapter, as soon as I'm done, I'll quickly just pass it to AI to proofread, to correct for typos. And when you're also writing that, tell it to take away M dashes. So let it not add any of those M dashes for you, so that it still looks like the way you spoke into your phone, right? So you're able to do that, and then you have your products out, people are having it, they're using it, they're learning from it, and you also make money on it. And then if you're looking to, like for me, I plan to write a book. Apart from the thought leadership book, I plan to write a book that will um accommodate more platforms like Facebook and Instagram, because those places we have population there. So if you just make a book that is low hanging fruits, you can actually sell like 5,000 copies if you are looking at running ads consistently. That's what I want to do. It's not my LinkedIn, I'm maintaining my LinkedIn for thought leadership, then for sales and marketing, and increasing on generating leads. I'll look at what did you call it? Facebook and Instagram. And those ones, I will not even bring them close to me. Once they buy, they should be going. Like the reason why I had the book club for LinkedIn as this, how LinkedIn people are. Okay, so because I know that I will have governors here, so that I better keep your numbers so that you remember me when I'm about to take up those political rules. Okay, so let me go back to where I was. Oh, okay. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, so we're back here. Oh, what did I do now? Thank you. Either way, I can manage it like this. So we've been able to talk about for the research. I've told you guys how to come up with a a product. So I've told you where you can research Reddit and Quora. You'll be hearing people talk about their problems. And sometimes on LinkedIn, when people are complaining, it's not for you to come under their comments and you're complaining with them. It's for you to take notes. If what they're complaining about is in your niche, it's how that you're going to offer them a solution as well. So I've told you where you can find people, discuss, then craft a clear promise all the time. Let your book, if you're creating a product, let the product be an answer to a problem straight ups. Answer to a problem straight ups. In fact, anybody who reads it, right, should know that this book is going to be solving this problem. If it's a money problem, let it be at the beginning. This book is going to be solving money problems. If your book is for just make sure that the name of your book answers the pain points. That's it, basically. Okay. So tests, like I told you, tests for I'll admonish, right? Testing might be you saying maybe you write a triggering post, right? Write a triggering post. Then at the end of the triggering post, one of the things you want to write towards the ending of the triggering post is okay, you write the solution, and the solution is in this book that you have written. Then you now tell people that they should repost and they should comment something, maybe comment book. You come into their DM. Now they will share your post. What you can do is maybe take part of the book, maybe a template that you handwritten and you corrected and you saw that it's really helpful. When they repost, number one, they're increasing your reach. In exchange, you're giving them those templates. Let me tell you the truth, they might not end up reading it, but they can increase your reach. Then in that increasing your reach, you can decide to host, find ways to collate them. Another thing is, don't make sure that when you are sending them those materials, don't send them just the book. So they say notebook, then you enter the DM, then you now send PDF. Hey, don't do that. So you enter their DM, you send them a link, make sure that you're collecting their email. If you're in Nigeria, collect their phone numbers because people are very lazy when it comes to their mails, at least for this season, right? So collect their phone numbers, collect their birthdays, anything that you feel like is going to be important to you that you need to hold on and keeping somewhere. If you want, you can curate. I would even admonish that you curate a WhatsApp group already. Just the way you guys saw what I did. When they fill the form, they get the book, they drop into the WhatsApp group. If you're starting out, you can propose an event, right? And when they come into the group, like I told you, make sure that in the group, you've already written rules and regulations or some of the exchange, because now this book that you wrote, the first testing and testing, it might be free if you've never sold or written or discussed about that topic ever before. It might be free. So I'm not saying, it's not that I just went for Dr. Vivian's monetization bootcamp. In fact, everything monetize. Anybody say hello, monetize? Because no, it's not like that. It's just that now you're going to start paying attention to everybody that comes to you. Monetization is accounting for everyone that comes to you. So make sure that nobody enters any group without you having a personal documentation of them, because sometimes they can walk away out of those groups. You'll be seeing them now, like our community group now should be heading to 2 years by next year. So it means that there are so many people who probably have not there are lots of people who have not done anything serious with themselves. After a while, they'll just leave. You can't hold their neck, let them go. But you make sure that you already have their names. You can always send them emails at any time somewhere. Maybe you can even decide to, like, my language is called co-op. You can decide to just wait. Maybe by next year, those people are already making millions. You send them emails, send them one triggering email, and they send you a message and say, "Oh my goodness, yes, they want to work with you." So, whatever you do, I've told you guys. So, if you're sleeping by now, you would have entered one chance because you'll be excited. Oh, I have a book, and you don't have access to those people, and then you give them for free, and then they run away. And then again, is when you're giving them that materials, part of the things you're going to tell them, please, you need a review. And please, you need a 5-star review. If there's anything you remember, if some of you are sleeping, 5-star, tell them what you want, because I cannot give you my book free of time charge and you give me 3 stars. My tribe, they used to say it. It means, did you take alcohol and it came out through your nose? So you should give me, if I'm giving you something for free, you have mind to even rate me for 4.2. You dey crazy. I did not pay me. So those are the things you'll be telling them right now. So you tell them exactly what you want because it's transactional, right? It's intentional, right? So that when other people read it, also who use it, they can come. By the time you want to charge people, you literally see when those people want to pay and they see the testimonials of other people that have bought the book, they will even be more excited to buy the book. That is why I told you guys, trust index lineage. You must be keeping track record of everything you're doing. Okay. So let me quickly see the rest of the book. Where are we? I hope people are not sleeping. If you are awake, let me call him. Mr. Basil, you're in. Okay, yes. Mr. Basil, answer present. That's how we're going to know the people who are sleeping this night.
No sleeping, no, I can hear you. It's not passive. It's not passive that is talking. It's just
Okay, awesome. Good to hear you. But Mr. Basil, okay, Mr. Basil turned on his camera. Ruth, let me see. Madam Christiana, are you sleeping? Otito, are you
No,
sleeping?
no, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, awesome.
I'm
I'm
here.
not sleeping more.
It's just that there's work tomorrow. I'm already thinking about myself.
Oh, wait,
I have work
you're going to work
tomorrow.
tomorrow. Oh my
Yes.
goodness. Oh my
Mm.
goodness. And I was leveraging the breaks. I'm so sorry.
We
David,
don't
are you
have this
sleeping?
long break.
Oh, so sorry about that. Okay, let me just be very fast. Let's see how far we can. Okay, so let me just see how far we can quickly do. Um, Love it. Are you sleeping?
No, I am
And
here.
okay, beautiful.
I'm
And then that
here.
means I'm trying to say no. I've become Paul that used to preach all night. My own is that I'm teaching all night. Okay, guys, thank you so much for that response. Let me go back to my projection. Okay, so I've told you test and redefine. I've told you everything. So please, if you are in the book club, just make sure that you already have all these things set up. All these things. At least just open a WhatsApp and just keep it somewhere. And then you create a what do you call it? A the product, keep it somewhere. Create many other things and just keep them somewhere and just channel them down. I would explain a little. Let's see how. For the people who are already in the bootcamp, don't worry. Will follow you up. Be able to. For if you don't know how to, we'll teach you step by step how to go about it. Okay. Okay. So I was able to discuss here about how that the social media platforms are is social media platform is literally like going to work every day. So you wake up, you present yourself at work. For me, because of LinkedIn, I wake up in my house for I wake up 4 o'clock. Me and my husband, we wake up to have our bath. So before 4:30, I pray. We pray till around 5:30 to 5:30 something. I go on LinkedIn, I look around, I engage before my post goes live 6:30. It's like work. So, but before 10 o'clock, I would have done most of the hard work. That's because I've stayed long, even though I've been hazarding the platform. But for some of you who are just starting out, you need to go around and look, follow the traffic. Following the traffic will help you also be relevant and forming ties, friendships and relationships. Then when the traffic wanes down, that's when you start looking for your clients, right? Or you just look around, see certain people, follow them. You come back in the evening for international clients, right? Go to some of those. I told you guys, Alex Hamorzi, Leila Hamorzi, what's his name? Gary V. all of them, those other people, just stay around their posts. You've seen lots of international clients, and when they hold conversations, sometimes reply under their own conversations. They have seen you. If consistently you're coming around those people, it has a way of breaking the barrier and increasing your trust index. Then you might, for those people who are into tech, who build funnels and all that, you can go to their pages and click on their funnels, their websites. If it's slow, that's how to hold conversations. Hi, and you must optimize your profile and all of that. I think it's already in the book. You need to optimize your profile, and like in such a way that you've all the people you've worked with, you need to account for them. All the websites you've done before, now you go take a screenshot, all of them, have a funnel that describes their journey, that takes them through the journey, put it on your feature session. So everything you want to do for people, don't allow them to for you to be explaining, okay, I work. No, is that people can just follow your journey through to the end. In fact, one of the things I did was I had to remove every other thing on my feature session to just have my book. I had to remove every other thing on my feature session to just have my book and my, what did you call it? And the boot camp, so that I don't confuse people. Once you come, it's just two things. You come to my page, just two things. You want to work with me, just two things, right? Initially, I put my Calendly, but because I became super busy, I removed the Calendly so that I don't have people, um, so that I don't have people clicking on my Calendly and I don't honor their invitations, because I like anytime I'm on a call, I make sure that I do a physical call, like video call. There's no teaching. Anytime I host any events, anything, that's also because it's called etiquette, right? Meeting etiquette. You make sure that your face is being seen. Like for some people who turned on their cameras today and whom I've never met before, I'm likely going to keep a memory of you. So I'm teaching people all those things so that it's not that when a client, an international client jumps on a call with you, then you be telling them things like, "Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. It was at the last minute. Is it possible for me not to open my video?" You're just joking. Number one, you're already sounding like me, a Nigerian whose intonations are very funny. And you know that when you open your videos, it will help. Some people read the lips better than even what they hear, right? And then your mannerism can also soften communications. So you make sure that you do a video call on all your video calls, on all onboarding of clients. Video. I've said if there's anything you should remember tonight, remember this one, right? Also, make sure that you hold conversations eyeball to eyeball. I told you guys about how to prepare a presentation for your clients, presentation specific. In fact, on those presentations, write your client's name on page one. You can be changing it as you're moving from one client to the other. Change it. Write the name of the person as you're moving for edit. Just edit it on Canva or whatever. Put the person's name. It gives it honor and it makes them feel like yes, this person is the person for the job. Okay, so what did I do now? I think I've changed my arrangement. Okay, I've changed another arrangement. Okay, let me see. Okay, so let me see. Okay, why am I always shifting? Sorry, guys, give me a moment. Okay, so I've told you guys. So when you get to this point of the book, you pause and answer all these questions. Everything is already ready for you. I talked about monetization streams. We've been able to touch that even from the beginning. Business. I told you guys, please, business of things. Don't wait for clients to come and get you. Go and get your clients. Don't wait for clients to come and get you. Go and find your clients. Hold them on the jugular. That is the business side of it. I think I've been able to discuss that as well. If you missed out, you can press to the point where I discuss business, but make sure that you find a low hanging fruit, a way that you can have people, um, you can have people come on board, right? You can have people work with people. I told you guys. I don't know if you remember when I was talking about A to B. It's possible that you're working with, you're very good at things and you've not gotten a client before. There are lots of people who want to come into what you're doing. I think I use bootkeeping as an example. There are lots of people who want to start learning how to, who are probably fresh graduates from accounting, and they've not started, they've probably didn't focus, they just wrote exams to pass. You can move people into that skill even while you're waiting for your own opportunities. You can pay attention for, like for Mr. Basti that is in Canada, what you can do is you can decide to serve people in Canada if you're looking at making it a little bit high ticket, or you can make it low ticket to bring in as many people. Then that means you're considering the community perspective. So that is also a beautiful one. You're already in the boot camp, so we'll do all that together. So, like I said again, you can do the business side of it. One thing I know about the business side of it is that once you hold the jugular of business, you will work. You will walk. I told you guys, I even wrote it here. um the journey is not theoretical, it's simple. Some of us think that jobs is comes only when you apply, but sometimes people can see you how you're doing what you're doing for your community, and they see your energy and they can bring you on board. That was how I got the job I got with Sambik and BTC. And I'll sit down in my house. Sometimes I will just work with them. The last time I worked with them, I only worked with them for like let's see, we just jump on a call to discuss strategy. The next call was the first time I worked with them, just discuss strategy. Then we did the work together and I was paid my six figures. In fact, it was people's salary, like people's monthly salary. That means people have their bath, they dress up, they enter car, they go to work, they come back. That's what they gave me. Bagam. The next one, they were like, okay, that I should represent, I should be on the panel and hold conversations, even though network showed me Shige that day, but still they paid me. In fact, what they always do is that they pay me 100% before I even lift the finger. So all these things, you might not have access to that if you're not intentional. So I'm saying it again. Most times, why I admonish people to try and hold conversations with pain points and stretch. Most times, when you pay attention to business, you're going to be somebody who people will easily work with because you know the pain of starting something, you know the pain of making sure things work for people. So, everything, every energy I used for the Stambik IBTC, I literally have used it for my community. And I didn't even know that I could get such opportunities. In fact, bank, I don't know if I would have wanted to work with a bank on a normal day. So nobody asked me for any certification or anything. And I've made like multiples. So that's what you should be thinking of. If you can start doing some of those things you're assuming you can do, even for yourself, you're likely going to make more money because number one, you're going to have the visibility accrued to it. You can even have thought leadership accrued to it because now everybody knows you, and you can start meditating more. Like I told you guys, all the things I tell you and I quote myself from were things that came from just me sitting down on ruminating on the problems or the pain points of people, and those conversations keep coming up. Now in my book, when you hear me talk and I read and I tell you things, you can't see it elsewhere. That's thought leadership. That's me, like synthesizing it from my own ruminations or things I eat. Okay. So please do this for yourself as well. So I told you guys the three main pillars. Your business, right? What was the first pillar? Okay, you as a creator, that one I'll explain it, right? But I don't want you to be distracted. That's why probably I'm not going to lean so much on the creator side. But creator basically for LinkedIn is just content writing, that's showing up every day as much as within your power, and showing up intentionally so that you have much people that can also support you. It's like going to shop. Like you cannot have money and you're not opening your shop. It's like you bought a space and you stack it up and you start selling things. Then today you say, I don't feel like going to shop. Then uh, people will come and they will see your big signboard, roadmap to LinkedIn monetization. Today you decide to open shop. Tomorrow you decide not to. Today you no. Like I told you guys, everything about showing up consistently is even beyond just being seen and known. It's also about trust. People, like most of you joined this book club, you paid me before this class held. So that is trust. Because some people will literally collect monies like this and then they will run away. That's what happens. So So, but if you show up consistently, everybody now knows that your account ah is like somebody is like a measure of exchange. You cannot run away. So you paid me ahead of time, because imagine that after this class now, I'm trying to look for people. You've not paid me. Oh, this person, you've not paid me. No, it's just that you've given me the peace of mind that it has helped me to focus on what I want to teach people. So that's why I'm saying showing up consistently could be also the reason why people will buy from you or not. It also shows some form of discipline. And if you cannot do it, or you're super busy, or you're working, you can actually hire services of people, whether you get a volunteer in the community, that's why we're there. But you should also, maybe if the person works with you and you guys exchange ideations, and the person is someone that you love to work long term with you, pay the person, put the person on your budget. That's that is also tax deductible. That is expenses, right? So you should be able to pay the person. And guess what? If it's less than 80,000 naira, you don't have to pay tax on behalf of the person as well. So I'm just trying to say how you can start structuring your group. For those people in 95, you can find a way that you partner with people who are living on LinkedIn, so that you're also telling them, a go live on LinkedIn, oh, so that I will go and make money somewhere. We partner. While me, I'm looking for international opportunities, so that if I land a very excellent role, it's possible for me to even decide that I will get more roles, and I might do my 9 to 5. I might just calm down on it, so that I'll be able to do other things with my life. Those are the things you should be thinking. Think like a businessman. So I told you, for our community, this also I didn't see it anywhere. I meditated myself into it. We think as creators. So when we are writing content, we are creating something. Is it spiritual status? Is it spiritual presence? You're partnering with God to release ideations. That's why for me, I'm very intentional about saying that we should not just release things anyhow, right? So I'm the creator. And when I say anyhow, it's not hard though. Most times on Sundays like this, you can batch create all your posts for the week. Just keep them. Like for me, what I do is anytime God tells me an ideation, I quickly just record it on my notes. You need to see my notes. I don't know how to show you guys my notes. My notes, God. And God knows that I keep all the ideas He gives me. I document them. I don't play with my, sometimes I'll be gisting with my husband, an idea will just come. I'll just raise my hand like this and I'll run out and just write it quickly. So that's what you would be doing now. You're going to be trapping ideas for me. If you see ideations are very strong and excellent for your niche, trap it and talk to someone. Hold those conversations. Think about it yourself. Controversial conversations that will trigger engagement. Also document them, right? And consistently pay attention. So I told you the creator, that's your consistency. Then the job, that is if, of course, not if, when you decide to do what you normally do for high clients, those ones you might not control that, but you can as well prepare yourself. So the business side, like I said, if you have not consistently worked with anybody in that particular niche, just consider serving people. Business, tie it with community building, teach people, find a day in a week, a day in 2 weeks to train people in the direction of what you're even looking to get opportunities in. That's like cementing your thought leadership. And before you know it, a lot of you are establishing your presence across platforms. And by the time you reach out to some of those people, they already know you. They've seen your post severally solving that problem. So they will not come to your page and see that it's basically rickety. Nothing is there. Okay. So pay attention to those three. So the content creator had job. I've told you about the job, right? So at no point in my community, no point are we waiting for jobs. There's no or looking in a way that is just seeming like you're hopeless. No. If you want to make money in 3 days, if you want to make money tomorrow in our community, we do that effortlessly. The only thing is, all these things I've told you, just be an implementation machine. Find the one that is easier for you to implement. Just grab it like this, hold it, and release it. And trust God based on all the things, your consistency, you're showing up, make friends, form relationships, and you're good. So I've told you guys, Make sure while you're doing all these things, make sure that you're creating portfolios. And part of positioning is also creating, I told you guys, your trust index lineage. That means your portfolio should be seen telling a tale of the excellence you do, even in your conversations, right? Make sure that you're showing that you can be trusted, right? Document, talk about your numbers, say them. Don't be ashamed of your numbers. So when you get here, professionals at business earn money on LinkedIn. So I taught you guys everything. You can look through here very quickly. These ones I've talked about community building. I told you guys what you can benefit. Then I've taught this is the steps on how to achieve community building. Everything you need to know, right? Everything. I told you, make sure that you don't have indisciplined people very close to you. Grow by tax. Grow by tax. Make sure you give them a tax to do. Make sure, right? Okay. So this is monetization be built together. That's everything. So I've told you this is everything I've just spoken about. I told you guys, please, whatever you do, make sure that you're improving when you're speaking. You cannot play with your voice. In fact, I think at one point I meditated myself. I realized that because man was made by words, like and God spoke, God spoke and then put breath, right? Creation was made. In fact, this is me going a little bit further because I'm even meditating as I'm holding this conversation. Because the whole of creation were made by words. You can 10x. This is me saying it, and you probably will not see it anywhere else. You can 10x, 100x your money that you make by simply speaking. I say it again. And that's what happened to me. Most of the engagements I spoke about, of course, some people will not pay you. That's where the trick is. If you're being invited on any platforms, once you have product, you will just be accepting invitations because when you come to talk, you still find a way to amplify what you do. And by the end of that day, you can even earn up to 200,000 because you would have just sold your products that you're going to talk about. So it happened to me in what's her name's Blossoms bootcamp. Then she still sent me something worth much more than that. So it just tells you that um if you don't have tools, your visibility will just be useless. So somebody will tell you, I'm inviting you to speak on the platform. So you see all those big creators, you see some people who are charging in a particular direction, then they will invite you. Dr. Vivian, I want you to come and speak. Then you now be saying, I don't really think I have. I don't have. It's because you don't know. You don't know anything about monetization. If you know anything about monetization, you have products and you have the time. You can speak on any platform. They will give you your money. That's the people who came to listen to you will pay you your money. That's they will buy your products and pay your money, and you go. So whether the person gives you money or not, you will not even be bothered. And in a day, sometimes you can make up to 500k, 100k depending on how big the platform is. So that's why for me as a person, I don't know, it's how my spirit works. I hate leverage. I'm so sorry. That's why I didn't like my teachers. And I don't know, once I come to systems and I see people manipulating in lots, it can just sear my heart because I feel like if everybody's in a place, everybody should be able to contribute energy for things to grow. So if I have to manipulate so that I'll be the chosen one, all those dramatic things, it's the wiring of my soul. I don't like it. So that's why most times I would rather create the platform for myself. So rather than me just waiting for people to be inviting me up and down, how about me going through the rigors? Yes, I will see the pepper and host events, bring people on board, find partnerships, speak to people. Sometimes I might even, for some of you, you might want to stretch it to February or March, but you make sure that you're able to plan it properly, bring all the known voices. Most times for LinkedIn events, most people might not you they might not charge you. Some might. In fact, when I started, I was doing my events back to back. I had people who billed me at 500,000 naira. Some people 300. Some people 1 million. When they billed me, I moved on to the next person. But literally, almost all the things that they build me for. I can do them now. That's, I told you guys, inquisitive. I don't know. My curiosity circle. I can't even explain what is happening to me because I can be reading and my kids are like screaming under my leg, but I will read to the end. So it depends on how and I also think it's partly because of what God wants me to do. And that's basically why my wiring is like that. But based on who you are, you can decide to just um think of other avenues of how you can make sure that you have something to give. Make sure. So when they invite you on those platforms, like I said again, I like being the one I like to lead, I like to curate. Maybe leadership, not in the sense of okay, let it be me. It's in the sense of I have relief. I am going to bring that relief. I know, like I say, it's almost like a prophetic thing for me. I know what we can do to get it done better. So I suggest, so most times I rather just own the platform so that I just help make it easier for a whole lot of people. But even while I'm making it easier for a whole lot of people, I still tell people, don't rely on me. Go and do your own thing. Go and do your own thing. So that's why most of the people who pass through our boot camp, they end up having their communities. Happiness started her community from us. Fortuna, Mommy Show, Mimo, all of them. I have a lot of people who have started communities who are doing excellently well, whom I spurred in that direction. So, like I told you guys, pay attention to the pillars. When you're reading it again, go back and read. Everything we're doing in these teachings is just to soften it so that it's not looking so hard, right? For you as well. So, like I said, be the person who expends energy. Money is in where there's energy. I know a lot of people will be saying magnetic, this, dramatic, that, so that they just keep you in a place where you're consistently weak. Because if you don't take up anything intentionally, you are going to be the problem. It's like Jonah. Yes, I think Jonah is the perfect picture of leveraging people. They will not want to do anything. They will just see a moving ship. They will come and jump inside. Then they'll be causing storm. Don't do that to your soul. In fact, your soul as a human being, I don't know how to explain it. And I think I'm beginning to enter that my elements, right? If you are in a place where you are not actively giving out, like this, your energy, you're not feeling your energy combustions like within you, you're not giving out something actively, you are a you're leveraging too much, and it's not good for your growth, and it's not good for ownership. It's not good for ownership. If you're leveraging consistently, it is not good for ownership. So recently I jumped on a call and we're discussing of hosting a conference in Abuja for 2026. And I was telling the person, ah, how will I host? So I'll host a conference and we're looking at maybe a hall of 30, 20 million, 10 million, and we're looking at partnership, da 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 da. Then I'll host it, then I'll write LinkedIn. I say, you never even see anything yet. So, but I'm just trying to say that most people would have easily just said, oh, let's leverage LinkedIn so that we don't have to stress ourselves. People just come when we announce. So I'm saying it again. It's gonna work. For some of you, you might want to organize LinkedIn local in your area. It's gonna work. It's gonna be excellent. But also look at how you can start what did you call it? Pivoting excellently well. It's on LinkedIn that you will be hearing me say scream LinkedIn, 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 and maybe other places. But in my heart, like I don't work. Like in my 5 year plan, I have gone somewhere else. The only thing is you honor the platform you're growing on at time T, because that's why you can post about LinkedIn. You can speak on the experiences of people in your niche on LinkedIn. So if I was a health content writer, I would say, oh more. I thought that when I come to LinkedIn, I'll just post some one or twos and I get money. But I now begin to realize that hey, medical people now go see Pepe, or if you're not intentional. So you can hold conversations that will make people trigger. So but then that conversation is you talking for the platform that you're using. But at the same time, you're paying attention to your niche. And that's what a whole lot of people are not doing. Okay. So I've told you guys about speaking. I've told you guys about products, having ready products, because you can even be talking casually with your friend in the office, and the person you just say, yes, I already have a material that helps solve this problem, and that's how you make money, literally anywhere else. So brand partnership, like I said, that was how I was able to get. I've gotten several. In fact, right now I'm working with another. I'm in the pipelines for another project also brand partnership. What did I do? What I did for my community. So that's where discipline is. So imagine if I had this leverage mindset, this just this yeah wicked. You know, there are different types of positioning. The wickedness positioning of you just want to come and latch. I'm sure that some of the millions I made from these people, I would not have made it because I would have just been there hoping to latch on people, and I wouldn't have known how to stretch myself to get some of the results I got. And that's the same thing. My trust index lineage. I just show them that I'm going to do this for them as well. So I've told you guys, for people who have not been able to craft their LinkedIn headline, once we've done, you can see that we didn't talk about LinkedIn optimization until we went to town. We understood what we are doing, who we are, da 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 da, the golden circle rule. Then before we came here, now that's now what we call a form of visibility, optimizing your LinkedIn profile. So if you've not done that, you can come here. Those who will be a part of the book, I'm definitely will do a one-on-one. But see, you can see that family um this is already very easy. We've already broken it down for you. Another thing I always say is find people in your niche, take a screenshot, hot, and just look at them, and see how you can interpret it for yourself with your own voice. Please, I don't like verbatim. Please don't do that to your soul. All those yeah, copy. That's sheer laziness. Okay, and don't do that yourself. So we've talked about that. So we've gone from that point, then we went to building. So now this is where we your personal brand comes to bear. So is what you invest yourself in. Like I think money all the time, and like my own perspective of thinking of money is because I want people to make money, right? I want to make sure that every conversation I hold, that there is a money coming out of it. So I study. There's nothing I don't do. Certificates. So that's how you build your personal brand. Personal brand is supposed to be like an offshoot of your internal communications. So you sat down on a topic. Again, back to our conversations from the beginning, total immersion. You sat down on a topic so much that it's coming out of your eye, your nose, and everybody. So in a season, it might affect your reach because you can be sounding like a broken record talking about one particular thing. But until people start knowing you for that particular conversation, you might not gain that presence. So I told you there was a training I did. I recorded the training. I think it's 2 hours training on the anatomy of your why. So I broke down all the golden circle rule, everything one by one, your brand messaging, how you can connect with your audience emotionally, all these things, storytellings, arc, everything. So I told you guys again, your story is see whatever you do, just tell story like your life depends on it. Anyway, even they call you to preach in church, just start with it, lead with a story. Just see, I've studied this thing. Mm? Just do what I tell you to do, and by God's grace, right? um you will see we will all see ourselves getting higher and higher. And I told you guys, your consistency is you honoring your audience. I show up at the time I show up. Yes, my sleep might be short. Yes, it might be inconveniencing, but it's also telling people that okay, I'm honoring them, that I open shop at this particular time. The reason why a lot of people don't do well with remote work is that they lack the discipline that could actually also present themselves as people who work. I probably work way harder than most people in offices, even way harder than the hardest doctor, because I've done full time back to back in a season, like 80 patients. And I think some nights, in fact, this is me even trying to stop. There were some nights that I didn't sleep. Like I've had a time when I didn't sleep 2 days in a row because I wanted to finish something. I don't know how to explain it. Again, I told you. So if you by the next time we're going to hold the boot camp for next month, you see that the person who is talking now is not the same person that will be talking by then. It's because I have a curriculum of consumption. Yeah, God, I cannot even explain what I'm going to do with this, but I'm hoping that as many people that can learn from me. That's why I told you guys, it's not like I'm very excited about teaching people. I'm not. That's just the truth. I'm not. But at least I'm hoping that the few people who are able to take it up, that truly their life will change for it. That's what I'm believing for. So I've told you, by the time you've imbibed, you built a personal brand, I told you guys you must come up with a brand avatar, a brand persona, a brand name, a brand personality, all of them. Your target audience should have a name. I've told you guys mine. You should come up with that. Then you should come up with what you'd like people like to remember you for. Memorability also keeps you top of the mind. That's why the mother ego that I started answering, it was people that called me that at some point when I started out on LinkedIn because of Phoenix Kids, a lot of people were calling me Ginger. That's because it's still my energy, right? I want to get things done. So let people, when you're working with people and your personality, also let your personality shine through. Okay. So LinkedIn profile, everything is here, right? Okay. So we've been able to somehow we've gotten to from your personal brand, you establish authority that by showing up consistency, right? Choosing specific topic. I've told you sometimes get topics that have already worked and tell ChatGPT, if you were to explain this for my niche, write your niche. How do you think this can be crafted? When you see it, it's not for you to say, ChatGPT, you just copy it and go and fool it there. No, it's that you literally almost erase everything and let your thoughts flow. That's what I do. I love to write from scratch. I don't know. I can't explain the feeling. Sometimes when my thought comes from scratch like that, you almost think it's ChatGPT. Because when I put it on chat and I tell them correct tenses and flow, it will literally just give me back myself. That's when I knew that I have entered, like someone say, I have entered. I knew that the whole writing game, and for somebody whose parents were like, in terms of when we talk about like academic literacy, my parents didn't go to school, so it meant that I didn't even enjoy book like reading, writing. Yes, the only thing I knew was the energy of my soul. I cannot fail an exam. If there's gonna be the best 10, I should be there, because why shouldn't I be the one? That's how my mindset works. Not because I really enjoyed books. I just told myself these people should not try any nonsense with me, because it's not me that you come and be selling for me to be feeling bad about myself when I can just read. That's how my mind works. So most of the awards I got in secondary school, best this, best in this, it was simple. It's not because my parents encouraged. We used to go to market every single day. So where do I even have time to do my assignments? It's just simple. Why should I fail? That's what I used to ask myself. And so I read, right? But I'm just trying to tell you some of the things you'd need to do, right? So establish your authority pillars, um, craft your profile, then define your monetization goal. In the next 6 months, like I told you, if you do the business side, you might even start earning money from next week. For some of you who already have somehow narrowed down in your conversations, you can even earn money. Like the other lady, it was in 5 days. She just decided and went on. I told her, Madam, just move, 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 and she made so much money. She made a name. She had people who trusted her. And if she wanted to push it further, she would have made millions. But like I said, I noticed that some people, when they make money, they'll just start feeling good and they relax. And like I told you, money is about exchange and currency. You have to consistently do what it takes. If you make money by mistake, you can't sustain it by mistake. So you have to consistently exchange something in the direction of where you're going. Okay, so we've been able to define that. So define your goal, right? Then you can define your business model as well. Where do you want to start making money from? Do you want to start with community building? Do you want to start with registering your business? Like I told you guys, as freelancers, please register your business, so that it's not the one now that you now get a contract and somebody will now bring you on a contract of $100,000, and because that's what I'm believing for now, $100,000, and by the time you convert it to Nigeria, oh God, the way Nigeria will eat your tax money, they will remove their teeth. As in, they will do like this. And the worst part is that one thing I notice about tax is this, right? I won't call it tax evasion. I'll call it that if you want to, what's the word now? If you don't know what you want to do with your money, the government will say, please bring it. So if you have legit expenses, your expenses are not taxable. So it means that you already have plans on ground. I told you guys to make money is not by mistake. So you already have structures on ground that will absorb the expenses. So to blow the business out of proportion. So if me like this, I earn $100,000 in January. And of course, I believed God. There's one project that my church is also doing. I was believing God that something will come in that direction. Yes. So a particular money would have gone out somewhere. So if I was talking about my tax deductible, maybe as soon as that money will come, I'll just go and there are tax deductible, there's mortgage and many other things. I'll just go and buy a house. I'll just go and buy a house with that money. So I'll put it under what did you call it? Um what's the name, expenses, like project for the company. I was able to do a mortgage, or maybe if I cannot buy the whole house, let's say I get a house of like $300,000. I'll now write mortgage for the house. Maybe I'll pay like $50,000. So then maybe I'll just buy like Mac, maybe like 5 Mac like this. All of them are expenses for my business. Then I can buy, because the truth is, if you cannot use those monies for your own business, then you have to remit a percentage to the government. And that's because, since you don't have anything to use the money for, please let us use it to build Nigeria and any other country where you are. So, like I said again, you still would need to get your tax advisors specific for your own niche on ground. But this is some of the knowledge I was able to get right for my own niche. Okay, so we've done all that. Pick 3 to 5 topics and dominate. Sometimes lighten it up. One of the things I say is pay attention to the mood of LinkedIn. Mondays has this motivation conversation around it. Tuesday, you can spotlight people. Please spotlight people. Spotlight people very well. Spotlight more than one, two, but genuinely, like literally say what they've done for you. Like genuinely spotlight them. And don't spotlight people and you post and you ghost so that they'll come there and engage for you. I've seen people do that madness over and over again. I'm like, are you okay? So, any, are you okay, right? So, what one of the things you want to do is spotlight people genuinely. Even in this camp, you can genuinely, after this book club, you can just talk about it and write, mark, find like 3 or 4 people in the community and just say, okay, I learned alongside this person, so that people will support it. If the person is kind enough to repost, fine. If the person doesn't, there's no problem. But generally, if you tag people on your posts to some certain degree and the people show up a little bit earlier to your post will do better than when it's just you and yourself and your family members, okay, on that post. So I've been able to the final thing is to your define your core monetization conduit. For some people, it's going to be trainings, boot camps, da. So for me, I told you about my core monetization conduit is um brand deals and working with clients. That's what I want. I don't want to be teaching all the time, even though I like to teach. Okay, so audience development as trust creation. I've told you guys how to do that, right? People will not pay you until they are sure that you're showing up consistently. So your content architecture, I've told you guys, you can build alongside educational authority posts. There are some authority posts that you fetch all the things that you've ever done for people and that worked. You just slam it like this. Then you can, if you conclude to make an authority post hot, you can now just put like that. Imagine that product that you want to use to give people as gift. You just say, don't put it the link on your post. Don't put the link on your post. If you heard me well, don't put the link on your post. Make them do the work. Okay. Let them repost, let them comment. You come to their DMs. For those you can come enter their DMs. But make sure that at least you give them the work to do, because sometimes most people, once you drop the post to your link, remember LinkedIn will flag your post if you're having too many links on your post, why your post will not do so well. So give them the work. If you're gonna give them free, then they should do the work in it. So authority post, after you showed results, slam with a either you can, if this is your first time and you really want to convert, right, you can sell your offer straight up. And then, but if you want to build like a zone, like increase your reach, you can as well tell just give a gift, right? Or you can host an event. Hosting an event directly might not boost your reach so much compared to as what did you call it? giving people a task and giving them a link. Like I told you guys, make sure you set up the link to collect email, so that you're building your email list even as you're growing. So if I was 1,000 followers, it means that by the time I'm getting to 20,000 followers, I should have an email list of up to like 15,000 email lists. But most of us, we don't know. They're just telling us to be running around. Kai God, we suffer though. Like I said, for me, it's not like I've all these things I'm teaching, I learned it from any. In fact, most of the people in my circle, they don't know any of these things. They're not even bothered. But curiosity that the Lord placed in my heart has helped me, and I'm hoping that it's going to help everyone. So I've talked about all this. I think what we'll do is immediately after this class, everybody should drop their links or in the book club and introduce themselves so that you can increase your reach by connecting with the people there. Um I'll see if I'm not sure of how my Monday is going to go. I'm not sure. I don't want to call a girl in a group, but I might end up opening a poll maybe in the middle of the week or the end of the week where we'll just see how, if people are willing to probably just take a drill, we can do an event drill, right? But for the main things, everybody who is going to be a part of the boot camp, you're going to do all that. In fact, people will host an event. You don't even know me. You host event on your own platforms, like you don't know me, but everything would have come backstage. I walk you through. I'll see your presentation. I correct. That's what I did. I'll look at what you're doing. Da, 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 and we get to this point. Okay, so after here, all these ones are here. How to have an unforgettable post. All of them are here, so you can learn that on your own. Um, okay, this one we've done content pillars. Um, so for people asking questions on thought leadership, you can already see it here. I give examples. Storytelling, see thought leadership, all the types of content, all of them are here. This book is like, I don't know how to say this book. Well, that's because of my personality. Maybe it's the medical part of me that just made me just choke you guys. So everything you need, like to stand out on LinkedIn, is already here. It's just patience and trusting in yourself. Literally see everything here. Think we barely have a few time. I want to be able to answer questions for us. Okay. So yes, I talked about life events, right? So everything, if you want to host a life event, everything I've even told you guys, everything you need to do, all of it is here. Um, I also taught how to structure your offer here. But we'll do that more in the boot camp for the people who are there. Okay, so everything is here, here, here. Then visibility is what we're going to do for the growth. I'll see how I can. I'm supposed to have an exam in in January, but I made a mistake. I made a mistake to when I was registering. I missed something that the thing I wanted to. Uh, I missed out on a, what did they call it? I missed out on a particular timeline, so I lost. I'm hoping to go. I don't know if they will be open today. I'm hoping to call them if I'm able to fix that. I might likely still write the exams because I've been reading. But if I don't write the exams, I'll see how I can just maybe see what I will do. Else, every other person, see you in the boot camp. Like I said, this book club is a monthly thing. When another batch of people join, we'll still have meetings like this. So that will better prepare you. If you have questions, you can ask. Else, um, see you in the bootcamp. So I told you guys how to navigate LinkedIn. Yes, basically practical guide. I told you that this book is very easy, right? So yes, meet our community. Okay, so this is the workbook. This one was the one that I said I would just offer as a tool. Boom. Likely it's going to be my Tuesday post. Don't know yet. I'm just lazy, but I have it somewhere. Okay. So I don't know. Do we have any questions? Any questions so far? Did you guys believe in believe we're going to do the 5 hours? And do you believe that we are finished? We barely just have 8 minutes to go. Okay, so now we can all just the people who want to hold conversations can. Oh, okay, Mama, you said where do we still record the book? No, what you just do is like once you've come up with chapters, right, and you've spoken into your 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 voice, it comes out in your notes, you take it to chat, tell it, leave your voice, correct for tenses and flow, then it brings it out structured. You take it to your document, your word document, or you put it in your general notes, but I would suggest word document because you have a wider view, and then you're seeing some of the things you're writing and some of the thoughts that you're accounting for. I don't know, I get very happy when I document my ideations. So you just be seeing them write the topic like that, like that, like that, until you get to the final point. Okay, so let me see. Someone said, Dr. V, what about someone that has two different niches? Okay, just tell me what your two different niche is. For the people who have more than one niche, right? It's always better that you put your best foot forth. And your best foot forth is not exactly the one you do very well. It's the one that you have a trust in this lineage for, right? Then you can found, I tell my people already, found a company page on LinkedIn. Like Phoenix Gate does other things like community page management, like content strategy, writing, all those other things, right? But it's not attached to me, right? It is Phoenix Gate. So for people who come to our company page and they request for this, for people who probably will help them curate posts, their 30 days posts, their 1 year posts, if they what did you call it, request through the, what did you call it, my, the service page of the company page, that's all we do is me and the people who I work behind the scene, we create all those things and we send it to them and they pay for it, right? So you you need to have a company name. In fact, there's many companies as you like. If you are likely going to have more money traffics, just put them there, right? So but for you as a person, stick to one ideation. In fact, I've thought of many ways how I can remove the dr from my name so that I don't have people overtly becoming too cautious when they come into my DM as well. So yes, I've thought of it several times, but because I've left the dr name for so long, so I just left it. But anything medicine on my profile, I had to take it out completely so that I don't confuse people. So that's, except maybe when people want to work with me and they say, sorry, what does the DR stand for? Then for the people, in fact, I've also learned that it's not everybody I tell. So even if you ask me, I'm very academic. In fact, up to now, the masters I'm doing is still academic. So but I don't put it up there except maybe when the only time I posted about it was when it's also when I want to encourage women, and then when I um was writing my research, I had to get people fill forms for me. So I had to tell them in such a way that everybody just rallied around me and they wanted to make sure that I served. So that's how um that is done as well. So yes, if you have to do different niche, just found the company, partner with other people if you can, and um but don't be everywhere, right? Have a company that answers this question. In fact, when you found the company, find many questions and put many pain points that you can answer, because company is not business now. You have to pay your workers. So you need to have make sure that your umbrella is wide enough. So the only thing is that you're hiring specific people who can meet some of the other needs that you cannot meet. So yes, there's no problem with that. But please be a one-eyed person as much as possible. Which app do you use to record? What do you mean by that? Ma'am Christiana. Oh, you
Yeah,
see, ba.
I
So
just wanted to be sure. I wanted.
hello. Okay, I think network, either my network or yours. Yes, awesome. Awesome. Awesome, my darling. Yes. Okay, beautiful. Awesome. That's very beautiful. Oh, so we lost her in the studio. Sorry, let me add her up.
I'm back. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes, crystal clear.
Yes, I just wanted to know the particular app you used to record
Okay, what do you mean by record? Okay, on my phone.
your notes.
It's
Yes, on your phone.
no, it's your normal notes, like the one that came with my
Oh,
phone.
is it notes? Okay, okay, okay.
Yes,
I thought it
normal
was
notes. No,
all
no,
right, all right.
normal notes. Yes, just notes, the regular notes for your phone. Once you click to write, you click on audio. You see that most times the audio is at the
Mm,
lower parts. You see that as I'm talking now, it's already writing, 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 writing. So if I wanted this thing that I'm talking about right now to become a material or a book, I will just, when I'm done with this, I'll take it up and ask ChatGPT correct for tenses, flow, pay attention to my story, lead with a story. Then I can also tell it to um, put a structure to the conversation. That's it.
okay,
So if you want to take
thank
it to a top notch, like for the thought leadership people, um, you might yes, at some point, because you're looking at that material going international, right? Especially that woman that I'm going to work with, that I'm working with right now, that I told you all that I met yesterday, she still has to work with a professional auditor because there's how to drag out emotions. Don't play with your emotions. So I know that most people say don't pay attention to your emotions. Don't pay attention to your own emotions, but make sure that you study other people's emotions because it's going to affect you or it's going to affect their buying abilities for you. So yes, so she might still need to, and I know that whatever the person is going to do, the person might even end up using AI. But I'm just trying to tell for those people who want to say, I don't have money for auditor. I've broken it down for you. Okay, so if it's for products that you want to sell, easy peasy. So if we're serious people, we know that by January, all of us were all over the place because now, like I said, with most of the resolutions, a lot of people will be trying out new things. That's why I made sure that this book club comes in now, so that everybody who needs to start coming up with things that they need to sell, because a lot of people will buy. mm, a lot of people need help. A lot of people will join you, join energy with you because this is another year because they believe so much in chronos. That's time. It's like another circle has turned again. Everybody wants to attempt at leaping at some of the things that they were not able to achieve. And trust me, you might just, it's not even might, you are that connection to somebody's 2026 literally coming to life. So every time you sleep, like another batch of people will sleep because you didn't take yourself seriously. That's how I think, right? So um I didn't need to wait for are you can you guys hear me? Someone is saying they are not hearing me.
I can hear you.
Okay, okay. She can't seem to see the audio in her notes. Um, what phone do you use? But I think it's in all phones. I have my even my what did you call it? My everything I've been saying even up to now is still recording until you stop it to keep going. Most times when you click on your notes, you see that the lowest right under your keyboard keyboard is all the things that you need to type to write your words. You see at the end, you see one thing that looks like mic here. Once you click on it, see what I'm saying is still being written on its own. It's still being written. So it means that if I had wanted the whole class that I had today to be documented into a material, which is already a material, right? I could have at the end of today's class. That's why I'm just trying to simplify this thing to you guys. I could have at the end of this today's class sold the course. But because I already have the material, I will not want to do that. But if I go on certain platform, I think I've been invited to speak on an international platform for the Bahamas community. That one I'll record it because I know I will need it. Because sometimes there's a way I hold conversations that I know I enter into things and I know that I'm going to enter for that one. So, but this is what you do. You can see that as I'm talking, it keeps rising. By the end of the day, of course, there are word limits for AI. That's ChatGPT if you're in the unpaid plan. So you can just copy from beginning to a certain level, crop it, put it in, copy from beginning to a certain level, crop it, put it in, and then it arranges your thoughts for you, and voila. No, you see it. If it's Samsung, you should see it. Just once you click like you want to write, you see keyboard, your keyboard will appear. This is when it's plain. You click like you want to write, it will appear when it's plain. You see your keyboard under the two extremes. One on the right, you see the smiley. Then on the left, you're going to see a what do you call it? A something that looks like mic. Click click on the mic. Once you click on the mic, oh yeah, work has started. It will start recording everything you see. Even if you cannot even achieve that, you can still speak into ChatGPT. There's ChatGPT audio now. So you can talk from now to 1 hour in ChatGPT audio, and it's not a paid plan. So let me see if I can open that for just if you type ChatGPT. For me, I like using my what did you call it? My notes, because I will always have it there. But ChatGPT, oh well. If you change devices, you might not have. Anyway, you will see your notes if you change devices. But well, I like having my things in my notes. But let me try the ChatGPT. If you go to ChatGPT directly, even from you see ask anything, on the right is audio. So you can click on the audio, allow for microphone, and you can start talking. Keep talking. Even ChatGPT speaks Igbo. So you can start talking, 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 talking. You can talk for 1 hour, you can talk for 2 hours, and you can just tell it, based on everything I have said so far, I need you to come up with structures for this conversation on my knowledge. So I told you guys, if you are an itiboribo in your niche, please, you might want to take up courses. You might want to take up courses before you start doing this process. But I'm saying that when I say take up courses, it might just be 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Don't be lazy. In nutshell, that's all I'm begging us to do, right? Okay, awesome. Yes, so that's beautiful. Osito is saying that she uses it to reflect her thoughts. Beautiful. Is there any other thing that I have left uncovered? I think because we've already crossed our time, I want us to please go and rest. Just go and rest. And then
Okay. I sent you a message on WhatsApp. Just look at it and see if it's something you think maybe you get back to me.
okay. No, you can actually you can say whatever you want to say now. Let's just
Just check it and see if it's something.
okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's it's still very beautiful. Okay, so Justin builds portfolios for people. So I don't know. He's making an offer. So please you might want to reach out to him. Justin, are you in the group? I don't know.
No,
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
interested.
Sorry, you're one of the people who came in very late. So there are many people I didn't even respond to. So let me add for people who need to build their portfolios, please we've already started our trust index lineage. So please go ahead and what did I do now? Let me add him quickly so that people will see him. As soon as he's added, you can reach out to him. What did I do? Sorry guys. I don't like hissing aloud. Just okay, do we have any other question? Please, I think we should just go and rest. You are not like me, I beg. Make I no stress you now. So, but I would want everybody to just read the book, meditate. Those people who will join us at the boot camp, you're welcome. For those who will step out, it's already a new year. Please make sure you finish the book as much as within your power before the first week of January to give you an idea of the things people you should hang around, very specific, and be the giver. Be the giver. Some people are very smart. In fact, even when I started my ministry journey, like church journey, then most of my pastors then my pastors then my pastors then always admonish us to give to the anointed. But what happened this season is that um you're anointed like in your niches also. There are anointings in your niche. So if you're a banker and you want to go up the ladder, there are people you need to give to. Those people are anointed for your niche. So people you need to give to is things like boot camp, book club, like you just separating money and just pay, and just say, oh, this person has gone ahead. Sometimes when those people have an open heart towards you, it can spur them or make them align or put you into places. So please, I'll say it again, be that one who would give, even for those people that seem to have figured it out on LinkedIn. If they're announcing for things, support them. If they're posting about something and you want to support them by posting posts, spotlight them. That's how you go up. It's not even hard. Going up is not hard in life. That's why when people try to complicate it, it's like exactly what my heart is, my God wired my soul to do. Like why are you guys complicating this easy thing? So that's how my spirit works. But other than that, I want to say thank you everyone. Where I should have called Guinness Book of Record. Maybe that's what I will do in 2026. Maybe I'll teach for 48 hours. Because I
No,
don't say I know the year.
somebody already did 60 hours. You go do
Teaching,
72 hours.
teaching. What does the person do? What did the
Yes.
person teach? I beg. What did the person
Computer,
teach?
he taught courses on computer science related courses, computer
Oh, they
programming
are
courses.
playing
And
with.
he did for 60.
I'm
And
going to do. My own is going to be.
the guy just did it recently. The guy just did it like this
I'm going.
December, sir.
Me, I'm going to do for 1 week. I don't provoke. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming around. I totally appreciate it. So please, like we say, the essence of this is also to break down, making the book also very easy for us to read. And I think another thing I'll be doing is once we find, once we find, what's the word? Once I find books that will open our minds, I'll be dropping it in the group. Right, I'll be dropping it in the group. So so I will, like I said, I'll open a poll. Let's see if we want to have a practical. I don't know. I'll see if I'm writing exams this January. I'll stay clear because, like I said, I do total immersion. If I'm going to write exam, I'll just disappear, kinda. But if I'm not writing exams, based on the fact that I will be reaching out to them to see if they will just permit me because of um my the error I made in registering. But if they don't, then to be me and you guys, we'll just do at least just one practical session. As many people that can jump on board can jump on board. We'll organize the meeting and then give you an opportunity to share. But by then, all of you have practiced everything we've talked. You've been able to think through it for your niche. Okay, please. Let's call it a night. I'm going to be ending the live. And remember, this is studio. If you sleep off in this studio, this is a reusable studio. So if you sleep off, it's your data that will go for the people who are sleeping. Because the studio cannot end. Like it will just be it's there, like it's reusable. So I will end the streams for those on youth. What do they call it on YouTube? But for the people in the studio, what's law if you slept off? Jesus will help you on data. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming for this training. I just pray that God will continuously strengthen you, open your eyes, right? And I pray that all the people that are necessary for the execution of everything that we've discussed today, that the mercy of the Lord will rest upon them and your soul will begin to call them. I also pray that the exchange that you have necessary for that opportunity that you seek, that the mercy of the Lord will find you right there. And then, of course, don't eat your seed. I speak God's blessing all over all of us. In Jesus' mighty name, we've prayed. Amen. So do have an amazing night's rest. I'm going to be ending this live in 4, 3, 2, and
Legend tells of the phoenix, a mythical bird that burns. It symbolizes renewal, strength, and transformation. 1 year ago, Phoenix Gate Group was born with that same fiery spirit to inspire, connect, and empower professionals across the globe. And what a journey it's been under the visionary leadership of Dr. Vivian Magnus, our founder and lead coach. We didn't just take flight, we soared, we stumbled, we built, we believed. And today, through tears and triumph, we celebrate 1 year of relentless impact, meaningful milestones, and unimaginable transformation. From humble beginnings, Zoom links, voice notes, midnight strategy calls, we've grown into a powerhouse community with nearly 1,000 members strong. In just 12 months, we have reached over 40,000 professionals across the US, UK, Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, and Kenya. Nearly 1,000 attendees joined us weekly on LinkedIn, and the world took notice. This year, Phoenix Gate was honored with the Social Impact Award of the Year and named the most impactful community of the year. Those trophies, they carry the fingerprints of every volunteer, every coach, every community member who chose to rise with us. But our story goes beyond resumes and recognition. Beyond professional development, Phoenix Gate has walked into the sacred space of business strategy with international and non-governmental organizations. We've led masterclasses, outreaches, boot camps, and visibility challenges that didn't just teach, they healed. And through it all, Dr. Magnus, our business development coach, stood at the center. A quiet force, a lighthouse in the storm. So now we ask you, are you struggling with your line visibility? Do you ever feel unseen while secretly dreaming of becoming a commanding influence, a recognized thought leader? Are you in that place between faith and fear, waiting for your breakthrough? At Phoenix Gate, we've already reached 40,000 professionals and business leaders worldwide. But this is not about numbers. It's about the transformation behind every name. We train you, we champion you, we give you a platform. And when you stand to speak, we make sure the world listens. As we mark this 1 year journey, we do it with full hearts. Gratitude overflows for our members, our partners, and every soul that carried us when we were too weary to walk. Phoenix Gate Group is not just a network. It is a living, breathing, purpose-driven community. It is hope. It is healing. It is home. And still, this is only the beginning. Here's to a future brighter than flames. We rise together.